Game of Thrones. Many people feel dizzy just from watching the beginning. The intricate and complex storylines make it difficult for fans to keep up with this epic series. But if you separate each storyline and examine them individually, you can truly appreciate the genius of the whole show. A massive ancient structure called the Wall, which spans 10,000 meters, divides the warm south from the cold north. Those who guard the wall are known as the Night's Watch. The wall exists because there are creatures called wights that roam the icy lands and can turn any living being into a puppet-like zombie. On this day, 3 Night's Watch riders are out on a routine patrol. Will, one of the riders, notices a distant fire and cautiously approaches to investigate. What he sees in the pit terrifies him, limbs scattered everywhere. A little girl is nailed to a nearby tree. Panicked, Will finds his companions and suggests they leave. However, his companions believe it was the work of the wildlings beyond the wall and dismiss Will's claims of wights as mere legends. They decide to investigate the cause of the deaths and find the whereabouts of nearby wildlings. But when the 3 men return to the pit, the dismembered limbs are gone. The captain signals for Will to search further. Just as Will steps away, his companions are swiftly dispatched by the appearing wights. Before Will can react, the little girl who was previously nailed to the tree stands before him. Unable to escape, Will witnesses another teammate being beheaded, but instead of harming Will, the wights spare him to deliver a message to humanity. The castle closest to the wall is called Winterfell. Its lord is Eddard Stark, also known as Ned, who is known as the King in the North, guarding the 7 kingdoms below the wall. Since there have been no signs of wights for thousands of years, the Stark family's duties have been relatively light. Ned has 6 children, 4 of whom are his biological offspring: his youngest son Bran Stark, his second daughter Arya Stark, his eldest daughter Sansa Stark, and his eldest son Robb Stark. He also has a son named Jon Snow, who is his illegitimate child, and his adopted son Theon Greyjoy. The next day, Will, who managed to escape back to the south, is captured by the patrols of the north. Winterfell oversees the allocation of personnel for the wall, and according to the ancient traditions of the family, any Night's Watch member leaving the wall is considered desertion, punishable by beheading, with the king in the north himself having to carry out the execution. As Will is brought forward, he keeps repeating the word wights. But how can the others believe him when wights haven't been seen in 4,000 years? It is the first appearance of wights in 4,000 years, witnessed only by Will, who survived. Considering Will a deserter, and unable to convince everyone, Ned reluctantly executes him in front of all the men. On the way back to the castle, they discover a direwolf that has perished alongside a stag. Normally, direwolves, which belong to the low-temperature regions beyond the wall, would not be found in this area. However, the Stark family does not associate it with the existence of wights beyond the wall, which forces them to flee in all directions. Bran feels sympathy for the direwolf's orphan pups, knowing they won't survive without their mother. When the father, Ned, ordered the execution of the direwolf pups, Jon Snow pointed out that there were a total of 5 pups, coinciding with the number of Ned's children and the family sigil being a direwolf. This persuades Ned to allow Bran to adopt the orphaned wolves. As they are about to leave, Jon Snow discovers the smallest 6th pup. Theon mocks it as an unwanted child, saying, "It's yours." Back at home, Ned receives news of his foster father's death from his brother, who was the king of the 7 kingdoms, Robert Baratheon. He indulged in feasts and pleasures all day long, neglecting state affairs, while his foster father managed them for him. In the end, due to excessive exertion, he fell ill and passed away. Robert, recalling his responsible brother, decided to appoint Ned as the king's hand, despite Ned knowing that the position was a dangerous task that could not only offend people but also cost him his life. The king, whom he hadn't seen in 9 years, suddenly visited, bringing along his entire family, including the queen, his second brother who served as a general, and his highly intelligent but dwarf third brother from birth. Ned's entire family dared not be negligent and treated the king with utmost respect. Judging from Robert's military presence, even if he were to make demands in the future, Ned knew that refusing would be unwise. After a brief exchange of greetings, Robert indicated his desire to see a statue in the cellar. As they arrived in the underground chamber, Robert immediately brought up the topic of Ned becoming the hand of the king. Knowing it wouldn't be an easy appointment, Robert and Ned were both adopted by a father named Jon Arryn, who was the first to rebel against the then ruling king of the 7 kingdoms, Aerys II Targaryen. Known as the Mad King, Aerys II Targaryen was known for his cruel rule. After their family emerged victorious in the war, the eldest son, Robert, who had a quarter Targaryen blood from his grandmother Rhael Targaryen, who was the Mad King's aunt, married Cersei Lannister, the daughter of Tywin Lannister from the Westerlands, and was crowned as the king. Their father, Jon Arryn, was appointed as Hand of the King during Robert's reign, and he successfully healed the wounds caused by the war and maintained the proper functioning of the Seven Kingdoms. Meanwhile, Robert enjoyed hunting and revelry every day, living a carefree life. Ned, as the second son, couldn't bear to watch this and volunteered to guard the northern borders. Robert knew that appointing Ned as Hand of the King would not be straightforward. So, even before Ned could speak, Robert unilaterally decided the matter, using their children's marriage alliance as a reason. As they stood before a statue, Robert began to express his complaints about how he had loved a woman who should have been buried in the mountains. The statue turned out to be Ned's sister, Lyanna Stark. Robert had also been infatuated with her, but Lyanna fell in love with the Mad King. After the war, fueled by resentment, Robert impulsively killed her. Ned advised his brother to let go of the past and not hold grudges, especially since the Targaryen family, including the Mad King, had been wiped out. However, Robert knew that the Mad King's other two children, Daenerys Targaryen and her brother Viserys Targaryen, were still alive and in exile on the continent of Essos beyond the Seven Kingdoms. Their story would soon become a legendary tale of starting from scratch. With their distinctive Targaryen features of white hair and attractive features, Daenerys and Viserys were the epitome of the Targaryen bloodline. After their father, the Mad King, was defeated, the young Viserys and unborn Daenerys were sent across the sea to the continent of Essos, avoiding the pursuers and the informants of the usurper, the last remaining dragons of the Valyrian bloodline and the rightful heirs to the great dynasty. They endured sleeping in sewers and scavenging for food in the streets. The more they suffered, the stronger Viserys' desire for revenge grew. However, revenge required action, and Viserys lacked both dragons and an army. To find an army and reclaim the throne, he placed his hopes on his just-come-of-age sister, Daenerys. After revealing their Targaryen lineage, the local governor decided to aid the siblings and found them the most formidable warrior tribe in Essos, the Dothraki, led by Dothraki Khal. This tribe was known for their ferocity and prowess in battle. If a man of the tribe was defeated, he would shave his head as a sign of shame. However, as the leader, Khal had never been defeated, making him the one with the longest braid in the tribe. Yet he had never taken a wife. So, Viserys planned to offer Daenerys in exchange for Khal's army to help him reclaim the throne. After a meeting and observation, Khal and his people departed without saying a word. The governor knew that the marriage proposal was likely sealed. In truth, Daenerys was reluctant about the arrangement, but Viserys used both persuasion and coercion, claiming that the throne was more valuable than her body. Daenerys and Khal's wedding took place as planned. To add to the festive atmosphere, men could compete on the spot for the right to claim a spouse. The commander informed Viserys that in the eyes of others, the wedding would not be considered successful unless a few people died. Due to the great reputation of the Dothraki people, other tribes sent gifts and congratulations. However, the wide variety of gifts made Daenerys uneasy. Among them, one gift stood out: a knight who presented her with a history of the Seven Kingdoms, a knight from Bear Island named Jorah Mormont. In fact, the title of knight originated from the Mad King, and Jorah was one of them. He had previously served Daenerys' father. After the overthrow of the Mad King's rule, Jorah, driven by his vain and ambitious wife, sold poachers he captured to slavers to earn money. As a result, he was sentenced to death by King Robert. He fled and arrived here, expressing his willingness to once again serve the Targaryen family. Next came the commander's gift: a set of 3 dragon eggs from the eastern Shadowlands of Et. Although they were fossilized, they were beautiful and worth collecting. Finally, Khal's gift was a white horse, symbolizing the upcoming consummation of the marriage. In this way, Daenerys became the wife of the tribal leader, Khal, and was referred to as Khaleesi by her people, as the tribe constantly migrated. Daenerys, who had never experienced such hardships before, struggled to adapt. Combined with Khal's lack of communication skills and his savage ways of getting what he wanted, Daenerys found solace in her dragon egg fossils. To resolve the communication barrier between them, she asked her slave-experienced handmaiden, Doria, to teach her how to please Khal. Through personal learning, she eventually managed to win over this man. Over time, Daenerys gradually integrated into the tribe. Since they couldn't communicate verbally, she could only turn to Jorah to learn about the tribe's principles of survival. Witnessing exhausted slaves being whipped by her people, the compassionate Daenerys commanded everyone to rest on the spot. However, Viserys, who could feel his power slipping away, became increasingly irritable.
You give commands to me! To me! You do not command the dragon. I am Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. I don't take orders from savages or their sluts.
Seeing Daenerys commanding the tribe, Viserys, who was used to being superior, became dissatisfied. However, he failed to realize Daenerys' current position.
Rakaro asked if you want him dead, Khaleesi.
No!
In the end, Daenerys spared Viserys' life, as her innate kindness outweighed her animosity. At that moment, Viserys ordered Yora to kill them. However, Yora could immediately discern who was truly worth following. To facilitate better communication, Daenerys began to learn the language of the tribe. Meanwhile, her handmaiden noticed a change in her body and informed her that she was pregnant. From then on, the title of Khaleesi, the leader's wife, became even more firmly established. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the largest stronghold in the tribe, King's Landing. Viserys, however, kept emphasizing that it was he who traded his sister for the army, and the entire tribe should go and claim the throne instead of staying here. It turned out that Daenerys' handmaiden was also arranged by Viserys to spy on her every move, but Viserys discovered that the handmaiden had already betrayed him. Already burning with anger, Viserys confronted Daenerys directly. Upon seeing the tribal attire prepared for him by his sister, Viserys declared that he would never integrate into this group of wildlings and certainly not wear the repulsive braid. Daenerys responded by saying that he had no right to wear a braid. Viserys, who had never been challenged before, lost control in an instant. In desperation, Daenerys picked up a necklace and threw it at him. Viserys, shocked and unable to believe it, realized that his submissive sister had just struck him.
I'm a Khaleesi of the Dothraki. I am the wife of the great Khal and I carry his son inside me. The next time you raise a hand to me will be the last time you have hands.
It is wrong for a brother to strike his sister, but Daenerys felt deeply guilty for retaliating against her brother, who, in her mind, was the last male descendant of the dragon lineage. He could potentially be the prince that was promised or even the future king. Yora, however, stated that Daenerys' deceased older brother, Rhaegar, was the true heir of the last dragons. As for Viserys, he was nothing more than a shadow compared to a snake. Daenerys, however, did not wish for her second brother to sit upon the Iron Throne, which symbolized ultimate power. She knew that even if the Khal kept his promise to provide troops for their cause, Viserys lacked the capability to rule. The hope for returning home with the aid of her brother seemed increasingly unlikely. Daenerys began to place her hopes in the dragon eggs, intending to hatch the petrified eggs using a brazier's heat. As she reached into the fire, a handmaiden who entered hastily intervened, attempting to stop her. In the struggle to seize the dragon eggs, the handmaiden suffered burns from the intense heat, while Daenerys' hands remained unscathed. This made her question whether she, too, could be the prophesied the prince that was promised. As the due date of her child approached, the tribe held a grand ceremony involving the consumption of a wild horse's heart by the pregnant Khaleesi in one breath. The horse was considered the soul of every Dothraki, and they believed that consuming its heart would grant the child agility, fearlessness, and the same invincibility as the Khal, ensuring their progeny would be as brave and unstoppable. During the ritual, if one choked on the blood or found it unbearable and vomited the horse meat, it was seen as an ill omen, suggesting miscarriage, congenital diseases, deformities, or the birth of a daughter. Observing that she successfully completed the ritual without choking, Daenerys named her son Rhaegar. With the cheers of everyone, she finally solidified her position as the queen through bloodline succession. Viserys, realizing that the tide had turned against him, planned to steal the 3 dragon eggs and forge his own path. However, Yora, who was keenly observant, would not let him succeed. Viserys, seeing that nothing he said was working, had no choice but to abandon his thoughts and discard the dragon eggs. However, during the evening feast in the tribe, a drunken Viserys appeared with a sword, which was forbidden to be carried in King's Landing.
Come, get your hands off me! No one touches the dragon!
Observing his sister's growing influence within the tribe, Viserys sought out Daenerys at the feast. Fueled by alcohol, Yora gestured for Viserys to sit down, but Viserys insisted that a king should not sit in a corner. At this moment, Khal intervened, stating, "You are no king," instantly emboldening Viserys. He brandished his sword, finally pointing it at Daenerys' belly. using their unborn child as leverage, demanding that the Khal fulfill his past promises of providing an army and a crown. Otherwise, he would take his sister, Daenerys, away. As for the child, he claimed he could simply carve it out of Daenerys's belly. Expressionless, Khal assured Viserys that he would honor his promises and provide him with a gold crown that would astonish the world. When Viserys felt satisfied and slowly lowered his blade, Khal gave a command, and the people who rushed forward immediately broke Viserys' arm, the one holding the sword.
A crown for king.
He is no dragon. Fire cannot kill a dragon.
Ignoring the resistance from her followers, Daenerys ordered her tribesmen to bring Khal's horse. The witch declared that once the spell began, no one should disturb her. In this manner, the horse died before Khal's eyes, and a stubborn Daenerys walked out of the tent in a daze. At that moment, Khal's Khalasar guards insisted on stopping this forbidden blood magic. They pushed Daenerys aside and prepared to enter and interrupt the ritual. Jorah, loyal to Daenerys, drew his sword to intervene. Clad in armor, he swiftly killed the Khalasar guards in 2 rounds. At this point, the pushed Daenerys is in labor, but no one from the hated clan will help. In desperation, one of the guards suggested that the witch could assist with the childbirth. Reluctantly, Jorah carried Daenerys into the tent. When Daenerys woke up and inquired about the child, the witch revealed that the baby was born dead, covered in scales, blind in the eyes, with a pair of wings growing from its back. She also proclaimed that this was the price paid for a life in exchange for a life.
Show me what I bought with my son's life.
A kind woman's destiny is never good. Because of her own stubbornness, most of the people in the tribe have already left, and they took most of the horses with them. Seeing Khal turned into a vegetable, Daenerys Targaryen asked how to restore him to his previous state. The witch started to babble, saying things like the sun rising in the west and setting in the east, and the sea drying up and withering away. It was only then that Daenerys Targaryen regained her clarity and questioned why the witch would treat her this way when she saved her life. The witch replied that she had been violated by 3 men even before Daenerys saved her. Her husband and child were also beheaded by you, and her friend was left to die on the streets. These were all orders from your Dothraki Khal. What use is it for you to save my life? So, I should make you understand the true value of life when you have lost everything. Looking at the man who once protected her with his life, Daenerys Targaryen shed tears of remorse and finally ended the life of the Dothraki Khal herself. At the funeral pyre, she placed the 3 dragon eggs along with the Khal on the wooden frame. Jorah Mormont said that the 3 dragon eggs were valuable enough to make her live a wealthy life. Daenerys Targaryen stated that the Khal gave her the dragon eggs not for her to sell, but to return them to their rightful owner, and as the Khaleesi, she should also leave with the Dothraki Khal, although Jorah Mormont tried to persuade her otherwise. In the face of Daenerys Targaryen's firm decision, she ultimately chose to respect it. Daenerys Targaryen freed all the slaves once again and gave them the choice to stay or leave. She also ordered the witch to be tied to the pyre. Amidst the witch's screams, Daenerys Targaryen slowly walked into the fire. But when everyone woke up the next day and saw Daenerys Targaryen embracing 3 newly hatched dragons in the center of the fire, the whole crowd submitted completely to this woman.
Blood of my blood.
A woman who walked into the flames and was reborn. She gained 3 dragons hatched in the intense heat. To protect the dragons and avoid enslavement by other tribes, Daenerys Targaryen crossed the wasteland with her remaining followers. However, they were now lacking water and a stronghold, and they had no means of transportation. They didn't even know what the dragons ate, and their horses were severely dehydrated and unable to continue. In order not to disappoint the people who were willing to follow her, Jorah Mormont urged Daenerys Targaryen to stay strong. He then ordered 3 of them to ride the remaining horses and go in 3 different directions. They were instructed to come back and report whether they found a castle, a water source, or the boundaries of the wasteland. After a long wait, the first follower to return was the strongest one, but his head had been chopped off. The second follower who returned had a different horse and said that after 3 days of traveling east, they found a castle called Karth by the seaside. The horse was a gift from the leader of the city, who also said that it would be their honor to welcome the Mother of Dragons. With no other options left, Daenerys Targaryen followed the route and arrived at the castle. The 13 leaders came out as promised to greet her, But the leader, Zarozo and Daxos, wanted to verify Daenerys Targaryen's dragons first, targeting her with purpose. Daenerys Targaryen naturally refused to reveal her dragons. Zarozo and Daxos bluntly stated that without the dragons, there was no way for her to go anywhere, and it was not suitable to let these wild people into the city. At that moment, Patio of Karth, one of the leaders, spoke up and said that they should help the Mother of Dragons. He was willing to vouch for the entry of the so-called wild people into the city using his position as a leader. And so, the group finally entered the castle with the dragons, now settled in Karth. Daenerys Targaryen gradually familiarized herself with the behavior of the dragons. The largest dragon was already able to feed itself. Patio of Karth even custom-made a dress for Daenerys Targaryen. However, during a banquet, a mysterious woman suddenly called out Jorah Mormont and told him that the Mother of Dragons needed protection at present. The 13 leaders were coming day and night to witness the miracle of real dragons. The flesh and blood of dragons were made by the Lord of Light, and fire is power, and power can lead to greed. It was an extraordinary sight to see 3 dragons appearing at the same time after 300 years, all born to a woman with no backing. Moreover, Daenerys Targaryen had a resemblance to a small part of the dreams of some men, which drove some of the leaders in Karth to behave madly. Patio of Karth, who had extensive business experience, knew well what a woman like Daenerys Targaryen, who had neither backing nor social experience, desired the most. When Daenerys Targaryen asked Patio of Karth why he was helping her, Patio of Karth took her to see his treasury. He said that the walls and gates of the treasury were built with the hardest Valyrian stone and invited the world's most skilled locksmiths and thieves. He promised that anyone who could enter would receive gold equal to their weight, but they all returned empty-handed. The only one who could open the gates was Patio of Karth himself with the key he wore on his chest. He also said that half of the treasury would be enough for her to buy an army and ships to return home. But when Daenerys Targaryen asked what she had to give in return, Patio of Karth began to weave a tragic tale of his own wealth and loneliness. He claimed that his true love was taken away by the heavens and that he had risen from poverty to become the wealthiest man, but had no one to share it with. As long as Daenerys Targaryen was willing to marry him, Patio of Karth offered to help her conquer the 7 kingdoms together. Faced with Patio of Karth's promise, Daenerys Targaryen was tempted. However, Jorah Mormont knew the lies of the adult world and, moreover, the loss of freedom that would come after marriage. When Daenerys Targaryen questioned Jorah Mormont about what he truly wanted, he said that he only wanted to support the one person who was worthy and destined to sit on the Iron Throne. Only then could there be peace in the world, without war and suffering. Furthermore, there were more allies in their homeland of Westeros, and they could try to find a ship and take their small group back there, rekindling her initial purpose. Daenerys Targaryen found Zarozo and Daxos and asked to use his ship to cross the Narrow Sea. She made a solemn promise that she would repay threefold once she conquered the 7 kingdoms and claimed the Iron Throne. However, as a merchant by profession, Zarozo and Daxos bluntly stated that he only valued real gold and silver and wouldn't invest in her daydreams, even if she had 3 dragons, albeit still young ones. Daenerys Targaryen then approached other leaders, some of whom promised her a ship but with conditions that suited their desires, while others outright rejected her. Upon returning home, she discovered that all the guards in the courtyard had been killed, and the 3 dragons were nowhere to be found. The 3 dragons were stolen, one handmaiden lost her breath, and the other handmaiden disappeared. As one of the 13 leaders, Patio of Karth promised to gather all the leaders to help her find the dragons. Daenerys Targaryen expressed her disbelief, saying, "You are one of the leaders. Why should I trust you?" Patio of Karth replied, "I am already wealthy. Why would I covet your dragons? I swore to protect you, and I am a man of my word." An impatient Daenerys Targaryen rejected Patio of Karth and vented her frustration towards Jorah Mormont upon his return. She criticized him for not finding a ship and lamented that she had no trustworthy people by her side. However, Jorah Mormont blamed himself and pleaded with Daenerys Targaryen to let him help.
Find my dragons.
Jorah Mormont sought the assistance of the masked woman he had encountered before. The woman, named Dothraki, hailed from the Shadow City of Et, where the dragon eggs originated. She possessed magical abilities and was well versed in prophecy. Using her foresight, Dothraki knew that Jorah Mormont wanted to please Daenerys Targaryen. To learn the whereabouts of the 3 dragons, Jorah Mormont had to swear not to betray Daenerys Targaryen again.
The thief you seek is with her now.
Meanwhile, Daenerys Targaryen had already confronted the 13 leaders. This time, she pleaded rather than displayed her previous arrogance. Zarozo and Daxos stated that dragons only brought disaster and that it would be better without them. At that moment, Piet Pri, one of the leaders, began to speak, revealing that the dragons were in his temple. He claimed to have conspired with the king even before Daenerys Targaryen's arrival.
But there is no king of Karth.
It turned out that Padeo of Karth had helped Piet Pri acquire the dragons, and Piet Pri was responsible for eliminating the remaining leaders. This would leave Padeo of Karth as the sole king of the city, as Piet Pri argued that power should not be too decentralized. After Piet Pri's revelation, the guards behind everyone transformed into Piet Pri.
Forever.
In the face of sorcery, swords seemed powerless. Piet Pri informed them that the dragons were waiting for Daenerys Targaryen in his temple, but for now, their priority should be to save their lives. After escaping, Jorah Mormont revealed that he had found a ship, and they could set sail the next day. And Piet Pri's magic is powerful. If they enter the temple, they will fall into his trap. But how could Daenerys Targaryen abandon her children? She declared that if they wanted to serve her, they must rescue the dragons. When the three of them arrived at the temple, they couldn't find the entrance. After circling around the temple and returning to the starting point, Jorah Mormont lost sight of Daenerys Targaryen. Using his magic, Piet Pri separated the two and led Daenerys Targaryen to the center of the temple. However, the central hall was empty. Upon entering a door with a sound, they discovered a dilapidated throne room. Above the throne room was the Iron Throne once held by her father. As Daenerys Targaryen's hand was about to touch the throne, she heard the sound of dragons nearby. Exiting through the slowly opening door, they found themselves outside the wall in the north. Amidst a harsh blizzard, there stood a swaying tent, and inside, Daenerys Targaryen found her husband Khal, holding their newborn child. Seeing the father and son before her, Daenerys Targaryen felt deep remorse once again, but she knew that none of this was real. It was an illusion created by Piet Pri. Upon returning the way they came, the locked dragons appeared in the center of the hall. At this point, Piet Pri began to speak. Due to the dragon's birth, their magic had also grown stronger. If Daenerys Targaryen remained by their side, they would thrive even more. Therefore, Piet Pri planned to imprison Daenerys Targaryen with the dragons here permanently, so he could continuously absorb their magic. However, he did not know that the dragons now possessed the ability to kill.
Dracarys.
After dealing with Piet Pri, the next target was Padeo of Karth. Seeing Daenerys Targaryen still alive, the traitorous handmaiden had no chance to defend herself and was forced to lead them to the treasury. Using the key to open Padeo of Karth's vault, they discovered it was empty. It turned out that Padeo of Karth had only used a key. Just as Daenerys Targaryen had constructed all her illusions based on false blueprints, Daenerys Targaryen also learned a valuable lesson through this ordeal. The emotional manipulation in this situation was brilliantly played out. In the end, Daenerys Targaryen ordered both individuals to be locked inside the vault forever. When everyone returned to Padeo of Karth's house to gather their belongings, they discovered that the magnificent decorations were all fake. However, they could still exchange all the fakes for a ship. After making the necessary adjustments, everyone boarded the acquired ship and set sail for their next destination, Astapor. Known for having the strongest slave soldiers, relying solely on 3 dragons would not be enough to make this woman a queen. If she wanted her own army, careful consideration was required. Jorah Mormont, familiar with the terrain, guided Daenerys Targaryen towards Astapor, where the world's mightiest soldiers resided. Seeing the Dothraki people, who had never been on a boat before, Daenerys Targaryen believed that she could lead them to conquer the 7 kingdoms. But Jorah Mormont reminded her once again that the Dothraki valued strength above all and would not blindly follow ideals like others. If she wanted their unwavering loyalty, she had to prove her own strength. Hearing these words, Daenerys Targaryen's inner thoughts underwent subtle changes. Upon meeting the ruler of Astapor, Daenerys Targaryen displayed an unprecedented calmness. She listened intently without unnecessary words. The ruler claimed to have the world's mightiest slave soldiers. Known as the Unsullied, they could go without food or water for an entire day and stand until death if their master didn't give the order. When Daenerys Targaryen inquired about their training methods, the dismissive ruler asked his translator to explain. It turned out that each soldier began training at the age of 5 and continued for 10 years, diligently practicing with swords, shields, and various spears. Furthermore, every 4 boys would compete for a chance to survive, resulting in absolute loyalty and the eradication of fear. When Jorah Mormont mentioned that even the bravest individuals fear death, the impatient ruler began to scold them. The frightened female translator could only convey positive words. However, to seal the deal, they needed to witness the might of the Unsullied. The ruler cut a man's sensitive spot with a knife. Yet the man seemed unaffected, as if nothing had happened. The ruler then mentioned that all the soldiers were eunuchs and that possessing such individuals had its advantages. Once they received the symbolic completion of their training, a helmet, they would trade a silver coin at the slave market to purchase a baby from a slave owner and kill the baby in front of the mother. Daenerys Targaryen, who had learned to hide her anger, inquired about the number of unsullied soldiers. The ruler stated that there were 8,000 of them and demanded a response the next day. However, on their way back to the harbor, they were already being watched by someone. The toys brought by the mysterious child turned out to be a ticket to hell. It turned out that the little girl was a member of Piet Priest's clan, and the old man in black recognized the girl's strangeness. He had been waiting for them in secret. As Daenerys Targaryen expressed her gratitude, Jorah Mormont also recognized the old man. He was Barristan Selmy, the former Lord Commander of the Kingsguard under the previous ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, Robert Baratheon. Barristan Selmy was currently regarded as the strongest warrior in the Seven Kingdoms. The next day, the 3 of them arrived at the castle gates and saw slaves crucified. Barristan Selmy believed that hiring slaves was not the right approach. He argued that anyone, including slaves, would harbor feelings of revenge. He suggested hiring mercenaries instead. However, Jorah Mormont believed that casualties among slaves were inevitable in war. To reclaim the Iron Throne of the Seven Kingdoms, they needed to use force, and the unsullied soldiers were unquestionably obedient. Once purchased, they would only kill specific targets assigned by their masters. When Daenerys Targaryen asked for Barristan Selmy's opinion, he recounted his service to Daenerys Targaryen's older brother, Rhaegar. He mentioned that the slaves followed Rhaegar because they believed in him, loved him, and not because he had bought them. After hearing the story of her unknown brother, Daenerys Targaryen had an idea regarding the Unsullied army. When the ruler mocked Daenerys Targaryen upon hearing that she wanted to buy all the Unsullied, the helpless female translator had to confirm it once again. When Daenerys Targaryen insisted on having all of them, the ruler began to grow impatient. He said, "You just arrived on a single ship, and besides, you don't have that much money. At most, a ship can buy 100 unsullied soldiers, and it's only because I like your ass. Your people can't be traded. They can only be fed to pigs." The translation filtered out the offensive language, and then the ruler continued to mock in his own language. Daenerys Targaryen directly stated that she could trade a dragon for the soldiers. Everyone was shocked to hear this proposition. Who could refuse a trade involving dragons?
Dragon.
1.
2.
1. They want the biggest one. Done.
Subsequently, Daenerys Targaryen wanted to take the translator with her, considering it as spoils of the failed negotiation with the ruler. Outside, they tried to convince her not to trade the dragon, but Daenerys Targaryen had grown different from before. After inquiring, the translator's name was Missandei, and she didn't have any family. Daenerys Targaryen declared, "From now on, you belong to me, so you must speak the truth." She asked if what was said about the Unsullied army was true and if they would unquestionably obey. Honest Missandei firmly replied that the soldiers would only obey without question. She said, "Even if you command them to kill themselves after buying them, they will do it." When Daenerys Targaryen raised concerns about the dangers of following her, Missandei recited a vow from her people. The next day, as promised, Daenerys Targaryen arrived with the dragon, and the 8,000 unsullied soldiers stood assembled throughout the city. The ruler suggested that after buying them, she could try their skills in nearby villages and perhaps capture more children to train and sell as unsullied. Expressionless, Daenerys Targaryen let out her largest black dragon and handed the reins to the ruler, accompanied by the dragon's restlessness. With the staff that commanded the unsullied in her hands, Daenerys Targaryen confirmed once again,
Dovageris! Naijon mevatai! Dovageris! Axia osentas, menti osentas! Kiloni pilos lyövale torvio osenetas! Inini odrigatas! Dracarys!
After executing all the slave owners, Daenerys Targaryen placed her hopes in this risky decision. She announced that from that moment on, everyone was free to choose. They could leave without harm or stay and fight for her as free individuals. Daenerys Targaryen didn't want to keep the army through a transaction. She wanted everyone to willingly make their choice. Although it was possible that everyone would leave, she had to take this gamble in order to have a truly loyal and devoted force.
Dracarys.
Nothing is more valuable than experience, as demonstrated by Daenerys, who has learned from past mistakes. Without any losses, she successfully recruited 8,000 unsullied soldiers under her command. With her commanding presence and unique democratic leadership style, Daenerys won the hearts and loyalty of everyone, including her trusted guards Yora and Barristan. To facilitate the management of the unsullied army, Daenerys gathered all the squad leaders. After discussion, selected the most capable commander, Grayscale, as the overall commander. From then on, Grayscale became Daenerys' right-hand man. While continuing their search for ships, the army arrived at the Slavers' Bay. Yora mentioned a city known for training special slaves who do not engage in direct combat, that they have strong walls, sufficient food, and time if a battle were to break out in the wilderness. Moreover, capturing this city would not significantly aid in taking over the Seven Kingdoms. However, upon learning that there were 200,000 slaves within the city, Daenerys decided to grant them their freedom.
Then we have 200,000 reasons to take the city.
She sent Grayscale to the city gates to inform them that she awaited their surrender. If they refused, Slavers' Bay would suffer the same fate as Astapor. When the slave masters, who had come to negotiate, saw the unsullied soldiers they had only heard of but never seen before, their confidence instantly waned. When the slave master, who considered himself well-traveled, saw the 3 dragons in the hall, he was completely dumbfounded. But as Daenerys graciously entertained him, the bewildered slave master regained his arrogance. Slavers' Bay, they mentioned, has a long and glorious history, and even before the dragons disrupted the world, countless armies had been defeated beneath their towering walls. They advised Daenerys to abandon any thoughts of conquering them, but Daenerys knew that the people of Essos had never seen dragons before. Uninterested in their hollow words, she picked up a piece of meat and silenced the slave master. She argued that the Unsullied also needed real combat experience, so it was a perfect opportunity for them to shed blood. The slave master countered that bloodshed wasn't necessary. He claimed to have brought gold and ships under the command of Slavers' Bay's rulers. He also emphasized their generosity and forgiveness, stating that they would not hold Daenerys accountable for her actions in Astapor. As long as she took the gold and ships and left Slavers' Bay, it would be enough. Observing the slaves standing beside the slave master, Daenerys declared that she had a gift to offer as well. That gift was their lives and the lives of all the rulers of Slavers' Bay. The condition for accepting this gift was to release all the slaves and provide them with sufficient food and wealth as compensation. Upon hearing this, the slave master became agitated, claiming that Slavers' Bay was not like the 2 cities she had destroyed. They had money, allies, and once she and her forces were defeated, everyone, including her, would become their slaves.
Swore me safe conduct.
Bet my dragons made no promises, and you threatened their mother.
Take the gold.
My gold. You gave it to me, remember?
After the slave master departed, Daenerys instructed Yora to investigate the allies mentioned by the slave master. The current Daenerys no longer displayed the anxiety and panic she had previously shown. She understood that those who fought for money had no honor or loyal subjects. After gathering information, Daenerys learned that the allies mentioned by the slave master were the formidable Sellsword company called the Second Sons, who fought solely for money. The leader's name is Marrow, and the entire company consists of 2,000 fully armed cavalry soldiers. They are known for rarely experiencing defeat. Barristan also acknowledged their formidable combat capabilities.
Sure the sellswords prefer to fight for the winning side? Like to talk to the Titan's bastard about winning. Man who fights for gold can't afford to lose to a girl.
Upon hearing that the leader was a woman, the 3 male captains, Marrow as the main captain, Astapo as the vice captain, and Dario Naharis as the squad leader, arrived as promised. Marrow, having never tasted defeat, didn't even consider Daenerys a threat. However, the current Daenerys was different from before and wore a smile on her face. She jokingly remarked that with only 2,000 men, how could they defeat her 8,000 unsullied soldiers? Merrow claimed that they had won battles with even more significant disparities in strength. Daenerys then tested the waters by suggesting that since they were mercenaries, they could be hired by her. Astapo replied that they had already accepted payment from the slave masters and couldn't go back on their contract. Otherwise, no one would dare to sign a contract with the Second Sons again. Daenerys countered by saying that if they followed her, they wouldn't need to seek employers anymore. She promised that once she conquered the Seven Kingdoms, they would receive ample gold and castles. She gave them 2 days to consider her offer and, before leaving, even gifted them a barrel of fine wine. However, Merrow remarked that after the battle, they would share Daenerys, indicating their unwillingness to compromise. He also taunted Missandei before departing, facing a force of 2,000 against her 8,000. With such a significant disparity in power, Merrow, the captain of the Second Sons, proposed a plan. It involved capturing the thief first before capturing the king. Since it was a new moon night, he suggested that 3 people be chosen, and after sunset, they would infiltrate and assassinate Daenerys. As the coin toss game concluded, Daario, the squad leader, was selected for the task. Disguised as a dirty soldier, Daario successfully entered Daenerys' tent, startling her while she was bathing. Daenerys asked why Daario, sent by the captain to kill her, didn't simply attack her directly. Daario immediately presented the heads of the 2 men he had killed. In truth, he was captivated by Daenerys' unique aura and was willing to follow her. However, Daenerys questioned why she should trust someone who could kill his own comrades.
They ordered me to murder you. I told them I am Daario Naharis. I always.
Will you fight for me?
My heart is yours.
The next day, Daario proposed a plan. The members of the Second Sons would enter through the back gate, where the people of Slavers Bay knew him. He would eliminate the gatekeeper and enter with the 2 strongest fighters through the side gate, navigating familiar back alleys to open the main gate. This would allow the unsullied army to enter the city. Facing Daario, who had only joined them less than a day ago, Jorah expressed doubts about the plan, suggesting that it could be a trap. He pointed out that once they were inside, Daario could easily capture them and collect a reward from the Slavers Bay leaders without having to split it with his 2 silenced partners. As Grayscale was the leader of the 8,000 soldiers, they also wanted to hear his opinion. That night, the 3 of them arrived at the side gate, and Daario successfully dealt with the gatekeeper as planned. However, when Grayscale and Jorah entered, they found a small squad waiting in the alleyway. Fortunately, the few of them were seasoned warriors, but just as they dealt with the soldiers in front of them, an unexpected wave of soldiers surged out from the alley. Time passed, and a restless Daenerys even questioned Barristan about the situation. Eventually, a weary Jorah and Grayscale entered from outside, admitting that the enslaved soldiers, who were unwilling to fight for their masters, had thrown down their spears and surrendered. When Daenerys inquired about Daario, Jorah's emotions were conflicted.
The city is yours, my queen.
Many people become accustomed to wearing chains for so long that they may even come to love the sensation. Now, with the liberation of 200,000 slave soldiers, Daenerys found herself less certain. However, the common people, who had lived as generations of slaves, had never heard such heartfelt words from such a powerful leader. Misa means mother in the language of the slaves. As everyone echoed the word, Daenerys removed the defenses of her 3 dragons. She walked slowly into the crowd, feeling the accomplishments brought by the freedom of 200,000 individuals. After weeks of marching, the 3 dragons entered their adolescence and were able to venture out for their own hunting. However, their innate wildness came along with it. As the army had now grown in size, a large fleet of ships was necessary to cross the sea and reclaim the Iron Throne. The only city on the continent that could meet this requirement was the ancient and prosperous city of Meereen. On the way to Meereen, a distance of 163 miles from the entrance to the castle, there were markers every mile with the corpses of slaves hanging from them. Barristan suggested sending people ahead to bury these children to spare Daenerys from the distress.
I will see each and every one of their faces.
Because Meereen was the main port city for slave production, it was also home to the wealthiest nobles on the continent. When Daenerys arrived outside the city gates with her army and asked Yora whether they should attack, only one cavalryman emerged from the massive gates. Yora explained that he was Meereen's champion and that they were hoping for someone to come forward to duel. Almost like a noble's game, the champion of Meereen was not modest at all and directly showcased his arrogance. He taunted Daenerys, calling her a false man. Although the challenge was issued by only one person, it represented the strength of both sides and laid the foundation for the upcoming. Everyone was eagerly anticipating this duel because the victorious side would undoubtedly gain an advantage in their subsequent arguments. Faced with the knight on horseback armed with a spear, Daenerys once again confirmed if Daario truly did not ride horses. Daario replied that horses were stupider than humans. The entire audience, nobles and slaves alike, were dumbfounded. The champion knight of their own castle hadn't even made a move, and the duel was already over. Daario scored another point. Daenerys stepped forward to introduce herself and mentioned the two cities she had previously visited. She stood before all the slaves, now in Meereen. Seeing the scattered collars, not only did the slaves experience a change in their hearts, but also the concerns of the slave masters. No one is born willing to be a slave, just like Grayscale and Missandei, who were born into unprivileged families, only to be snatched by slave masters and forced into generations of bondage. As Daenerys entered, she interrupted the two and reminded Grayscale that the time for the plan had come. It turned out that she had sent a group of Unsullied through the sewers during the night to infiltrate the slave quarters, where the slaves were currently discussing the events of the day. Just as everyone was contemplating whether or not to resist, Grayscale entered, boosting the morale of the crowd. He spoke of his own background as a former slave and how the appearance of the queen had overthrown the ruling slave masters, allowing him to become a free man once again. Now, he fought only for his faith. After his speech, all the Unsullied revealed the weapons they had concealed on their backs. The next day, as the slave masters walked through the streets, they discovered slogans written on every corner. Furthermore, the Harpy statue atop the central pyramid of the city had been covered with the banners of House Targaryen. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. By incorporating ideological support and providing weapons at the right time, one can ignite the spark in the hearts of these slaves. Having just incorporated a formidable army of 200,000, Daenerys precisely orchestrated a slave uprising to capture Meereen. As she looked upon the gathered liberated slaves at the execution platform, Daenerys ordered the execution of 163 slave masters, reminiscent of the way children were crucified on the road to Meereen. However, the seasoned Barristan spoke up, stating that the entire city belonged to her now, and all the people were her subjects. He suggested that responding with mercy instead of these extreme methods might yield better results. Daenerys immediately countered, arguing that an eye for an eye, blood for blood was the correct approach to dealing with these slave masters. Unbeknownst to her, this approach, while momentarily satisfying, planted the seeds of future troubles. In an attempt to please Daenerys, Daario took it upon himself to seize Meereen's fleet. Daenerys did not reprimand him for his actions. However, there were only a total of 93 ships, which, when accounted for, could carry 9,300 people across the narrow sea. Yora expressed doubts about the capability of these people to confront the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms in King's Landing. Furthermore, the cities of Astapor and Slaver's Bay, previously conquered, had fallen back into the control of slave masters after Daenerys' departure. The people they left behind were killed, and the survivors were enslaved once again, with threats of revenge. The loss of these two cities made Daenerys realize her shortcomings in governance. Even if she were to conquer the Seven Kingdoms, her lack of effective management would undo her achievements. Therefore, she decided to stay in Meereen, to learn and rule over this continent. However, as her dragons grew, there began to be issues with their food sources. Witnessing the people's livestock being consumed by her dragons, ruling Daenerys offered triple compensation to the owners. The second audience she received was Daznak, a descendant of Meereen's nobility. Daznak claimed that his father was a respected pyramid builder in Meereen.
For that, he has my gratitude. I should be honored to meet him.
You crucified him.
Your father crucified innocent children.
And they did not desire these crimes. His father had opposed such actions in the past, but his objections were dismissed. Given the circumstances, he only hoped to follow Myrine's traditions and give his father a dignified burial in the temple. Faced with the repeated pleas of a son, the compassionate Daenerys ultimately agreed to the burial of the body. That night, after persistently pursuing her, Daario, who had been longing for intimacy, finally achieved his desire. The following day, Yora overheard Daenerys' plan to send Daario to Slaver's Bay, to kill all the rebellious slave masters and reclaim the castles. He told Daenerys that such actions were no different from cruel governance, as the slaves would only understand violence and perpetrate it even if they obtained the castles. To address the root cause, they must learn to offer choices between good and evil. Finally, the politically inexperienced Daenerys compromised and allowed Daznak and Daario to go together, presenting them with the choice of either accepting her rule or being killed. With an army of 10,000 elite soldiers, 200,000 logistical troops, and 3 nearly fully grown dragons, Daenerys' rapid rise in this year had brought her to a bottleneck. She decided to halt the majority of her forces in Meereen to focus on governance and political learning. Fortunately, she had loyal advisors as her right-hand men. However, in the power struggle of the rulers, it wasn't just about war and sacrifice. Sometimes, the deadliest blows came from behind. On the Iron Throne, as the hand of the king and the king's chief strategist, Varys, through his intelligence network, had started to fear the growing power of Daenerys. He decided to teach the young Daenerys a lesson by employing some schemes. Due to Yora's previous attempt to gain a pardon from the former king, Robert, he was tasked with monitoring Daenerys' every move. However, before his demise, Robert had forgiven all grievances and pardoned Yora for his slave trading crimes. He even sent a letter to inform Yora to end his surveillance of Daenerys. Since then, Yora had dedicated himself to assisting Daenerys, but she remained unaware of this arrangement. The current acting king decided to exploit this situation, replicating a pardon letter that absolved Yora of all crimes and informed him that he no longer needed to spy on Daenerys. However, this time, the letter wasn't sent to Yora but instead delivered to Barristan, with this hostile act unfolding on the Iron Throne. Regardless of Yora's current loyalty, he could not defend his past surveillance orders. However, he still wanted to explain the situation to Daenerys privately. When faced with Daenerys' questioning, Yora did not deny the previous surveillance. He revealed the information about her whereabouts and her wedding to Khal, as well as the tragedy of their child's death.
You betrayed me. From the first. You sold my secrets to the man who killed my father and stole my brother's throne. You want me to forgive you. You have until dusk to collect your things and leave this city. If you're found in Meereen past break of day, I'll have your head thrown into Slaver's Bay.
In this moment of judgment against Yora, Daenerys placed all the blame on him. She believed he had exposed her to the enemy, causing the twists and turns in her life. The dominoes in her mind fell, and Yora once again became a disgraced wanderer with no home or dignity. As the rapidly rising Queen of Essos, although she conquered city after city, she couldn't simultaneously hold onto all these spoils of war, rebellions from dissatisfied factions and the machinations of the hostile Seven Kingdoms forced Daenerys to remain in Meereen to learn the art of governance. The elderly man before her said that he had to become a slave again in order to have a chance at survival. Before Daenerys took control of Meereen, he worked as a slave, serving a noble family and having his basic needs met. However, after Daenerys abolished the slave system, he found himself without a place to go and became a target for harassment by young people in the relief camps. Helpless, Daenerys had no choice but to renew his contract with the slave master for another year. The second subject, who was unable to communicate due to the language barrier, displayed great fear. After being comforted by Missandei, he revealed that his daughter was burned to death by Daenerys' black dragon, Drogon. It was from this incident that the 3 dragons acquired their names: Drogon, named after Khal Drogo; Rhaegal, named after Daenerys' eldest brother, Rhaegar; and Viserion, named after her second brother, Viserys. At this point, the whereabouts of the troublesome black dragon were unknown. Feeling helpless, Daenerys locked Rhaegal and Viserion in the underground chambers of the Great Pyramid to prevent a recurrence of such incidents. Following this, Daenerys ordered the Unsullied to destroy the Harpy statues atop the Great Pyramid. This action became the catalyst for the rebellion against her rule. The next day, an Unsullied soldier was assassinated in the city, with the murderer leaving behind a Harpy mask. This event completely shattered Daenerys' judgment. She ordered Grey Worm to give the fallen soldier a grand burial in the temple dedicated to the city's nobility, with 2 dragons locked beneath the pyramid and the whereabouts of the largest black dragon, Drogon, unknown. Daenerys was manipulated and driven to exile one of her fierce warriors, Yora. Fortunately, Daario and Daznak returned at this time. Daznak reported that the conquered castles had undergone leadership restructuring and that all affairs would be reported to Daenerys. However, he requested a political compromise from Daenerys, namely the reopening of the traditional fighting pits in Meereen. Daenerys stated that she was not a politician but a queen and that the brutal fighting pits would not be reopened. During the evening, Daario argued that reopening the fighting pits would be a wise move and cited himself as a prime example. Because of the opportunities provided by the fighting pits, he, who came from a humble background, was able to reach his current position. At the same time, this activity is also a religious belief for the people of Meereen. If you agree to open them, they will respect and support you. Otherwise, there will be more discontent among the people. They say that without dragons, the Dragon Queen cannot inspire awe in others. When Daenerys returned to the depths of the Great Pyramid, the 2 dragons had already reached full maturity and were expressing their dissatisfaction towards her. Faced with their enormous size and roaring, she felt genuine fear for the first time. As the Unsullied were too conspicuous, Daario mobilized the second sons to disguise themselves and gather information about some members of the Harpy. They not only captured a live captive but also found stored weapons and masks. Upon their return, during a meeting with everyone present, Barristan suggested conducting a public trial to showcase Daenerys' compassionate teachings. Daario mentioned that he had already interrogated the captive, who turned out to be nothing more than a young and impoverished individual. The representative of the slaves claimed that the Harpy members were surely hired by the nobles. Since those powerful families wouldn't openly rebel, they paid people to pose as revolutionary zealots, and they must be executed publicly to exact revenge. However, Daznak, one of the noble leaders, immediately refuted this reasoning. Faced with the conflicting testimonies, Daenerys, who herself had experienced oppression, found her heart leaning towards the arguments of the slave representative. The decision of weighing the pros and cons against personal emotions began to clash. When a formerly enslaved person suddenly gains power, their use of it can become distorted.
But the Mad King gave his enemies the justice he thought they deserved, and each time it made him feel powerful and right. Until the very end.
Daenerys, whose rule was gradually losing strength, finally captured a son of the Harpy. However, listening to the conflicting testimonies from different representatives, she was unable to make a decision and could only temporarily detain the individual until a trial could be held. But Mosadder, the representative of the slaves, who had always harbored hatred towards the noble masters, took advantage of his position as a member of the Queen's forces and entered the prison cell without authorization. Driven by personal emotions, Mosadder executed the rebel without proper authority and nailed the body where the great masters were once crucified, as if confirming that the rebels were indeed nobles, upholding the principle of equality for all. Daenerys could only detain Mosadder. When asked for the reason, Mosadder claimed that Daenerys also wanted to kill the rebels, but due to the influence of her position, she couldn't give the direct order. To avoid returning to the days of slavery, it was necessary to demonstrate her authority. Taking matters into his own hands, Mosadder made the judgment on behalf of Daenerys. However, such extrajudicial action was inappropriate, and Daenerys stated that Meereen no longer had a system of slavery, because she had made promises that her rule in Meereen would bring freedom and justice. She announced the beheading of Mosadder for his unauthorized judgment and labeling of nobles. Amidst the collective pleas of the slaves, Daenerys ultimately allowed Daario to carry out the execution. This sparked anger among the slaves, resulting in clashes between slaves and nobles, and the situation spiraled out of control. In reality, this situation stemmed from Daenerys' disregard for human nature. She believed that beheading would serve as a deterrent, but in practice, it pleased neither the nobles nor the slaves. The nobles wouldn't be grateful to her for the death of a slave, while the slaves, who referred to her as Mysa, would see her as aligning with the nobles. Furthermore, in the eyes of the slaves, Daenerys had granted them freedom, but they had also given her power. Therefore, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Moreover, when individuals from different social classes come into contact with power, their internal changes will vary. Hearing a sound, Daenerys stepped outside and saw Drogon perched at the top of the Great Pyramid, searching for its missing siblings. Daenerys revealed a long-lost smile, but Drogon sensed something different. Dragons are sentient creatures and only follow the strong. As Drogon approached, it no longer sensed the aura of a true ruler from Daenerys. Drogon departed, and due to the flawed punishment, the entire city of slaves scorned her once again. Only the nobles led by Daznak remain under Daenerys' control. According to the ancient traditions of Meereen, today is the opening day of the fighting season. Daznak once again requests Daenerys' permission to open the fighting pits, as participants from all over would come, boosting Meereen's economy and alleviating the animosity between nobles and slaves. Without the fighting pits, there would be no interaction between nobles and slaves. However, in Daenerys' eyes, this blood sport is nothing more than entertainment for the nobles. In the end, she refuses to open the fighting pits. On this day, the rebels, who have transformed into sons of the Harpy, begin to gather and launch an ambush on the Unsullied patrolling the streets. Grey Worm is critically injured and falls into a coma. Barristan, once known as the Bold Barristan, the strongest knight in the Seven Kingdoms, but this time, he has not awakened. The deadly ambush fuels Daenerys' anger. She orders all the noble masters to be captured and brought to the underground chambers beneath the Great Pyramid, where the dragons are locked. This time, she shows no indecisiveness and pushes one of the masters to be fed to the dragons, declaring that if no one confesses, the executions will continue the next day. However, Daenerys cannot execute all of them, as she would be left with no one to command. Lost and uncertain, she turns to Missandei for advice. Missandei suggests that if Daenerys cannot bring herself to be ruthless, she can try a different approach and not all compromises lead to losses. Upon hearing Missandei's words, Daenerys, in front of Daznak, acknowledges her mistake and proposes to reopen the fighting pits. Additionally, in order to establish long-term reliable relationships in Meereen, she decides to marry one of the noble masters. The fortunate master is currently kneeling before her. As the primary fighting pit commences, everyone is on edge. Witnessing the Queen's slave master, the victor not only advances but also proceeds to the grand fighting pit to win prizes and honor. However, the brutal nature of the competition is unbearable for Daenerys. As she prepares to leave, a man with a helmet emerges from the gates, effortlessly defeating all opponents. With the last person falling, Daenerys finally recognizes Yora, who removes his helmet.
Khaleesi, please.
Get him out of my sight.
I brought you a gift!
Who are you?
My name is Tyrion Lannister.
Tyrion Lannister, also known as the Imp, hails from the family that overthrew Daenerys' father and currently holds the Iron Throne of the Seven Kingdoms. Despite his dwarf stature, he is eloquent, quick-witted, and served as the hand of the king. However, due to his opposition to ruling through violence, he was ostracized by his family and falsely accused by his sister and father, resulting in a death sentence. His beloved woman also followed his father. When he escaped with the help of his brother, infuriated, he killed them. Because he and Varys shared the same ideals and refused to serve a tyrant as king, he sought refuge with Daenerys with Varys' assistance. Little did he know, he encountered the wandering Yora on their journey. In an attempt to redeem himself, Yora planned to capture the cunning little imp from the enemy nation and return to seek forgiveness. In order to take a shortcut, they passed through the Isle of Grayscale, inhabited by the Stone Men. The Stone Men suffered from an incurable disease called grayscale and lived there in seclusion. This disease is contagious through skin contact, and outnumbered, they were forced to abandon their ship to save their lives. However, in order to protect the imp, Yora became infected with grayscale. They continued their journey on foot and were captured by slavers who were preparing for the fighting pits. Quick-witted, the imp mentioned Yora's bravery and skills, stating that bringing them to the arena would surely earn them a lot of money. After a series of twists and turns, they finally encountered Daenerys in the Great Hall. When Daenerys asked him for a reason not to kill him, the imp presented a clear and sincere argument. He stated that he had nothing left but didn't want to waste his talents. Furthermore, if Daenerys intended to reclaim the Iron Throne, she would need someone who understood the Seven Kingdoms. This persuasive reasoning granted him an opportunity to showcase himself. Specifically in deciding what to do with Yora, the imp first emphasized Yora's loyalty, and once Daenerys acknowledged it, he revealed that the deception at that time was not voluntary. He argued that killing a loyal servant would be an unwise move and wouldn't inspire loyalty among the people, but he also couldn't remain by her side. The imp's words provided a way out for both parties while sparing Yora's life. It marked Daenerys' second exile of Yora.
Remove Ser Jorah from the city.
Daenerys found herself in a situation where her dragons were gone, her trusted advisors were dead or exiled, and her army was attacked by rebels. She was left with no choice but to marry a noble lord in exchange for support. However, when she met Tyrion, who was brought to her by Yora, she saw his remarkable qualities. After learning that Tyrion had killed his own father while escaping, Daenerys, known for her compassionate rule, decided to give him a chance and welcomed him into her service. Despite their families being ancient enemies, Tyrion recognized that Daenerys ruled with benevolence, and he decided to offer his support. Tyrion advised Daenerys to stay in Meereen because he believed that none of the Seven Kingdoms would support a Lannister descendant, especially considering the Lannisters' history of tyranny. He also pointed out that Daenerys' current strength was not sufficient to challenge the other kingdoms. This was the first time in years that someone had advised her to pause in her conquest. By understanding the dynamics of the Seven Kingdoms through Tyrion's knowledge and analysis, Daenerys regained hope for the revival of her family.
Lannister, Targaryen, Baratheon, Stark, Tyrell. They're all just spokes on a wheel. This one's on top, then that one's on top, and on it spins, crushing those on the ground.
It's a beautiful dream. Stopping the wheel. You're not the first person who's ever dreamt it.
I'm not going to stop the wheel. I'm going to break the wheel.
Meanwhile, Yora, who had been exiled twice, found himself back in the service of a slaver. Yora hoped that by winning the final tournament in the fighting pits, he could earn enough money to please his slaver without keeping any for himself. The slaver questioned why Yora, who was not a slave, would participate in the competition.
Let me fight for her, and I belong to you.
However, the annual grand tournament finally arrived, as the host introduced the arena, announcing that the Queen had permitted the event to commence. The crowd erupted in cheers. The first matchup was between two agile and strong combatants. After their introductions and Daenerys' hesitant applause, the fight officially began. Daenerys couldn't understand why everyone anticipated such a brutal spectacle. Most of the audience had an inner demon and a desire to speculate on the outcomes, wanting to witness the winner in the jungle's law. While Daario favored the smaller contestant, the outcome surprised everyone as the larger opponent swiftly defeated his adversary. Survival was the only measure of victory. Tyrion couldn't bear to watch such cruelty, and Daenerys expressed her intention to turn the entire city of Meereen to ashes if it ever crossed her line. It was at this moment that she heard a familiar voice among the participants of the second round. A voice that she knew too well. In the multi-person melee of the slave fighting pits, only one could survive, and among them was her former trusted advisor, Yora. He engaged in a fierce struggle with a burly fighter, and it was not an easy fight. As time passed, the number of participants gradually decreased. And Yora had also reached the end of his melee with the burly fighter. Now, there were 4 remaining fighters, and he found himself facing a skilled swordsman who was agile and quick with his sword. Yora quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Just as it seemed he was about to be defeated, the Meereen champion, who had also emerged victorious, impaled the swordsman's heart with a spear. With the agile swordsman out of the way, Yora, who excelled in close combat, was twice pushed back by a spear-wielding knight trying to keep his distance. However, in the end, Yora's skill in close combat won him the fight, but as they awaited the announcement of the results, Yora threw the spear towards the judging panel. It turned out to be a signal for the Sons of the Harpy rebels, and the spectators in the stands responded, launching a frenzy of slaughter against the nobles in the arena. The Unsullied who rushed to Daenerys' side were also intercepted, and in the chaos, even Daznak was stabbed multiple times. As the numbers of the rebels increased, the outnumbered few sought an exit. However, the main gate, the closest exit, was locked and guarded by rebels. Just as the small group prepared to head towards another exit, the frenzied rebels surrounded Daenerys and the remaining people in the middle of the arena, enveloping them in the fear of death. With the rebels cautiously advancing, the resilient Unsullied dwindled in numbers. As Daario and Yora prepared to fight to the death, Daenerys took Missandei's hand, ready to face the impending death. But then, a familiar call sounded from outside the arena. Drogon landed firmly in front of Daenerys, instantly tearing apart a person who was about to charge at them. Drogon then unleashed his flames upon the nearest rebels, turning the area within 20 meters into a sea of fire. The rebels at the edge of the arena began throwing spears at Drogon. And as Daenerys felt the pain in her heart, Drogon suddenly turned around and let out a roar. Looking at Daenerys fearlessly, Drogon seemed to have regained the presence of his powerful mother. But for now, the focus was on evading the thrown spears. Daenerys tentatively climbed onto Drogon's back, and with a command of fly, the firstborn dragon, Drogon, carried Daenerys out of the arena. With the protection of the dragon, everyone became filled with fear. However, since Drogon flew away with Daenerys, the heart of the pyramid was left without its core. But also because of the siege, Grey Worm accepted the exiled Yora, and Yora also accepted the enemy Tyrion. Everyone present put aside their prejudices and decided that Yora and Daario would follow the north where the dragon flew to search for Daenerys. Tyrion stayed behind to govern Meereen, considering that no one recognized him as an outsider. So respected figures like Grey Worm and the eloquent Missandei stayed to assist Tyrion in diplomacy. Just as Tyrion was pondering where to start, Varys, who had brought him, found him. As Varys was well versed in intelligence and knew that Tyrion had been working for Daenerys, he came to inquire about the situation. Learning that Daenerys had a good reputation, he decided to temporarily stay in Meereen and assist Tyrion in finding the mastermind behind the internal strife and uncovering those who smiled while hiding a knife. The two of them reached the lowest level to gather information, and Varys released his spies to gather news. However, without Daenerys, Meereen had already started to descend into chaos. It turned out that Daenerys had been brought by the injured Drogon to the place where he had been living alone during that time. Daenerys wanted Drogon to take her back to Meereen, but the wounded Drogon refused to fly. Hungry, Daenerys decided to go find food on her own. However, not long after she set off, she encountered the local Dothraki. As she had been a wife of a former tribe leader, she should not remarry according to their customs, so she quietly threw away the ring she had obtained from her marriage to Daznak. It turned out the honorable Dothraki in the area were migrating, and their numbers were several times larger than the previous tribe. When Yora and Daario caught up and saw the vast grasslands trampled by horses, with Daenerys' ring in the center, Yora, familiar with the ways of the Dothraki, instantly understood that Daenerys had been captured and taken as a slave. Although she was whipped, the pain for this woman with a story would not last more than 5 seconds. As a slave, Daenerys had been with the large Dothraki army for 3 days and nights. The local Dothraki tribe had never seen a woman with white hair before. Some speculated that she had seen ghosts, which caused her hair to turn white. Others believed she was a foreign witch, and her hair had been bleached by the sun. Daenerys, who could understand but pretended not to understand, had no choice but to remain silent to avoid getting whipped. During a rest in the vast army, Yora and Daario presented Daenerys as a gift to the leader, Khal, due to jealousy from Khal's wives, who considered Daenerys a witch and wanted her immediately killed. The mention of these envious words actually piqued Khal's interest even more. Just as he was about to reach out and tear her clothes, Daenerys began introducing herself in the Dothraki language.
أنا Daenerys Javazgo, Heala Targaryen, Atak Mahakison Mayo Savirsak, Khalisi Mireni, Khalisi Mandatli Manoroinari Mataki, Khalisi Maravoshi, Javorshi Veavara.
Her long name seemed like playing the harp to cows, and it made everyone burst into laughter. Khal stated that she was a nobody here and that keeping her alive was only for the purpose of bearing children. When Daenerys mentioned that she was once a Dothraki Khal's wife, the leader in front of her immediately showed respect. Though the horse tribe lacked civilization, the widows of their own leaders were absolutely untouchable. Seeing the situation improve, Daenerys offered to give 1,000 horses as a token of gratitude if they would send her back to Meereen. However, Khal replied that if she had been a Khal's wife before, then after the leader's death, the widow had only one place to go to stay with all the deceased Dothraki wives. After many years, Daenerys returned to the largest city of the Dothraki tribe, Vis Dothrak. The tribe had since grown and multiplied, with the population increasing from thousands to 100,000. Upon entering the city, Daenerys was immediately taken to the gathering place of widows, called Widow's Wail. Before she could even speak, she was forcibly dressed in the same attire as everyone else. The leading elder claimed to have seen Daenerys in the previous tribe and mentioned that all the women here had been Dothraki wives. She accused her of not returning after her Dothraki Khal's death and instead going to the outside world, which was the greatest taboo. She had to face judgment. There were two possible outcomes of the judgment, either to remain forever with all the widows or to be executed immediately. Just as Daenerys escaped from the clutches of rebels, she was caught by the Horse tribe and now faced judgment as a widow in Vis Dothrak. With no news from Daenerys for a long time, the two cities other than Meereen fell back into the hands of slave masters and noble families. The fleet that had been captured in Meereen was burned to ashes by the untraceable rebels. When Tyrion mentioned the dragons, Missandei revealed that since Daenerys' departure, the two dragons had not eaten anything, although Tyrion had never seen dragons himself. He had a fair understanding of them. He believed that dragons were sometimes smarter than humans and could recognize who their friends were. Therefore, he decided to visit the pyramids to see them. Under the influence of alcohol, Tyrion ventured into the dragon's vicinity. However, the two dragons did not attack him and, instead, sensed that he bore no ill intentions. Tyrion, in order to boost his courage, began telling a story from his childhood about his love for dragons. Meanwhile, the dragon Regal lowered his neck, indicating that Tyrion should unlock the chains. On the other side, Varys found the woman who had helped the rebels attack Grey Worm and questioned her. However, the woman stubbornly claimed that she opposed the foreign queen, Daenerys, and the foreign armies she brought with her. Varys then attacked the woman's weak spot, mentioning her 6-year-old son and implying that he would never see him again if she didn't reveal the mastermind behind the scenes. He also offered another condition, a ship ready for departure the next day. Varys had already booked 2 tickets and provided a large sum of money for the woman to live the life she desired. In the end, the woman chose to compromise. It turned out that all the nobles from the cities previously conquered by Daenerys had collectively sponsored the rebellion under the pretext of the Sons of the Harpy. Emotionally charged, Grey Worm proposed to take people back and kill them. However, Tyrion intervened, stating that dispersing their forces would put Meereen at risk of being lost. They decided to use Varys' little birds to send messages, inviting representatives from various noble houses to come and negotiate peace. Military and diplomatic strategies were both displayed remarkably by the small-statured Tyrion. Upon seeing the invited enemies for the peace talks, the leader of the Filth declared that he never negotiated with enemies. Furthermore, he planned to take the opportunity to completely eliminate the masterminds behind the rebellion. Missandei, who was once a slave herself, agreed with this approach. Tyrion argued that violence was a military tactic and had already been used in Meereen, showing its visible effects. He was determined to take a diplomatic approach. At the beginning of the conversation, Tyrion went straight to the point and asked the 3 representatives what they truly wanted. The representative of House Manderly stated that they only wanted Daenerys to leave the continent with her dragons and armies. Since Daenerys abolished the slavery system that had brought them profits, they would not support her rule. Experienced in politics, Tyrion stated that their goal was across the sea, and they wouldn't stay in the current location for long. The Queen had already offered a reasonable condition, and they could still make profits without slave trading. Considering the interests of both sides, they wouldn't immediately abolish the slavery system but would end it within 7 years, with slave owners receiving fair compensation for their losses. As an exchange, everyone agreed to stop their private support for the Harpy rebels. After stating this, Tyrion called 3 individuals to block the nobles from responding. Once they left,
See if it doesn't taste every bit as good as what came before.
The slave representative waited in the Great Hall and claimed that Tyrion was an outsider and had no right to negotiate on behalf of Meereen and the slave owners. The slaves only trusted Grey Worm and Missandei. In order to achieve the current peace and ceasefire, they had to rely on their own influence to persuade the slave representative and prevent any further objections. Afterwards, They expressed complete disbelief in the 7-year slave agreement. However, Tyrion knew deep down that the primary task at hand was to stop the rebellion and secure Meereen. They could discuss the matter further when Daenerys returned. Meanwhile, Jorah and Daario had found the possible location where Daenerys might be held captive.
When Khal Drogo died, she was supposed to come here and join the Dosh Khaleen, the widows of the dead Khal. That's where they'll have taken her.
A dragon queen, feared by all, but captured and enslaved by her own tribe. Although she was once the wife of a tribal leader, she chose to leave after her husband's death. Therefore, the tribe decided to lock Daenerys with the widows of past leaders and decide her fate together, whether to kill or spare her. During the meeting, as they looked at the other widows with strange eyes, an elder told Daenerys that widows have been marrying tribal leaders since the age of 12, but being a former leader's wife is considered a symbol of wisdom. Therefore, the new leader will keep the widows, mostly for their counsel and strategizing for the tribe. When Daenerys went out for some fresh air, she encountered Jorah and Daario, who were lurking outside the door. Daenerys stated that she couldn't possibly escape alive from the Doskar tribe, which had nearly 100,000 people, so she decided to use another method but needed their help. After appeasing the widow in front of her, Daenerys told her not to betray herself. The next day, the collective trial of the leaders was held as scheduled. Everyone first looked at Daenerys, as fair-skinned as milk, and made some explicit jokes. Someone started to say that the nobles of Slavers Bay would trade 10,000 horses for this woman, but Khal, the leader, said that widows cannot be bought or sold. Just as everyone was in heated debate, Daenerys spoke up. You are no longer the leader's wife, so it is up to us to decide your fate. And because you believed the witch's words, you caused the death of the previous Dothraki Khal and the death of your own child. In a calm tone, Daenerys continued, Drogo Khal once promised me that he would ride a wooden horse across the sea, sweep away any enemies that stand in my way, and take the 7 kingdoms for me, doing what no other leader has done before. But now, you Dothraki are talking about raiding small villages, taking advantage of how many girls, and demanding how many horses from enemies. A group of people without ambition is not fit to be leaders. As the house was made of wood, the fire spread rapidly. When several leaders rushed towards the door, Jorah and Daario had already dealt with the guards and secured the door latch. Helpless, they could only watch as Daenerys knocked over the last furnace. With all the tribal leaders inside the room, everyone was left without a leader. In the dark night, as everyone was bewildered by the flames, they saw Daenerys walking out of the gate unscathed. Her entire body was unaffected by the heat. Even her hair was unharmed. With the help of her 2 loyal companions, Jorah and Daario, Daenerys used this advantage to eliminate all the tribal leaders in one fell swoop. As they watched Daenerys emerge from the flames, everyone in the tribe fell to their knees in submission. Seeing Jorah, who had risked his life for her, Daenerys let go of all past grievances.
You must send me away.
Is there a cure?
I don't know.
How long does it take?
I don't know that either.
Well, I command you to find the cure. I command you to heal yourself. When I take the 7 kingdoms, I need you by my side.
However, as Jorah's grayscale infection began to spread, he had no choice but to seek a cure. Seeing Daenerys succeed in another campaign and finding forgiveness within herself, Jorah found the motivation to keep on living, having gained the support of over 100,000 Dothraki and the Unsullied. Daenerys' confidence in conquering the 7 Kingdoms soared. She asked Daario how many ships would be needed to transport everyone across the sea. With over 100,000 Dothraki, 8,000 Unsullied, and 2,000 Second Sons, Daario estimated they would need about 1,000 ships. However, there were not enough ships on the continent. At that moment, Daenerys sensed Drogon hiding behind the mountains. She ordered her troops to stay put and disappeared on horseback from everyone's sight. As confusion and doubt filled the air, Drogon's arrival once again stunned everyone. If you were to ask what friendship is, it is undoubtedly the bond between two individuals who are not lost to power and can truly become friends. With the help of Varys, Tyrion temporarily stabilized the internal conflicts in Meereen. They worked tirelessly to support the well-intentioned Daenerys in ascending to the Iron Throne and bringing an end to the unrest in the realm, allowing the people to have a peaceful and stable life. Although Varys had assisted many rulers in their ascent to the Iron Throne, they were ultimately consumed by the overwhelming power. However, this time, he chose Daenerys without hesitation and decided to return to Westeros to contact allies and arrange a base for the unfamiliar queen. He believed in Tyrion's judgment and trusted that Daenerys would be the ruler to bring peace to the people. When Tyrion returned to the Great Pyramid, the treacherous slavers learned that Daenerys was absent. They avoided the formidable ground forces of the Unsullied and the Second Sons and prepared to retake Meereen using their long-range naval fleet. Although located at the top of the pyramid, the common people in the city suffered greatly. Tyrion suggested that the Unsullied establish defensive lines on the beach, avoiding the battles on the ground. The Grey Worm, burdened with blame and resentment, blamed Tyrion for his misguided decisions. The situation took a turn when a loud noise at the top of the pyramid alerted everyone. Those who came out to investigate and the nearest Unsullied at the gate all kneeled down. The relentless attack on Meereen throughout the day and night left the city devastated. In the face of Daenerys' return, Tyrion continued to insist on not abolishing slavery. Otherwise, the slave masters with no place to go would not relent. After hearing this, Daenerys, with an expressionless face, declared that she would stand above the slave masters, executing every rebel and burning all the fleets. Upon hearing this response, Tyrion recounted the time when they besieged Daenerys' father, the Mad King. The desperate Mad King intended to use wildfire to burn all the rebels crowded within the city, including many innocent civilians, the elderly, children, and women, in order to prevent the entire city from being engulfed in flames and to save countless lives. Tyrion's elder brother, a member of the Kingsguard, attacked the Mad King from behind, thus stopping the impending war. Therefore, he did not wish for Daenerys to follow in her father's footsteps. As long as you hold the royal power, you can stand at the top of the pyramid, even if the flames of war don't touch you. But the common people in lower positions are not so lucky. Originally, Daenerys intended to unleash her dragons and unleash destruction, but after repeated persuasion from Tyrion, she decided to seek peace through negotiation. However, the slave masters claimed that they had previously given them a chance, but they were deemed unworthy. They even offered gold and ships, but Daenerys has always been arrogant, and now they can only leave Meereen on foot, which suits her image as a beggar queen who wants everything. The slave masters presented a simple condition: Daenerys and everyone else must leave Meereen, surrendering the Unsullied army and the translator they acquired through deception. They would be sold to the highest bidder again, and the dragons in the pyramid would be put to death.
We're here to discuss your surrender, not mine.
Your reign is over.
My reign has just begun.
Upon hearing the call, the other two dragons broke out from the bottom of the pyramid and were prepared for their first real battle as adults. Outside the city gates, rebels supported by the slave masters were openly carrying out massacres, but they didn't know that the most formidable cavalry tribe in this land had already sworn allegiance to Daenerys. Grey Worm, who was originally a slave, didn't want the soldiers under the slave masters to die in battle, so he advised everyone to give up this futile resistance due to the vast difference in strength. In this way, their followers dispersed, and their fleet was about to be confiscated. Tyrion mentioned that they had a previously agreed upon agreement, but they initiated war while the queen sought peace. For such an unforgivable act, the queen insisted that one of them must die as a punishment. At this point, the three individuals began to push the blame onto each other, claiming that it was the lowly slave master who came up with the idea.
Tell them you live by the grace of Her Majesty.
With the return of her eldest son and the gathering of the three dragons, the rebels in Meereen had a profound memory of their first real battle. At the same time, Daenerys firmly established her title as the Queen of Meereen. Then, two unexpected guests arrived. They were Yara, the eldest daughter of the Iron Islands ruler, known as the Ruler of the Seas, and her brother, Theon. Theon had once tasted the pleasure brought by power, but in the end, he suffered greatly due to his youthful recklessness. The reputation of Tyrion's family, the Lannisters, had never been good. In addition, Theon had made fun of him due to his congenital physical defect. So, when they met, they immediately engaged in a heated exchange. It turned out that their father was killed by their own uncle, who also seized the position of ruler of the Iron Islands from them. Afterwards, in order to save their lives, they arrived with their loyal followers, the best sailors, and 100 warships, pledging to give the ships to Daenerys free of charge. They hoped that Daenerys could help their sister reclaim the Iron Islands.
Has the Iron Islands ever had a queen before?
No more than Westeros.
Upon hearing this, Daenerys, who understood the plight of another female ruler and shared a similar tragic fate, considered the proposal. After Tyrion's estimation, the 100 ships, combined with the ships seized from the slave masters, might be enough to transport them across the sea. It turned out that Theon's uncle intended to pursue them and proposed a marriage alliance with Daenerys. He believed that with his fleet, he could assist Daenerys in conquering the Seven Kingdoms. However, there were doubts about whether he would later betray Daenerys after their success. Upon hearing this, Daenerys asked Theon about his troops. He had the dirty men.
And you don't want the Seven Kingdoms?
Your ancestors defeated ours and took the Iron Islands. We ask you to give them back.
We'd like you to help us murder an uncle or two who don't think a woman's fit to rule.
Reasonable.
A team trained in assassination and strategy since the age of 8, and the strongest cavalry force on the surface, the Dothraki, consisting of 100,000 warriors. In addition, they had 3 dragons with aerial domination abilities, as well as an alliance with over 100 warships. After countless ups and downs, this woman, who had traveled thousands of miles away from her homeland, was finally about to set foot on the journey to reclaim it. However, Daenerys told Daario that he couldn't accompany her and asked him to stay and guard Meereen. She explained that if she wanted to rule Westeros upon her return, alliances would be crucial, and the best way to form alliances was through marriage. Despite Daario's discontent, Daenerys decided to leave him behind.
Farewell, Daario Naharis.
Tyrion knew that emotional attachments could cloud judgment and become stumbling blocks on the path to ruling, so he advised Daenerys to make this difficult decision. When Daario asked if Daenerys felt afraid now that she had ships, armies, and dragons, and the Iron Throne within reach, Tyrion, aware of the Mad King's history of fearlessness leading to devastation, feared that Daenerys might exhibit her father's traits. He was afraid of witnessing her becoming like the Mad King. In reality, Daenerys was not afraid of warfare, but rather the farewell to someone she believed she cared about. She felt no emotional turmoil and only wanted to end it quickly, displaying impatience, because once a person feels this way, it means that there are other objectives that surpass personal emotions, and someone who loses their emotions gradually loses everything.
It's your counsel I need.
I believe in you.
I had something made for you. I name you Hand of the Queen.
Through Varys' persuasion, they gained some small-scale allies across the Narrow Sea. Daenerys did not wait for Theon's uncle to set sail, set off for Westeros, the land of the Seven Kingdoms, with her 3 dragons and everything she had fought for in Essos, through countless bloodshed and tears. Daenerys is a young woman, who lost her parents at birth and her brother later on, is now taking on the mission of reviving her family. After years of transformation in the foreign land of Essos, she has built a formidable army and gained the support and counsel of Varys and Tyrion. For Daenerys, power is merely a means, not an end, as she carries the weight of expectations and a sense of duty. With her own army, she sets foot on Westeros, the continent where the Seven Kingdoms conspired to eliminate her family. Dragonstone, her family's ancestral seat.
Shall we begin?
Is where she lands amidst a stormy night that stirs memories of her birth. Her father, Ares, was nicknamed the Mad King due to his incestuous relationship with her mother, Rhaella Targaryen. On a rare stormy night, Rhaella gave birth to Daenerys, but she died from excessive bleeding and weakness. The howling of the dogs throughout the night accompanied the birth, as almost all of House Targaryen's fleet sank in the storm. Hence, Daenerys is also known as the Stormborn. However, the current state of Dragonstone doesn't feel like home to her, perhaps due to the passage of time. Tyrion assures her that they won't stay there for long. Looking at the power distribution map on the meeting table, Varys expresses concern about the chaos in the Seven Kingdoms and the lack of unity to defend against external threats. Daenerys realizes she hasn't properly thanked Varys yet. Knowing that Varys once served her father and later supported the overthrow of the Mad King, she acknowledges that he had no other choice when faced with the option of either losing his head or continuing to serve. Daenerys then remarks that Varys didn't serve Robert for long before moving on to the next king. In just 3 short years, Varys has changed allegiances 3 times, including during the reign of her brother Viserys, when he served as the Master of Whisperers and reported their whereabouts to the rulers of Westeros through his network of informants. Larys claims that he had no knowledge of Viserys having a sister before Daenerys married Khal Drogo. Despite this, Daenerys still holds resentment toward Varys for his past actions. Even though he was only carrying out orders from the king, Varys, known for his ability to hire and kill, is seen as responsible for those deeds. As the situation becomes increasingly tense, Tyrion intervenes to plead for Varys, facing the man who has changed allegiances 3 times in 3 years and is about to serve under her. Daenerys' chief intelligence officer, she realizes the complexity of the situation. Daenerys began to question and feel conflicted, but Varys, the Master of Whisperers, engaged in a conversation that made her reconsider her perception of him as a political opportunist.
When I was a child, I lived in alleys, gutters, abandoned houses. You wish to know where my true loyalties lie? Not with any king or queen, but with the people. If you demand blind allegiance, I respect your wishes. Grey Worm can behead me, or your dragons can devour me. But if you let me live, I will serve you well. I will dedicate myself to seeing you on the Iron Throne, because I choose you.
And I swear this, if you ever betray me, I'll burn you alive.
I swear it, my queen.
During their discussion, a report came in from Grey Worm, informing them of a Red Priestess from Ashai seeking an audience. This Red Priestess is Melisandre, a Red Witch with partial prophetic abilities who can glean limited information about the future from flames. She is a servant of the Lord of Light, similar to other priests and priestesses from the ancient magical city of Ashai. Melisandre's purpose for coming is twofold: to aid in the upcoming conquests and to share the prophecies she has witnessed in the flames with Daenerys. According to these prophecies, a prince will bring light amidst the impending long night of winter. However, Daenerys questions whether she is the prince referred to in the prophecy, since she is not a male. Upon hearing Missandei's translation,
The prince or princess who was promised will bring the dawn.
Daenerys asked the Red Priestess, "Is the prophecy of the Lord of Light referring to me?" The Red Priestess replied, "The prophecy of the Lord of Light is about the king in the north, Snow." Upon hearing this, Tyrion is surprised, as he left the continent when Snow was just a young man who had recently joined the Night's Watch, and now he has become the king in the north. Moreover, Snow has united the free folk and the major houses of the north, breaking the tradition that had held for thousands of years. The Red Priestess believes that Snow is the chosen one of the Lord of Light and hopes to bring him together with Daenerys. She claims to have seen this in the flames. Tyrion, while not fully trusting the Red Priestess, is willing to vouch for Snow based on his own interactions with him. Furthermore, the Lannister family executed Tyrion's foster father and plotted against his brother, giving him personal reasons to join forces and wage war against the current ruler of the Seven Kingdoms.
Send a raven north. Tell Jon Snow that his queen invites him to come to Dragonstone. And bend the knee.
While her husband revels in the dance floor, she remains silent and unable to speak. Initially, the Lannister family married Cersei to the current king on the Iron Throne, Robert, in order to solidify their position. However, Robert sensed the conspiracies within the Lannister family and sought help from Eddard Stark. At the evening feast of House Stark, Snow, known as the Bastard because his mother wasn't Ned Stark's wife, met Tyrion, who also faced disapproval from his own family. Tyrion's first words didn't leave a good impression on Snow.
You're Ned Stark's bastard, aren't you?
But Tyrion, being a skilled linguist, answered Snow's question about how he would know the pain of being a bastard. Though not ill-intentioned, it only angered the young Snow further. Fortunately, Snow had an uncle, Benjen Stark, who liked him. Benjen was Eddard Stark's brother and the first ranger of the Night's Watch, since Snow felt like an outsider in his family. Even during the feast, where Eddard Stark's wife believed bastards shouldn't sit with the nobles, he had always hoped that Uncle Benjen would take him to the wall to join the Night's Watch. However, taking the oath to join the Night's Watch meant a lifetime commitment without the possibility of marriage and having children. So, Benjen advised Snow to wait a little longer. The next day, when Jaime Lannister, Tyrion's brother, learned that Snow was heading north to join the Night's Watch, he mocked him, as the Night's Watch mostly consisted of exiles, but Snow was more popular among the younger generation. Ned's youngest daughter, Arya Stark, was naturally restless and disliked the formalities expected of girls. Since Snow had decided to go with Uncle Benjen, he had a master blacksmith in the city make a sword for Arya Stark. Knowing that his brother was leaving, Arya, who shared the same sense of isolation, felt as if she was losing a loved one. Subsequently, Snow bid farewell to his younger brother, Bran. Bran accidentally discovered the relationship between Cersei and her brother Jaime when he climbed a tower out of curiosity. Fearing that the incident would be exposed, Jaime pushed Bran from the tower, causing him to suffer severe injuries and fall into a coma. However, this farewell, simple as it was, filled Catelyn Stark with disgust. After saying goodbye to his eldest son, Robb Stark, Catelyn finally walked through the door she had been avoiding for so long. Ned was invited to assist King Robert, while Snow had to go to the other side to guard the wall. At the crossroads, Ned bid farewell to Snow with a few simple yet weighty words. How can a person who is looked down upon prove their worth? The only way to elevate oneself without spending money is to read more books and broaden one's knowledge. For the mind is like a sword. It too needs a whetstone to sharpen it. And Tyrion had to go and meet the most valiant black-clad warriors of Westeros and behold the desolate walls standing in the frozen north. Amidst the harsh winter, as Tyrion inquired about Snow's plans, the relatively unremarkable Snow could only say that he was about to join the Night's Watch. He explained that their duty was to defend the realm and protect the king from wildlings and the mythical others. However, Tyrion didn't believe in such threats, claiming that the others had been extinct for hundreds of years and that such rumors were merely stories told to frighten children. When Benjen Stark returned to the wall with his group, they were awestruck by the imposing sight of the ancient structure. This rekindled their curiosity about the purpose behind constructing such a formidable defense. Upon arriving at the wall, the first thing they did was to test everyone's skills. Being a member of House Stark, Snow naturally outperformed the other recruits. However, the new training master disapproved of this privileged newcomer. Luckily, the Lord Commander, who valued Snow's abilities, promoted him to the position of a steward based on his skills rather than his administrative capabilities. Due to an incident where Snow's intervention was too heavy-handed, 3 recruits cornered him during their break, just as they were about to attack Snow. Tyrion, alerted by the commotion, entered the scene and used his family's influence to save Snow from harm. It was at this moment that Snow began to feel some regret about coming to the wall. Through conversations with the Lord Commander, Tyrion learned about Gren, who was abandoned by his parents at the age of 3, and Pipar, who stole cheese to feed his sister who hadn't eaten for 3 days, only to face the punishment of losing his hand. Both Gren and Pipar were not inherently bad individuals. The reason they rejected the exceptional Snow was their fear of lacking the opportunity for training themselves. Like watching a sunrise, Uncle Benjen Stark called Snow to the top of the wall, allowing his nephew to witness the view beyond the wall for the first time. After careful consideration, Benjen decided to inform Snow about his departure. As the first ranger and with reports of activities from the others beyond the wall, he needed to investigate, though it hadn't been confirmed yet. Facing his only family member, Snow requested to accompany him despite being unfamiliar with the surroundings. However, his uncle, knowing the perilous nature of the journey, left him with a few impactful words that would shape his life.
Here, a man gets what he earns, when he earns it.
Better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. Tyrion, born into a noble family, never believed in the existence of supernatural creatures in this world. He mocked the men guarding the wall, considering it just a means to secure a stable livelihood. This remark happened to be overheard by Benjen Stark, who had arrived. Benjen Stark informed Tyrion that many of the children sent here for training would meet their end beyond the wall. Some would die at the hands of wildlings, while others would succumb to freezing temperatures and diseases. It was because of their sacrifices that privileged nobles like Tyrion could live comfortably. After bidding farewell to Benjen Stark, Snow learned that the ferryman was returning to the city to bring in new recruits. he decided to accompany him back as well. At this point, Snow dropped his airs and gradually bonded with the new recruits, teaching them sword skills. Among the Night's Watch, the most respected figure was Maester Aemon. Each maester had to undergo years of study, master history, and examine all records before receiving their representative chains and returning to their respective families as maesters. However, due to the fall of the Mad King, he, bearing the same surname as Daenerys, joined the Night's Watch. Maester Aemon informed Tyrion that the approaching winter night might last for a long time. The Lord Commander also mentioned that many captured wildlings claimed to have seen the others beyond the wall. Despite this, Tyrion remained unconvinced. The Maester hoped that Tyrion would support the Night's Watch when he returned home by seeking assistance from his sister. If the pitch-black winter arrived without proper preparations, the consequences would be dire for everyone. As Tyrion prepared to leave, Snow couldn't understand why he felt a hint of reluctance. Perhaps it was because Tyrion had saved him or because he was the only person Snow could communicate with. Snow asked Tyrion to greet his awakening brother, Bran, when passing by his home.
Take care, Snow.
Farewell, my lord.
Samwell Tarly, a new member of the Night's Watch, faced relentless bullying from his fellow recruits.
Please, no more!
Kind-hearted Snow intervened, and the instructor ordered the remaining 3 to confront Snow. However, as commoners, they were no match for Snow. The embarrassed instructor had no choice but to assign the 3 to cleaning duty. Observing Samwell Tarly, who admitted to being a coward but desired friendship, Snow felt a sense of helplessness. During their night watch, Samwell Tarly mentioned his poor eyesight and fear of heights. Snow questioned why he had joined the Night's Watch when he was afraid of fighting, had poor eyesight, and fear of heights.
On the morning of my 18th name day, my father came to me. "You're almost a man now," he said. "But you're not worthy of my land and title. Tomorrow, you're going to take the Black, forsake all claim to your inheritance and start north." He said, "Then we'll have a hunt, and somewhere in these woods your horse will stumble, and you'll be thrown from your saddle to die."
Witnessing Samwell Tarly's equally tragic fate, Snow silently accepted him as a friend. The next day, Snow revealed that Samwell Tarly had come to the Night's Watch because he had been abandoned and had nowhere else to go. No matter how the instructor commanded, they must not bully Samwell Tarly. In this way, the 4 of them were ostracized by the other recruits due to their sympathy for Samwell Tarly. The ringleader, Rast, threatened to teach Samwell Tarly a lesson during training. However, that night, Snow and the others, accompanied by the dire wolf guarding outside the castle, gave Rast an unforgettable warning for mistreating Samwell Tarly. The next day, Rast hesitated to act despite the instructor's orders, but as the instructor insisted on taking matters into his own hands, Rast reluctantly made a show of it. Infuriated, the instructor called upon Gren, but Gren's performance was even more exaggerated. The enraged instructor grabbed Snow, but due to his position, he couldn't confront Snow. When they were tasked with cleaning duty, the infuriated instructor, in order to protect his authority from being challenged, started telling them stories to broaden their horizons.
You don't know cold. Didn't have enough to feed them, to keep them warm. But later when we started to fall, soft, fat boys like you, we'd have lasted a fortnight on you and still had bones left over for soup. But you'd be fools to believe it. You're boys still. And come the winter, you will die. Like flies.
Beyond the frozen expanse of the wall, in the desolate stronghold of Castle Black, a riderless horse gallops towards them. As it draws closer, Snow recognizes the horse as his uncle Benjen Stark's mount.
Where's my uncle?
Today is the day of the new recruits' swearing in and induction, and everyone is eager to find out their assigned positions. However, Snow's mind is preoccupied with his uncle's absence and lack of news. The Night's Watch does not discriminate based on privilege, wealth, or allow marriage and fatherhood. Deviating from their duties could result in execution. After a stern admonishment, the Lord Commander begins announcing the positions. New recruits with technical skills are assigned to be blacksmiths, while those more adept in combat are sent to the ranging party. Snow and Sam are assigned as stewards, tasked with handling menial chores. Observing the expression on the Master-at-Arms' face, Snow knows there must have been some manipulation in the personnel assignments. After the ceremony, Sam is sent to assist the maesters with organizing books, while Snow is assigned as the personal steward to the Lord Commander.
Will I serve the Lord Commander's meals and fetch hot water?
And keep a fire burning in his chambers, change his sheets and blankets daily, and do everything else the Lord Commander requires of you.
Furious and unable to accept this outcome, Snow believes it to be a retaliation from the Master-at-Arms, claiming that this duty is no different from being a servant. He questions why it is so unfair. Considering his exceptional archery and horsemanship skills, Sam advises Snow to calm down and embrace the task. Even though he may be serving the Lord Commander's personal needs, he would also be responsible for delivering messages and attending meetings alongside him. Snow would be privy to all matters, big and small, and might even have an influence. Moreover, the Lord Commander specifically requested Snow, indicating his desire to train him as a potential successor, and so, they swear their oaths to the old gods before the Heart Tree, officially joining the ranks of the Night's Watch.
To me, Ghost. What's he got there? God's be good.
2 corpses are discovered under unknown circumstances, one intact and the other with an arm bitten off by Ghost. They are the same 2 rangers who went on a patrol beyond the wall led by Benjen Stark a month ago. Yet, there is still no trace of the others. The bodies appear to have been dead for a long time based on their condition. However, Sam notices that there is no smell emanating from the corpses, which should be present if they had been decomposing. To investigate the cause, the Lord Commander decides to keep the bodies and have Maester Eamon examine them. Meanwhile, news arrives of Robert Baratheon's death in a letter. Snow's adoptive father is also accused of treason and implicated by the Queen.
I hope you're not thinking of doing anything stupid. Your duty.
The news quickly spreads along the wall, and the new recruits and initiates begin hurling insults, calling Snow a traitorous bastard. Unable to endure further provocation, Snow erupts in anger, but is restrained by his brother Gren. Nonetheless, the Master-at-Arms, witnessing everything, fears that Snow might do something foolish and decides to lock him in confinement. At night, Ghost, sensing something amiss, nudges Snow to open the door. Following Ghost's guidance, they arrive at the Lord Commander's chamber. Inside, Snow softly calls out to the commander, but there is no response, only a partially open bedroom door. Ghost is left outside while Snow draws his dagger and thrusts it repeatedly, but to no avail. He steps back and unsheathes his longsword, severing the reaching hand of the dead person. However, another hand pushes Snow against the wall. Simultaneously, the longsword pierces through the abdomen of the dead person. The Lord Commander, alerted by the noise, emerges from his room carrying an oil lamp. The next day, the other corpse and the sacrificed comrades are cremated. Sam explains that they were touched by White Walkers, causing their eyes to turn blue and enabling resurrection. Only fire can stop them. When Snow asks how Samwell knows this, he reveals that he read it in an ancient book from Maester Eamon's chamber.
What else did the book say? The White Walkers.
What?
Sleep beneath the ice for thousands of years. And when they wake up, I hope the wall's high enough.
A good sword should have a noble lineage, a symbol of bravery for a select few noble bloodlines. As the former ruler of his house, the Lord Commander joined the Night's Watch to pass his position to his son, Jorah Mormont. However, Jorah Mormont refused to handle political matters and did not inherit House Mormont. Thus, the Lord Commander bestowed Snow with a sword called Longclaw, which had been passed down in his family for 500 years, insisting that Snow accept it. He also clarified that giving the sword did not mean he approved of Snow challenging the new recruit's training instructor. When Snow suggests apologizing, the Lord Commander reveals that he has already sent him with the severed hand to prove the existence of the White Walkers to the new king. This way, they can be temporarily separated. In truth, the Lord Commander shares news about Snow's foster father and intends to test and observe him as his steward. Now, the Lord Commander has also come to accept Snow as the potential successor, appreciating his growing cautiousness. With everyone's blessings, Snow carries the sword to the new recruits' camp. As the sword's lineage reaches the Lord Commander, some people feel joy while others envy. However, Sam reveals that he saw a letter from the Maesters stating that Snow's brother, Robb Stark, is hiring soldiers to rescue their foster father. Once again, this news unsettles Snow's mind about guarding the wall. The next day, a maester who knows about the situation asks Snow for help in sending messages using ravens. Meanwhile, through his own story, he manages to keep Snow's attention. It turns out that the maester's father was Mikar I Targaryen, the creator of the Iron Throne. He was once a legitimate prince and was sent to the Citadel to study by his father to mitigate internal conflicts within the family. Eventually, he became a maester and was secretly given the throne. However, he chose to relinquish the throne and join the Night's Watch at the Wall. He tells Snow that when his own family was destroyed, he also harbored hatred for those who wiped out his lineage. But in the end, he stood on the side of duty. However, after learning the news of his foster father's murder on the third day, Snow can no longer find peace. The sworn brothers of the Night's Watch are bound by a lifelong commitment to their team and cannot abandon it.
We're sorry about your father.
But it doesn't matter. To hell with all of you.
Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I should live and die at my post.
I am the sword in the darkness, the watcher on the walls,
The shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch. For this night, and all nights to come.
Seeing Snow's desire for revenge, the Lord Commander does not blame him because there are more important matters at hand. The Rangers beyond the wall have captured a wildling, and they claim that all the tribes are gathering at a certain fortress, with many villages already abandoned. Furthermore, four blue-eyed corpses have been discovered in another watchtower along the wall. Fortunately, they were all burned, as these are the most crucial battles now. If the dead truly start to retaliate against humans, it won't matter who sits on the Iron Throne. Therefore, in order to understand the wildlings' intentions, the Lord Commander decides to lead a team himself and venture into the north to investigate the cause. After a month of reconnaissance, they finally find a house with inhabitants. However, it is filled with women, all wives of one man. If they bear daughters, they become wives, and the cycle continues endlessly, but no one knows the fate of the sons, and it is unclear why the nearby wildlings disappeared while they remain here. Craster is the name of the wildling, a peculiar man with many wives. When the Lord Commander asks about the whereabouts of other wildlings, Craster mentions that the people from the south make good wine and offers to provide answers in exchange for some. Once the Lord Commander agrees to unload a barrel of wine from the sled, Craster reveals that all the wildlings have gone to the far north to follow the self-proclaimed king beyond the wall, Mance Raider. Mance was initially a member of the Night's Watch, but he left the wall because he refused to wear black. Over the years, he gradually became the leader of the wildling tribes. When the Lord Commander asks about the whereabouts of other wildlings, Craster demands the axes from the men around him. After receiving the axes, he continues to explain that Mance is currently recruiting soldiers and has amassed enough forces to surpass any southern family. When the Lord Commander expresses confusion about the wildlings' motives, Craster reveals that living in the north for years, they naturally gather their forces to attack the southern realms, including the Night's Watch. Later, Craster adds that they can stay overnight but warns against any attempts on his wives. Ghost, the dire wolf Snow has raised since it was a pup, watches the frightened girl closely. Sam prepares to approach the girl and inquire about her well-being but is reminded that touching women is forbidden in this place because they all belong to one man as wives. As Sam hesitates, the girl tells him he is brave, which embarrasses him as he has never been in a romantic relationship before. They decide to seek Snow's help. After chatting with Gilly, they learn that she is Craster's daughter and is already pregnant with her father's child. She wants to leave with the Night's Watch.
I can still run if I have to. I'm going to have a baby. If it's a boy...
You want us to risk our lives for you. And you won't even tell us why.
However, Gilly quickly evades them upon realizing that she has revealed too much. Snow informs Sam that such a situation cannot be allowed and that they need to venture further into the wildling territory, especially since they lack someone skilled in childbirth.
We can't help her.
Late at night, Snow notices Craster carrying a child into the depths of the forest, piquing his curiosity. When Snow follows him, he returns without the child. Hearing horse neighs nearby, Snow draws his sword and rushes toward the source of the sound. However, he only finds a man wearing armor and long hair taking the child away. As Snow prepares to pursue them, Craster, hiding behind a tree, knocks him unconscious. After carrying Snow back to the camp, Craster demands that the Lord Commander and his men leave immediately. The Lord Commander questions Snow about why he meddled in the situation. Snow reveals that he discovered why there are no men in this place. The infants are killed as soon as they are born. As Snow seethes with anger, the Lord Commander explains why they tolerate Craster's actions. It's because Craster has saved the lives of the Night's Watch riders multiple times, including Snow's uncle, Benjen Stark. The Lord Commander emphasizes that whether Snow likes it or not, they need people like Craster in the wild. He assures Snow that regardless of whether it's a person or something else taking the children, he will undoubtedly see it again. Finally, the Lord Commander advises Snow to secure his sword and instructs the rest of the troops to leave at daybreak. They are preparing to find another legend of the Night's Watch, someone who survived an entire winter alone at the other end of the wall. They plan to seek out this individual as part of their mission. As the sun sets, they set up camp at the way station known as First Men's Fist, an ancient campsite of the First Men with a long history. In the distance, a group of people arrives accompanied by horn sounds. The number of horn blasts represents different meanings on the wall. 1 blast signifies the return of the riders, 2 blasts indicate wildlings approaching, and 3 blasts signal the arrival of the others, White Walkers. However, there hasn't been a 3-blast horn in thousands of years. After waiting for a long time without a second blast, it is certain that the approaching group consists of rangers who patrol beyond the wall. One of them, named Corin Halfhand, informs the group that Mance Raider's gathering place is on the other side of the mountain. However, any sightings of the Night's Watch would immediately alert the wildlings. Due to their superior vision from living in the wild, the wildlings have managed to keep a distance from the Night's Watch patrols. Corin Halfhand reveals that almost all wildlings have joined Mance Raider and are looking for a safe place, which currently lies on the other side of the wall, the safest location. Mance Raider previously served in the Night's Watch, so he maintains discipline and tactical knowledge within his vast army. Considering the vast difference in numbers between the two sides, the only way to eliminate Mance Raider and prevent chaos is through a small team infiltrating and assassinating him. However, to succeed, they must first eliminate the scouts on the outskirts. To avoid drawing attention, they can only take a small team on this mission. As they discuss who should be chosen, Snow insists on joining. Amidst the debate, Corin Halfhand recognizes that Snow is the Lord Commander's chosen successor. With a gesture, Corin ultimately allows Snow to join the assassination team. And so, with 5 individuals and Ghost, they set out to find the wildlings scouting party.
You only have one thing to give in return. Your life.
I'd gladly give my life.
I don't want you to be glad about it. I want you to curse and fight until your heart's done pumping. You know this, boy.
They'll never know how you died. They won't even know your damn name. But they'll be alive because some nameless bastard north of the wall gave his life for theirs. Now, do you understand me?
I do.
The Night's Watch patrol came across a wildling outpost. As the last man prepared to pick up his axe in resistance, he pulled off his hood and discovered that it was actually a woman. However, for the black-clad guards of the wall, a wildling was a wildling, regardless of gender, and there was no need to keep her alive. They had previously attempted to interrogate the wildlings, but they preferred to bite their tongues rather than speak. But when John asked for her name, the woman, Ygritte, responded. Seeing her dead comrades, Ygritte claimed they should burn all the bodies, as they could potentially come back to life. However, Corin saw this as a trick from Ygritte and an attempt to start a fire and attract the attention of other scouting parties. Corin asked Ygritte what was beyond the valley that they were sworn to guard. Ygritte replied that there were a great many wildlings, more than he could imagine.
Do you know who I am, girl?
Corin Halfhand.
If your people captured me, would they take me prisoner?
They'd take your head off your shoulders if they was feeling kind. If not, they'd kill you slow.
However, Corin couldn't understand why they would gather and patrol. What reason would bring all the wildlings together? Frustrated by her inability to provide an answer, Corin ordered John to deal with her, as she might bring the wildlings back if left alive. After the others left, Ygritte requested to be set free, claiming she would take John to meet their leader, and the black-clad men wouldn't be able to catch them. John, who had never killed anyone before, ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it.
Strike hard and true, Jon Snow. Do it.
Ygritte seized the opportunity and started running, but John quickly tackled her, pulling out his knife and placing it at her throat. However, they both knew he couldn't go through with it. Ygritte mentioned that the sun was setting and John's comrades had already gone far away. Helpless, John tied her up and decided to find their camp together. As the night fell, with John having no sense of direction, they were forced to spend the night where they were.
We'll stay warmer if we stay close. Bet your life. Bet you freeze to death before I do. You swore some stupid oath, and now you can never touch a girl. So instead of getting naked with a girl, you'd prefer to invade our lands.
Invade your lands?
They're not your lands!
My father was Ned Stark.
Ygritte learned that the man before her was raised by the king in the north, and she began to manipulate Jon with her words. Ygritte tempted Jon, saying that if he joined the free folk, he would have a carefree life. Moreover, being handsome, he would be highly sought after by the girls in their camp. After a day of searching, Jon felt completely lost. Ygritte continued to disrupt his thoughts by bringing up the idea of sleeping together and slowly seducing Jon.
Should have took me while you had the chance.
Tormund Giantsbane, the second in command of the Free Folk. Upon seeing the young Night's Watchman before him, Tormund Giantsbane revealed that they had captured the captain, Corin, and there was no use in keeping him alive.
He's a bastard of Winterfell, Ned Stark's son!
Upon hearing Jon's identity, Tormund Giantsbane agreed to spare him. It turned out that when Jon didn't return, the captain followed his tracks and the entire team was captured by the wildlings. The captain knew that the wildlings planned to attack the wall and told Jon that he hoped he could gain the wildlings' trust. He wanted Jon to act as a spy, providing valuable information to the Night's Watch and increasing their strength through a coordinated attack. However, Jon believed that the wildlings would never trust him. In the end, the captain decided to sacrifice himself to gain the wildlings' trust.
I should have known better, trusting a traitor's bastard!
It had been 2 days since the patrol had been seen, and the brothers who had set up camp were worried. At that moment, Gren discovered a bag of dragonglass left behind by the Night's Watch long ago while setting up camp. Sam had read about dragonglass in the books of the Citadel and knew it could kill White Walkers. As they were about to reach the main camp, Captain Corin snatched the guard's sword and began provoking Jon. Corin knew that even if they reached the wildling camp,
let him fight!
he would die, so he decided to sacrifice his own life to pave the way for Jon. In this way, Jon gained some temporary trust and joined the scouting party as they prepared to enter the heart of the wildling camp.
Time to meet the king beyond the wall.
The rest of the Night's Watch stationed in the camp continued to gather dung for fire, sustaining their livelihood, and waited for the patrol's return.
They're back! It's Jon the Half-Hand.
2 blasted wildlings.
3 blasts.
As the horse-riding leader observed Sam, who was filled with fear and offered no resistance, he didn't attack him. It was like the first time a Night's Watchman was set free. The reason the White Walkers always spared some survivors was to deliver a message, to declare their authority and intimidate humanity. They wanted to gather everyone together and eradicate them completely, preventing the 7 kingdoms from being scattered. It also demonstrated the White Walkers' arrogant determination to breach the wall and establish their rule over humanity. Ghost, who had been hiding in the shadows, pounced on a White Walker, and the Lord Commander led the others back to save Sam. The Lord Commander instructed Sam to deliver a message to the 7 kingdoms and issued a warning that the White Walker army was marching towards humanity. However, the frightened Sam failed to send out the message. The Lord Commander had no choice but to lead everyone on foot back to the wall. In the wildling camp of tens of thousands, Jon encountered giants for the first time. As the legendary creatures were not fond of living in groups, Ygritte explained that it was their leader, Mance, who gathered all the tribes in one place. Seeing their age-old enemies in their camp, everyone wanted to kill Jon. The majority of the wildlings had lost loved ones to the swords of the Night's Watch. Euron Greyjoy, the leader of the raiding tribes, held a deep hatred for the Night's Watch. At this point, Jon didn't know who the king beyond the wall was. Euron Greyjoy heard that the person before him had killed the formidable Ranger Corran and wanted to join the Free Folk. Euron Greyjoy claimed that he didn't believe Jon could have killed Captain Corran, but the king beyond the wall stated that anyone who killed his enemies could become his friend. Faced with a series of questions from Mance, Jon displayed an extraordinary calmness. However, as Mance repeatedly pressed for the reasons behind his betrayal, Jon could only reveal that he had seen a baby serving the others. He also mentioned that the Lord Commander was aware of this but chose to ignore it. The White Walkers and humanity had been enemies for thousands of years. That's why he wanted to join the fight for the living. Despite wearing the attire of the Free Folk, Mance remained cautious of Jon. He himself had wildling blood but was adopted by a foster father in the Night's Watch when he was young. However, he had faced discrimination from the Night's Watch and ultimately left the Wall to return to the Free Folk. After years of efforts, he managed to unite 90 tribes, persuading even the cannibals and the giants. Everyone had to come together and cross the wall to the south. Otherwise, they would all perish there. The others had already foreseen the impending disaster. The others, who could observe through the eyes of animals, had a special ability within the tribe. Through the eyes of a hawk, they had witnessed the Night's Watch brothers lying dead all over the place after their defeat by the White Walkers, an occurrence unseen for thousands of years.
Hey. What is this? Get up, Tarly! I forbid you to die.
When the king beyond the wall arrived with a few others at the former Night's Watch staging camp, they found only the whites using corpses to create a totemic vortex representing the destruction of human civilization, but upon inspection, there were only horse carcasses here, and no human bodies as the others had claimed. After confirming the number of people with Jon, Mance suggested that some of the others might have been turned into food by the White Walkers or escaped. The defenders of the wall were severely weakened.
Take Orell and 20 good men. Climb the wall. Take this one. Near Castle Black. When I give the signal, hit them in the night. When it's time, I'm going to light the biggest fire the North has ever seen!
And their skilled warriors were likely few in number. As the remaining Night's Watch members returned, they once again passed by the camp of Craster, who had many wives. Initially, they considered avoiding the camp due to its small size, but the desperate expressions on everyone's faces forced Craster to compromise. Faced with a room full of women, Craster warned everyone to keep their eyes to themselves. Jeor Mormont told Craster that the food he provided was unfit even for pigs because Craster regularly offered newborn babies to the others. Craster claimed he wasn't afraid of what was happening outside and taunted them, asking why they didn't eat the fat man within their own ranks if they were so hungry. Outside, Sam heard Gilly's cries and entered the tent just as her child was born. They knew that the baby boy would be offered to the others by Craster, but they couldn't do anything about it. The next day, Craster ordered everyone to clean the pigsty, stating that they had to work if they wanted to eat. This gradually increased the anger of the group, who had just experienced a battle with the White Walkers. Later that night, another injured comrade fell, and some believed it was due to not getting enough to eat. Upon returning to the house, they saw Craster eating meat and drinking wine, telling the commander's men to leave early and not waste the food there. He also mentioned that those who were barely alive should end it soon. Unbeknownst to him, these words had awakened the inner demons of some of the men.
Whose throat are you gonna cut, old man? It's cold outside.
You go out there and eat the snow.
I'd rather eat what you've got hidden away.
I am a godly man!
You are a bastard.
Craster, accustomed to his reign as king, thought he could take on 100 men alone but didn't last a moment against Jeor Mormont. When hunger threatened their lives, no one could control themselves. As they saw their comrades preparing to unleash a massacre, the Lord Commander drew his sword to stop them, but one of the men behind him thrust a dagger into his back. In an instant, the once united comrades in the room began to slaughter each other. Driven to madness by hunger, knowing they had archenemies among them, Sam fled towards the forest with Gilly. Jon, having left his comrades, is now following Tormund Giant's Bane towards the wall, as they have another scout leading the way. Jon, who is undercover, cannot lie and reports the number of guards and their patrol times accurately. As a man being overshadowed by a woman, Jon naturally wants to salvage some dignity. However, the more he tries, the more Ygritte becomes fond of him. In order to retrieve his sword, Jon chases after Ygritte and they find themselves in a cave. With the confined space pressing upon them, they officially establish their relationship.
Let's not go back. Don't ever want to leave this cave, Jon Snow.
The next day, the group arrives at a secluded corner of the wall. Looking at the wall before them, this man who has never been afraid feels a hint of fear in his heart. As they prepare their climbing spikes, Ygritte teases Jon, who appears nervous.
I'm your woman now, Jon Snow. You're going to be loyal to your woman. Mance Rayder don't care if I live or die. The Night's Watch don't care if you live or die. That matters to me and you.
Seeing this affectionate woman before him, Jon, who is undercover, starts to waver. At this moment, Tormund Giantsbane comes over to offer some final advice. When they reach the middle of the climb, the surface ice suddenly begins to crack and half of the group instantly collapses. Tormund Giantsbane, leading the way, and 3 others attached to the safety rope are left hanging in midair. Despite Tormund Giantsbane's extraordinary strength, he cannot hold onto all 3 people at once. In a life-or-death situation on the perilous 90-degree cliff of the wall, due to the ice breaking, 4 people are left hanging on one rope, with 3 of them suspended in the air. To save themselves, the others have no choice but to let go of the 2 people below. In the end, all 4 of them reach the top of the wall, witnessing the afterglow of the passing storm shining upon the wall that they have just experienced life and death on. Their shared experience becomes unforgettable. There is still a journey from the wall to Castle Black. Having gone through such an experience, their bond grows stronger. Jon tells Ygritte about the wars of the Southerners, but Ygritte insists that freedom is the ultimate victory. Deep down, Jon understands that the mission he carries is much bigger than personal feelings and responsibilities. This opportunity to lure the enemy was obtained through the sacrifice of their leader, Corin's life. Seeing the bright future that Ygritte envisions, and knowing that she is destined to conquer the South, Jon doesn't want to involve her in the war.
You don't have the training. Your army is no army. If you attack the wall, you'll die.
If we die, we die.
On the other side, Sam, in order to return to the wall as quickly as possible, travels through the night with Gilly and her child. However, they encounter another commander in the woods. As the commander approaches the child because it is a boy, Sam realizes that his sword is useless and instead takes out the dragon glass he had obtained from the camp and thrusts it at the other commander. They could scout the terrain by entering the eyes of an eagle, and the wildling tribe shapeshifter learned this from observing from the sky. In front, there is only an old man in the small house, guarding 8 excellent horses. As an undercover agent, Snow, who had infiltrated the wildlings, said, "The old man is a stable hand hired by the Night's Watch and will be protected by the black-cloaked man." Listening to the wildlings' plan to kill the man and steal the horses, Snow, who had a kind heart, intervened, saying that the old man posed no threat, and they should only take the horses and gold. However, the plundering wildlings would not listen to his advice.
Spread out, round the hut, moving!
Seeing the wildlings approaching, the old man mounted his horse and started galloping away. Just as Ygritte raised her bow to shoot, Snow once again disrupted her aim, but because of the presence of the shapeshifter, the old man was ultimately captured. To prevent any leaks, the undercover agent insisted on killing him but required Snow to do it.
Come on, boy! Come on!
With Ygritte's arrow instantly revealing her allegiance, even though she knew Snow would never fully integrate into the wildlings, she was willing to be his enemy for the sake of their relationship.
He's one of them! Not gonna die for one of them!
Because Snow has been trained in combat since childhood, the shapeshifter is simply no match for him. At the moment of being pierced through the heart, consciousness instantly entered the body of an eagle. Watching the swooping eagle, Snow was completely defenseless and could only escape on horseback in the end. The next day, Ygritte caught up with Snow, standing across from him with a bow full of resentment, waiting for a reasonable explanation for his betrayal. Because Snow himself carried the burden of trading his life for the opportunity to go undercover as the captain, he had also taken the sacred oath to protect the wall. He stated that he had to go back.
know you won't hurt me.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
I know I love you. I know you love me. I have to go home now.
The Thens, a cannibalistic tribe, also relied on the undercover agent to find Tormund. Knowing that Snow had betrayed the tribe and killed the undercover agent and his comrades, the king beyond the wall sent the Thens to help attack the wall. Although they had a shared goal, Tormund and Ygritte still deeply despised this cannibalistic tribe.
You really ought to try Crow.
Upon returning to the wall, Snow immediately faced judgment, as the Lord Commander's party had not yet returned. A new recruit served as the acting instructor. No matter how Snow explained, he couldn't clarify his involvement in the death of the Lord Commander. Finally, he confessed to having feelings for a girl. Actually, the new recruit instructor and other lieutenants wanted to put him in a deadly situation, but only the senior maester stood by Snow's side. In the end, he revealed the entire plan of the king beyond the wall. Although some individuals didn't believe him, they still respected the senior maester. On the other side, Tormund, who had grown stronger, started slaughtering villages along the wall with the Thens in search of a fortified castle.
You know how to get to Castle Black? Oh, tell the crows at Castle Black.
Because the wildlings excelled in outdoor warfare, the new recruit instructor was well aware of this fact. The maester also stated that they only had 100 men at present and couldn't easily go out to confront them, so they decided to keep everyone guarding the castle. At that moment, the wall remembered a sound of a horn, and two individuals who had managed to escape from Craster's Keep returned to the castle. As it turned out, after the Lord Commander was killed, the righteous side was captured by Carl and had seized all the food and women, because Snow had told the king beyond the wall that there were 1,000 men stationed at Castle Black. But if the wildlings beyond the wall captured these traitors and learned that the castle's defense was less than 1,000 men, they would launch their attack even earlier. Therefore, they had to eliminate the traitors before the wildlings could do so. After a few days of training, the new recruit instructor saw that Snow had gained the trust of the men. However, he feared losing the election for the new Lord Commander, so he decided not to organize the expedition. Instead, he let Snow find volunteers himself, and at the same time, he hoped that Snow wouldn't return.
If the Night's Watch are truly brothers, then Lord Commander Mormont was our father. He lived and died for the Watch, and he was betrayed by his own men, stabbed in the back by cowards. He deserved far better. All we can give him now is justice. Who will join me? Thank you, brothers.
Carl, who declared himself king, saw that the women had given birth to another male infant, which had to be sacrificed to the others. Helplessly, Roose Bolton had to take it away. Despite a slight trace of goodwill in his heart, he ultimately left the child in the snow. While Roose Bolton was returning to the camp, he was humiliating the imprisoned ghost. A gust of cold wind made him feel the strength of the others. The white-haired general of the others carried the male infant through the icy valley and arrived at the central headquarters of their leaders. He placed the child on an altar surrounded by ice pillars. The Night King, the ultimate leader of the others, was the first shapeshifter created by the children of the forest using dragon glass to combat the initial invasion of mankind. Because he was transformed by magic-infused dragon glass, weapons made of dragon glass were ineffective against him. He was also the source of power for all the others and whites. His own magic was ice-based and could extinguish any flame that approached him. Unlike whites, who were reanimated from dead bodies, the others were consciously raised from a young age and could directly obey the Night King's commands, so the kidnapped boys were transformed from a young age. Similar to Daenerys Targaryen's affinity for fire, they both required magic and blood infusion. The birth of Daenerys Targaryen's 3 dragons was the result of the fusion of Khale's body and her own affinity for fire. On the other hand, the arrival of the Night King was the result of the fusion of a male infant and the element of ice. Although the army of the others cannot speak, the Night King, being the former 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, possesses knowledge of tactics and strategic planning. He has a complete plan to eradicate humanity. Beyond the Desperate Wall, a massive army of whites has assembled, and 90 wildling tribes are closing in. However, The Black Brothers guarding the wall have now divided into two factions, one loyal and one traitorous. In order to avenge the fallen Lord Commander, Snow leads a group of willing comrades to intercept the traitors before the wildlings arrive. After reconnaissance, Snow's side discovers that they are outnumbered, with 8 men against 11, though the rebels are intoxicated. Their leader Carl was once the highest-ranked assassin on the bounty list. Despite their drunken state, the rebels eventually succumb to defeat. Snow corners the leader, Carl, inside a building, but the top-ranked mercenary is not to be underestimated. After several rounds of combat, Carl sees Snow's vulnerability, just as he raises his hand to strike the final blow.
How to fight with honor!
A woman whom he had previously oppressed stabs him with a dagger. Meanwhile, Roose Bolton, who had escaped earlier, is killed by Snow's dire wolf on the way. With both the wildlings and the others approaching, Snow looks at Craster's wives and suggests seeking refuge in the night fort. However, the elderly man states that they are all tired of being mistreated and decides to find their own way. Upon Snow's successful return after eliminating the traitors, the new recruit instructor, unable to accept the humiliation, picks a fight with Ghost, claiming that there is no place for beasts here and they must be kept in cages. Despite Snow's dissatisfaction with the instructor, he advises him to warn everyone to prepare for the defense of the wall. As they return, they already see the wildling campfire not far away. However, the instructor dismisses it as a fantasy, believing that the wall has stood for thousands of years without anyone being able to breach it. All the commanders look down on Snow, and the instructor further orders him to stay at the wall and keep watch with Sam until the full moon. That night, Killy, hiding in the house for safety, being a wildling herself, hears the approaching Tormund before she can warn the others. The Vens burst into the house, and none of the Black Brothers present survive. With 105 fighting against 90 tribes totaling 100,000 people, it becomes the desperate battle of the wildlings, a rare event in 1,000 years on the wall. The king beyond the wall had once said that if 100,000 people reached the wall, he would unleash an unprecedented signal of fire. At the top of the desperate wall, there are only 80 men preparing for battle. Ygritte, who has already climbed over the wall and hidden in a side gate, can clearly see that there are only about 20 men below the castle. With the command from the Vens chieftain, the small squad begins charging towards the castle from behind the wall. At the same time, the 100,000-strong army at the front gate starts emerging from the forest and pushing forward.
Everyone else, hold! No! Down below! Light them up!
Seeing the ambush from behind the wall, the instructor has no choice but to personally go down and join the resistance. Although there are archers blocking the front gate, they don't have enough distance, and the wildlings step back a few steps to get out of range. Because the defense at the back gate consists of only 20 men, and with sharpshooter Ygritte leading the way, Tormund and the Vens quickly reach the base of the wall. With the roar of the mammoths, the giants at the front also join the attack with their main forces. Seeing the 100,000-strong army in front of them, the second-in-command becomes so frightened that he starts babbling incoherently. He claims that everything in front of them is an illusion and still refuses to believe in the existence of giants. Seeing the second-in-command paralyzed by panic and completely unable to command, Gren lies and says that the instructor inside the castle needs reinforcements, successfully luring him away to the top of the wall. Snow, who is now alert and conscious of the battle, takes command. Although the number of archers is limited, Snow calmly divides them to disrupt the climbing wildlings. Although the wall is hundreds of meters high and regular people cannot shoot arrows from below, the giants are well prepared. The Vens, known as the fiercest tribe among the wildlings, combined with Ygritte's precise archery, quickly create a one-sided situation inside the castle. The terrified second-in-command quickly hides underground, and Pipar, forced to hide and shoot cold arrows from a dark corner, is killed by Ygritte as soon as he shows himself for the second time. Meanwhile, outside the wall, The giants with their mammoths have already reached the entrance of the main passage and have placed a tension rope on the outer gate. The ice-covered mammoth is tied to the tension rope, and the giant holds a specially made lever weighing 10,000 pounds. As the situation becomes more dire at the bottom of the desperate wall, the outer gate of the only tunnel is about to be breached. Once both gates are opened, the 100,000-strong wildling army will flood through like a torrent, unstoppable. The two commanders inside the castle find themselves on a collision course. Although the Black Brother instructor is well trained, he is ultimately no match for the supernatural strength of Tormund. At that moment, everyone still on the battlefield has one goal in mind: to defend the castle gate with their lives. They cannot let the wildling army cross the wall, as it would bring unimaginable devastation to the people in the south. A makeshift oil barrel bomb temporarily eases the crisis at the gate. However, one of the giants, in an attempt to retrieve the mammoth, is struck in the heart by a specially made crossbow bolt from the top of the wall. With only 2 giants left in their tribe, the remaining giant becomes enraged upon seeing his fallen comrade and starts forcefully pulling at the gate. The mishandling of the oil barrel at the top of the wall causes it to explode. Sam, who has come up, reports that all the commanders have fallen, and the castle cannot hold out for much longer.
You have the wall! Come on, let's fight! Come, brothers, now, fight with me!
Might as well enjoy our last night, right, boys?
20 arrows in him already. We hold the gate! As night gathers, now my watch begins. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. Shall not end until my death.
The Night's Watch are all tough men, even though their chances of victory are slim. Snow instructs Sam to release Ghost, and he himself leads the charge into the battlefield. As soon as Ghost is released from the cage, he instantly enters a frenzy mode. The then chieftain becomes energized upon seeing Snow's arrival. Due to the difference in size and strength, Snow quickly finds himself at a disadvantage. In the end, he manages to cleverly finish off the then leader, but when he turns around, he sees Ygritte with an arrow drawn on her bow.
Do you remember that cave? We should have stayed in that cave.
We'll go back there.
You know nothing.
Beyond the unbreakable Great Wall, 100,000 barbarians are waiting to break through. A small elite squad of Vens, however, manages to scale the wall from the rear for a surprise attack, but due to the heavy gates, ordinary men cannot open them, except for the giants. Some excited wildlings start climbing the wall.
Drop the side, boys! Hoist her up! Hoist her up!
The then squad that launched the rear assault is eventually defeated within the castle. Tormund, the last remaining member, begins to regret why he trusted Jon Snow. However, Jon Snow doesn't kill him. Instead, he orders him to be imprisoned for interrogation. Although he survives the night safely, Jon Snow knows that the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder, will still launch an attack on the wall at sunset. So, he plans to personally assassinate Mance because he knows that Mance's ability to unite 90 different wildling tribes is extremely strong. Jon Snow arrives at the tunnel beneath the wall and witnesses Gren's lifeless body crushed under a giant, feeling an indescribable sadness.
Within 100 yards of him. They won't just kill you. They'll boil you, they'll flay you, they'll make it last days.
It's a bad plan. What's your plan?
Because of his command to prioritize the greater good, his first true friend, someone he considered a brother, sacrificed his life to fulfill his promise to Jon. But the responsibility continues, and to avoid going without a return, he temporarily entrusts Samwell Tarly with the honor of the Mormont family's sword.
In case I don't come back.
Come back.
With corpses littering the landscape outside the wall, Jon Snow, alone, ventures deep into the forest. As someone who once infiltrated the wildling tribes, he is surrounded by armed men who have their weapons pointed at him. Jon Snow claims that he was sent to negotiate and truthfully admits that he killed their leader to earn their trust. When Mance mentions the sacrifices of Ygritte and the giant King Mag, Jon Snow also mentions his fallen friend Gren. The two men, in the most gentlemanly manner, honor their fallen comrades, each fulfilling their own responsibilities.
Ygritte.
A good leader must be willing to sacrifice themselves. Jon Snow, carrying the vow to protect humanity, ventures alone into the wildling camp, which boasts a force of 100,000, preparing for another assault on the wall. After a moment of gentlemanly exchange, Jon Snow proposes, in order to minimize losses on both sides, that Mance leads his people back to the north. Otherwise, relying on the advantage of the wall will only result in mutual destruction. As Jon Snow weakly pleads his case, Mance reveals that he has sent another 500 men to scale the wall 10 miles away. Although casualties will occur, even if half of them make it through, it would be enough for another attack tonight. But Mance states that his intention is not to plunder. It is because winter is coming, and everyone is heading to the other side of the wall for survival, because there is something more terrifying than war in the north. If they open the gates and let them through, he promises that not another soul will die.
Refuse, and we'll kill every last man in Castle Black. That's why you're here. Killing a man in his own tent when he's just offered you peace. Is that what the Night's Watch is? Is that what you are?
You're attacking us! No, it's like you said, we don't have the men.
As the cavalry surrounded them from all sides, Mance's small squad was defenseless. In an era of cold weapons, cavalry was like tanks, and the wildlings were surrounded in less than 10 minutes. Stannis Baratheon is the younger brother of Robert Baratheon. After his brother Robert's death, he declared himself the rightful heir to the throne. However, he was defeated in the battle for the throne and returned to the north to seek a comeback. After Jon Snow revealed his identity, leveraging his father's reputation, he managed to convince Stannis to spare Mance's life temporarily. They needed to burn the bodies, so when Jon Snow returned, he asked Tormund if there were any farewell words. Even though Tormund's fate was uncertain, he still entrusted Jon Snow with a task.
She loved you. She told you? No. All she ever talked about was killing you. She belongs in the north. The real north.
Some people are just born in the wrong place, but that doesn't make them monsters. In the struggle for the Iron Throne, the king's direct younger brother began to use everything at his disposal. Stannis, who was expanding his influence in the north, hoped that Jon Snow would persuade the wildlings to join him in conquering the Seven Kingdoms. He claimed that if Mance kneeled and pledged his allegiance, as the king in the north, he would pardon all the wildlings and allow them to enter the wall and grant them freedom. Mance appreciated Jon Snow, so he sent him to accomplish this task. However, Mance already suspected the conditions, and the free folk never kneel to anyone. He would not let his people shed more blood.
How will they do it? Beheading? Hanging?
They'll burn you alive.
Everyone has a strong side, but when faced with fear from within, they cannot leverage that strength. Despite his extreme fear of being burned alive, Mance refused to compromise, facing the execution and his own people. When Stannis asked for the last time, the king beyond the wall chose to stick to his beliefs. Seeing Mance's agonizing torment in the face of imminent execution, Jon Snow, unable to bear it, ended his suffering from a distance. Of course, this unauthorized execution displeased Stannis, and he sent Jon Snow to persuade another leader who only served the Stark family as the king in the north. It was the 10-year-old niece of the former Lord Commander who was killed by the mutineers, Lyanna Mormont. Moreover, they had to hold a new election for the Lord Commander that evening. If Jon Snow lost, his days at the wall would undoubtedly be difficult. The new training officer would not spare Jon Snow's friends either. So, as long as Jon Snow pledged loyalty and helped Stannis conquer the north, Stannis would fulfill Jon Snow's lifelong pursuit, allowing him to leave without being mistreated.
Kneel before me. Lay your sword at my feet.
Pledge me your service and you'll rise again as Jon Stark, Lord of Winterfell.
However, Jon Snow believed that he had already made his vows and committed to abandoning all claims to power and wealth, becoming a member of the Night's Watch at the Wall. Therefore, he decided to refuse this opportunity.
Anyone wish to speak? For candidates, before we cast our tokens, for the 998th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch.
After a desperate resistance from the 100 men of the Night's Watch, they finally captured the king beyond the wall, resolving the crisis. However, with the Lord Commander being killed by traitors, the immediate task was to elect a new Lord Commander. After the rules were explained by the respected Maester, everyone began recommending their preferred candidates. The second-in-command promptly recommended the new training officer.
He was acting commander when the wall came under attack and led us to victory against the wildlings. He's a veteran of 100 battles and has been a defender of the Watch and the Wall almost all of his life.
Sir Dennis Mallister joined the Watch as a boy and has served loyally longer than any other ranger. Through 10 winters he served. As commander of the Shadow Tower, he kept the wildlings away. We could do no better.
If there's no one else, we will begin the voting. Each
Mr. Raymond.
Despite the advantage of age, Samwell Tarly started recommending Jon Snow himself, stating that while the second-in-command was hiding underground, Jon Snow was still on the battlefield, leading the charge. Though the new training officer was brave as well, it was Jon Snow who took up the heavy burden after being injured, even single-handedly ending the leadership of the Thens. Knowing that negotiating was a death sentence, Jon Snow still willingly met with the wildling leader, Mance. However, the main objective was to lead everyone in avenging Commander Mormont. Voting began, and after careful consideration, the votes for the new training officer and Jon Snow were tied, but the Maester decisively supported Jon Snow without hesitation. The following day marked the first day of the new Lord Commander's term. Although the Maester was absent due to illness, Jon Snow quickly adapted to his elevated position. His first order of business was to send people to repair the latrines.
Brian, seems like a good job for a ginger. You have more experience than any other ranger at Castle Black. You proved your valor many times over while defending the wall from the wildling attack. I name you First Ranger.
As Jon Snow knew that while the training officer had shortcomings, his loyalty to the wall was unmatched. The second-in-command, upon hearing that he would be sent to an empty castle, openly and disrespectfully refused the order.
That was a command, not an offer.
I will not go meekly off to freeze and die. Have it!
Are you refusing to obey my order?
You can stick your order up your bastard arse.
Take Lord Janis outside. Ollie, bring me my sword.
When external forces affect one's interests, they often make decisions for self-preservation. Seeing that his former ally refused to help him, the second-in-command instantly regretted and pleaded for forgiveness. However, in order to intimidate those who did not vote for him, Jon Snow had to provide an explanation for the power he held.
My lord, please, mercy! Mercy! I'll go, I will! Please.
As news arrived from Essos, the Maester learned about the existence of another member of the Targaryen bloodline, Daenerys Targaryen. Due to the Maester's old age and frail health, he was unable to attend every council meeting, so Jon Snow visited him, hoping to receive some advice regarding his upcoming decisions.
Half the men will hate me the moment I give the order.
Half the men hate you already, Lord Commander. Do it.
But you don't know what it is.
That doesn't matter. You do little joy in your command. But, with luck, kill the boy, Jon Snow.
Because Jon Snow knew the threat of the undead, and Samwell Tarly had witnessed the formation of the army of the dead, they were aware of the danger they faced. So, Jon Snow wants to use his position as the Lord Commander to persuade Tormund to go north of the wall and gather all the remaining wildlings to bring them back to the wall. He promises to open the gates and allocate land to everyone for settlement.
The day I ask my people to fight with the crows is the day my people cut my guts from my belly and make me eat them.
And how many of your people can't fight? The women,
The children, the old, the sick, what happens to them? You're condemning them to death. Maybe you're just a coward.
Watching Jon Snow unhesitatingly unlock his handcuffs and repeatedly emphasizing that it's not about personal gain but the need for all the wildlings to have a leader who can take them to a safe place before the snowstorm arrives, because they will be the first to suffer from the approaching White Walkers. Seeing Jon Snow's genuine concern for the free folk, Tormund reveals the location of their main camp. Due to the terrain, they need ships, and they hear Jon Snow readily agreeing to ask Stannis for ships. To ensure safety, Tormund asks Jon Snow, the Lord Commander, to accompany him.
You come with me, or I don't go.
The astonishing decision causes an uproar among everyone. Since birth, they have known the wall as a defense against the wildlings, and they have never encountered the White Walkers. The idea of opening the wall to welcome the wildlings is met with opposition, even from Jon Snow's closest brothers, who advise him to think twice. But Jon Snow still hopes that everyone will gather together to fight against the undead. If these free folk fall, it will only increase the strength of the White Walkers.
They put an arrow through my father's head right in front of me. They butchered my mother. Everyone I ever knew.
Each person may be clouded by resentment, but someone must foresee and bear the responsibility for the greater good. Under the disapproving gaze of everyone, Jon Snow, along with the dragon glass provided by Samwell Tarly and a few trusted brothers, embarks on this perilous journey. With Jon Snow's departure, Maester Aemon instructs Samwell Tarly to leave quickly with Gilly. Not long after, the last pure-blood Targaryen descendant dies of natural causes.
You're losing all your friends, Tarly.
At the stronghold of Hardhome, where the free folk reside, Tormund leads his people, who have been at war with the Night's Watch for centuries. They are ready to tear apart the Night's Watch. However, they are greeted by the Night King, who mocks Tormund before he can even speak. When Tormund suggests convening the leaders for a discussion, the Night King outright refuses.
You don't give the orders here. I'm not giving an order. Why aren't you in chains?
He's not my prisoner.
You fight for the crows now? I don't fight for the crows. Do you get down on your knees and suck his cock? Gather the elders and let's talk.
As all the tribal leaders gather, Jon Snow reveals his identity as the Lord Commander and explains his purpose of joining forces against the White Walkers. Despite the skepticism of the others, Jon Snow presents the dragon glass and promises to distribute it to every fighting person. He also suggests that it would be safer for everyone to accompany himself, and Mance would have wanted the same outcome, but the only condition is that all the free folk must swear to fight alongside him when the battle against the White Walkers begins.
Where is Mance?
He died. Oh? I put an arrow through his heart.
None of you saw Mance die.
And the dead come with it. No clan can stop them. The free folk can't stop them. The Night's Watch can't stop them. And all the Southern Kings can't stop them. Only together. All of us. And even then it may not be enough, but at least we'll give the a fight.
You vouch for this man, Tormund.
No one believes the black-clothed man, who have been enemies for a millennium. However, Tormund is willing to vouch for Jon Snow. A few individuals also begin to speak in favor of survival, deciding to board ships and head south of the wall. However, the then suspect that there might be a trap, fearing that they could be ambushed and thrown into the sea to their deaths while on the ships. As a result, only a small number of people begin to board the ships, but Jon Snow still can't bear to leave the rest behind.
They're running out of food, and there's nothing to hunt. They'll come around.
As they watch a sudden blizzard sweeping down from the mountains, all the dogs in the stronghold go mad. Sensing something is wrong, the Thens order the harbor gates to be closed. A self-aware blizzard descended upon the wildling camp, instantly dropping the temperature to freezing levels. The Thens leader ordered the gates of the harbor to be closed in order to establish defense. After a brief frenzy of cries for help, the figures and sounds outside the gate gradually faded, leaving the entire camp suffocatingly quiet. Just as the leader approached to get a glimpse through the cracks, another race emerged from the white mist. With winter approaching, not only would the nights grow longer, but the temperature would also drop to freezing point. The ice-wielding others could only thrive in low temperatures. Taking advantage of the impending winter, the Night King, with his massive army, officially commenced the plan to eradicate humanity. Seeing the imminent breach of the defenses by the army of whites, everyone lost their previous concerns. In order to secure their places on the ships, each person began to act without regard for others. Although arrows were shot accurately, the numbers of whites kept increasing. Some whites squeezed through the edges and dug under the wooden walls to create entrances. Witnessing the imminent collapse of the defense line, panic escalated among everyone. In order to ensure their own boarding, people started endangering the lives of their own kin.
Get into the ship and come back for me! But you'll never know! If they get through, everyone dies! Nice work! With me!
Regardless of the circumstances, there were always individuals who stood up against the odds, driven not by power or wealth, but by their inherent sense of responsibility. As the whites' actions grew increasingly frenzied, the wooden defensive barrier was on the verge of collapse. Faced with a small number of whites breaking through the wall, the wildlings were completely defenseless. In order to buy time for their tribesmen to retreat, Jon Snow and all the tribal leaders stood side by side, forming a defensive line. Seeing the advancing others on the mountaintop and the tents about to be overrun below, Jon Snow remembered the dragonglass he had brought. Just as they were about to be overwhelmed, a furious giant burst through the roof. Jon Snow and the then's leader had just entered a tent when they encountered the commanding officer of the others, the Night King's personal guard. The then's leader instructed Jon Snow to find the dragonglass while he held off the commanding officer. It was known that only dragonglass could eradicate the others. However, as their weapons clashed, the leader's axe shattered instantly, and before they could exchange 3 blows, the leader was killed by the other. Jon Snow, who had just found the dragonglass, was thrown out along with his sword. As Jon Snow turned around to pick up a sword and prepare to counterattack, his weapon was shattered in an instant upon contact with the commanding officer's weapon. Jon Snow, wielding the sword given to him by the former Lord Commander, had lost his fighting ability. Just as the other was about to catch up and end the battle, to everyone's surprise, the sword blocked the other's weapon before either side could react. Jon Snow, using every ounce of his strength, counterattacked the other. The Valyrian steel used in the sword's construction incorporated powerful magic and spells, giving it the ability to disrupt ice magic. The Night King, who had been commanding from the mountaintop, witnessed the entire sequence of events. Despite the leader's desperate resistance, the final defense line was successfully held. The number of whites remaining in the harbor was dwindling. However, upon seeing the children in front of her, the female leader couldn't bring herself to harm them.
Dragonglass! Stop the glass! We're gonna die here!
With the rampaging reinforcements of the whites, the defenses of the camp and harbor completely collapsed. Countless undead swarmed in, and the giant wielded a roof beam to provide cover. Under the control of the Night King's will, the White Army relentlessly pursued Jon Snow and the other 3. due to the overwhelming forces of the White Army, Jon Snow, who served as the commander of the Night's Watch, made the decision to ally with the wildlings, ancient enemies, to fight against the Night King. He planned to lead them to the wall. Despite the vehement opposition of the new recruits, he didn't want to be labeled as a resisting commander, so he ultimately ordered their passage. Jon Snow's decision divided the Night's Watch into two factions.
You have a good heart, Jon Snow. It'll get us all killed.
Having witnessed the Night King's twisted abilities and losing the only remaining dragonglass, the Black Brothers were left with only Valyrian steel as a defense. However, there were only a few Valyrian steel weapons in all of the Seven Kingdoms. With Maester Aemon's passing, Samwell Tarly hoped that Jon Snow, as the Lord Commander, would send him to the Citadel to become a true Maester. This way, he could better assist Jon Snow and also protect Gilly and their child by leaving this place. The next day, Stannis, who had defeated the wildling leader, launched a vastly mismatched war against the current ruler, Stannis Baratheon, in a bid to claim the position of the king in the north. Initially holding a good hand, Stannis' chances were ruined by his misplaced trust in the prophecy and the failure of Melisandre, who still believed herself to be the servant of the Lord of Light. Not only did he sacrifice his young daughter, but his wife also took her own life in the camp. Davos Seaworth, the loyal guardsman and advisor, originally intended to return to the Wall to seek Jon Snow's assistance, hoping to gain support from the Night's Watch and the wildlings. However, upon seeing Melisandre fleeing back, he learned of Stannis' complete defeat. In response to the decision to open the gates and let the wildlings through the wall, a few northern houses also began to voice their condemnation. At this moment, Olly entered and reported that one of the wildlings knew about Jon Snow's missing uncle, Benjen Stark, and believed he was still alive. In the eyes of these brothers, Jon Snow was merely a traitor who betrayed his Night's Watch vows by opening the wall to welcome the wildlings. But how could they understand? Except for Samwell Tarly and the Maesters, along with those who had experienced the threat of the others alongside the wildlings? To them, this bastard Jon Snow, the one everyone talked about, had spent his entire life disregarding his own honor and power. It was only the desire for power that was irresistible. To eliminate the threat Jon Snow posed to his authority, the new recruits commander used the excuse of allowing the wildlings through the wall to incite most of the Black Brothers to guard against Jon Snow and openly attack the Lord Commander. Even the youngest, Olly, participated in the mutiny and delivered a fatal blow to Jon Snow's heart. Sensing the change in his master's aura, Ghost, who had been locked up, began to howl. When Davos Seaworth came out to investigate, he discovered Jon Snow lying in the corner. At that moment, the unaware guards also arrived. Seeing the word traitor on the sign, Davos could roughly guess the reason behind the situation. Despite Jon Snow's lifeless state, Davos had his body brought inside. Those who had followed Jon Snow couldn't accept this fact because this bastard Lord Commander had stood before them countless times.
Thorne did this.
How many of your brothers do you think you can trust?
The men in this room.
Does the wolf know you? We need all the help we can get.
Melisandre, who had foreseen the future, couldn't believe it either. When she saw Jon Snow without breath, she couldn't reconcile it with the vision she had in the flames, where she saw this man on the battlefield during the ultimate battle against the others. After Jon Snow's death, the new recruits commander naturally became the leader, and the other positions didn't dare to insist too much because the support they had chosen was no longer present.
Jon Snow was going to destroy the Night's Watch. He gave them the very land on which they reaved and raped and murdered.
To have more allies, Jon Snow's comrades decided to seek the help of the wildlings. At dawn, the commander led everyone in a state of battle readiness because one camp couldn't accommodate two factions. He demanded that the guards who had followed Jon Snow lay down their weapons, promising to pardon everyone without holding grudges. As for Davos Seaworth, he would be given a good horse and the promise of a free life if he chose to go south. He could also choose to take Melisandre, but the condition was that they must surrender before nightfall. Otherwise, bloodshed was inevitable. Davos Seaworth agreed temporarily. Knowing the character of the commander, in order to wait for his brothers to seek help.
It's a sad fucking statement if Dolores said is our only chance.
There's always the red woman.
What's one redhead gonna do against 40 armed men?
You haven't seen her do what I've seen her do.
Melisandre, the envoy of the Lord of Light, set foot on the continent of Westeros in search of the reborn Azor Ahai, destined to claim the Iron Throne of the Seven Kingdoms. However, she had already experienced failure with Stannis, causing her faith to waver and doubt the Lord of Light she served. She took off her magical necklace, the source of her power, and began to re-evaluate her misguided self. As the sun set, the new recruits commander attempted to persuade surrender, unaware of the fighting capabilities inside the room.
Nobody needs to die tonight. Come on.
Seeing Tormund in a furious state, all the members of the Night's Watch retreated. Despite everyone surrendering and disarming, the new recruits commander persisted. Ali, who resisted, was ineffective, and eventually, they were temporarily imprisoned in the dungeon. Seeing Jon Snow covered in wounds, Tormund, who didn't want to be sentimental, made an excuse to go light a fire. Davos sought out Melisandre again, hoping she could help Jon Snow.
There are some with this power.
How?
I met a man who came back from the dead, but the priest who did it...
However, the rescue required an ancient spell that would consume a great deal of energy and vitality. Melisandre's powers were also insufficient to maintain her youthful appearance, especially considering she had caused the deaths of Stannis and his family.
You were right all along. The Lord never spoke to me.
I'm not asking the Lord of Light for help. I'm asking the woman who showed me that miracles exist.
I never had this gift.
Have you ever tried?
After repeated persuasions from Davos, Melisandre decided to give her faith another try. She diligently wiped away every drop of blood and recited incantations, throwing her hair and beard into the flames. After a solemn purifying ritual, she cautiously attempted various spells again and again. After exhausting all attempts, there was ultimately no sign of hope. Regrettably, Ser Davos had no choice but to give up. Despite being stabbed multiple times, including a fatal blow to the heart, Jon Snow was given a second chance at life through Melisandre's magic. Davos's efforts were not in vain. Jon Snow, despite the wounds on his body, remembered everything. The onlookers couldn't believe their eyes as they witnessed Jon Snow come back to life.
They think you're some kind of god. Hold off on burning my body for now.
That's funny.
Debts are always repaid, and Jon Snow never expected that the new recruits commander, whom he had repeatedly shown goodwill towards, would lead a blatant betrayal and plot against him.
I had a choice, Lord Commander. Betray you, or betray the Night's Watch.
Even until the very end, the new recruits commander couldn't understand Jon Snow's good intentions. Ollie's parents had all been killed by the wildlings, so his position never wavered. Everyone has their own convictions and will always believe they are right, whether fueled by anger, power, or revenge. It can lead to losing sight of the bigger picture. After this resurrection, Jon Snow had had enough of the harm caused by power. He handed over his cloak to his brothers, signifying his resignation as Lord Commander. From that moment, the Night's Watch came to an end for him. When the brothers heard that Jon Snow intended to leave Castle Black and head south, as devoted brothers, they naturally disagreed.
We know it's coming here. How can you leave us now?
I did everything I could, you know.
You swore a vow.
Aye, I pledged my life to the Night's Watch. I gave my life.
For all knights to come.
They killed me, Ed, my own brothers. You want me to stay here after that? Open the gate!
No one can resist the temptation of power. If they can, it must be because their power is not strong enough. or they haven't reached a point where power is within their grasp.
I am loyal to King Joffrey, my one true love.
Sansa Stark is the eldest daughter of Jon Snow's foster father, Eddard Stark. Since childhood, she has had a great desire for power. She disregards the objections of her family in order to become a queen. After the death of King Robert, she tries to please his son and her mother, Cersei, who is vying for the throne. However, Cersei, in order to eliminate any potential threat, plots against Eddard Stark and deceives Sansa into convincing her father to publicly confess his crimes, promising that he would be spared.
My Lady Sansa has begged mercy for her father. But they have the soft hearts of women. So long as I am your king, treason shall never go unpunished. Sir Ilyn, bring me his head.
Since her father's execution, Sansa's dream of a royal life turned into a nightmare. The prince not only torments her emotionally but also physically abuses her without any restraints. Because of her Stark lineage, Cersei keeps Sansa around to preserve the purity of noble blood. However, the prince becomes infatuated with Margaery Tyrell and declares her as the rightful queen. This causes Sansa to completely abandon all her hopes. However, following the principle of keeping resources close, Tywin Lannister, who holds the real power as the hand of the king, arranges for Sansa to be married to the king's uncle, Tyrion Lannister. This intensifies Joffrey's mistreatment towards Tyrion, who is already seen as insignificant.
It's not meant as an honor.
Unaware of his own actions, Joffrey has already earned the resentment of Margaery's mother. In order to prevent her daughter from marrying the Mad King, she poisons a cup of wine.
Idiots, help your king!
Wait!
Joffrey!
Come with me now.
Joffrey!
If you want to live, you have to leave.
Which makes Tyrion the scapegoat. Meanwhile, the cunning master of coin, Littlefinger, takes advantage of the chaos and sends Sansa, of noble blood, to Harrenhal, which is under his control. Although the castle is ruled by Sansa's aunt, she falls victim to her age and is pushed out of the moon door by Littlefinger. Sansa fabricates a perfect lie about her aunt's death, allowing Littlefinger to easily control Harrenhal. However, in order to expand his own power, Littlefinger arranges for Sansa to marry Roose Bolton's bastard son, known as Ramsay Bolton, who was notorious for his cruelty in skinning people alive. Despite Ramsay's handsome and seemingly charming appearance, on their wedding night, he forces Sansa to consummate the marriage while making Theon Greyjoy, who was once Sansa's foster brother and now his captive, watch the entire ordeal.
You stay here, Reek.
Breaking free from their father's control is the dream of every person. After her foster father Eddard Stark was executed, Theon became reckless and disregarded any sense of loyalty or gratitude. He massacred the people who had raised him and the Stark family. Upon learning that his former comrades had staged a rebellion against him while seeking revenge for their father, Theon, Robb Stark's elder brother, sends Roose Bolton's son to take care of Theon and his men in the Dreadfort. However, Ramsay easily avoids any harm, having bribed some guards who already held a low opinion of Theon.
A bite! What is dead may never die!
Helpless and alone, Theon is taken back to Harrenhal by Ramsay. Not knowing where he is or being able to answer any questions, Theon lives in constant fear and silence.
Want the truth.
What truth?
Why'd you take Winterfell?
To take the North while it was vulnerable.
What were you going to do once you took it?
Hold it, rule it.
Good. No, it's very good.
Regardless of which side he chooses to answer questions, the outcome remains the same. When everyone else leaves, Ramsay, disguised as a servant, claims to be sent by Theon's sister. After removing his restraints, Ramsay leads Theon away, telling him to run in the direction of the sunrise, where his sister awaits him. However, as Theon keeps running until noon, he becomes completely disoriented, pursued by hunters, with no advantage in the open field. Theon is forced to run deeper into the forest, yet he is eventually cornered by those who catch up with him. Just as they are about to unleash their violence, arrows fly from the shadows, eliminating the attackers one by one.
No!
Come, my lord.
Witnessing the return of his savior, Theon develops a favorable impression of Ramsay and begins to reveal his inner desires and plans, as well as his grievances against the Stark family and his hatred for all of its members. However, having lived with them for so long, Theon still feels guilt for his betrayal.
My real father lost his head at King's Landing. I made a choice. Not everything, my lord.
Perhaps it is because of this confession that Ramsay decides to spare Theon's life, although he is certainly not exempt from punishment. As the flames ignite, fear fills every pore of Theon's body.
No, I didn't! You can't! Please!
Put him back where he belongs.
While his death sentence is avoided, he cannot escape the punishment of a living death, with the highest realm of this punishment being the implantation of fear. Ramsay, disguised as a servant, releases Theon and then impersonates the savior to lure him back into the dungeon. First, Theon's mental torment intensifies day and night, and he is not allowed to eat or drink. Ramsay tells him that he must figure out why he was captured and the name of the place they are in. But every time Theon answers a question incorrectly, Ramsay verbally and sadistically torments him, laughing at his failures.
Now, where? Blast earth! Do I look like a number to you? Hold! How did you know that?
It was just a guess. I betrayed Rob. That's why you're torturing me.
Yes. You win.
There is another instance where Ramsay pretends to have been exposed and forcibly shaves the bones of Theon's little finger. At this point, Theon is on the verge of a breakdown.
Happening to you for a reason. Well, one reason. I enjoy it.
Please, cut it off! Cut it off! Cut it off!
The next day, Theon is awakened by two women who loosen his restraints. They serve him tea, water, and apply ointment to heal his wounds. A fearful and confused Theon asks about Ramsay's whereabouts. By now, his will to survive has taken up 80% of his inner thoughts. However, he ultimately succumbs to their repeated advances and entanglements. Just as Theon's vision becomes blurry, Ramsay enters blowing a horn, interrupting the situation. When he pulls out a specially crafted knife, Theon's fear reaches its breaking point.
Mercy! Mercy!
I'm not killing you. Just making a few alterations.
Having lost everything, Theon no longer displays any expression, not even in the face of Ramsay's mocking.
Look like a Theon Greyjoy anymore. You're just meat. What's your name?
Theon Greyjoy.
What's your name?
If you make it out of the woods, you win! Run, Tansy! Run!
It turns out that the two women had seduced Theon, arousing jealousy in Ramsay's girlfriend and leading her to become Ramsay's plaything afterward. Theon completely submits out of fear.
You can see that your presence has become a bit of a problem.
As Theon is the sole heir of the Greyjoy family, his father, upon learning of Ramsay's actions, berates him, reminding him of his lowly birth and urging him not to tarnish the family's reputation with such cruelty. Furthermore, his father fears that Ramsay's treatment of Theon may lead to their own family being targeted.
But Reek will never betray us.
I place far too much trust in you.
To prove that his methods will make their enemies submit, Ramsay orders Theon to groom him. With a knife in Theon's possession, Ramsay then explains that all the houses are vying for the position of the king in the north, and because they had lived together, Ramsay let the youngest two Stark brothers go out of sentimentality. But there is no need to worry, as Theon's father has personally killed Robb Stark, the eldest son of his foster father. When Theon learns that his foster father's eldest son, Robb Stark, has been killed after being controlled by Cersei and has begun forming alliances and preparing for a rebellion, he realizes that his foster family is in upheaval. Robb, with his military strategic skills and kingly demeanor, quickly solidified his position as the heir to the north. However, on the path to forming a powerful alliance, They needed to cross the Trident River, and guarding the crossing at the Trident River was the Lord of Riverrun, who had some grievances with Theon's family in the past, due to the constraints of time and geography, and as the commander, Robb couldn't personally intervene, therefore, his mother had to negotiate alone.
I'll go.
You can't.
I have known Lord Walder since I was a girl. He would never harm me.
Unless there was a profit in it.
At the age of 90, the Lord of Riverrun had 8 wives, 23 sons, and 7 daughters. The exact number of his descendants was unknown, but he practically single-handedly managed the castle. The Lord of Riverrun agreed to allow them to cross the river but demanded that Robb marry his daughter and grant knighthood to one of his sons. This way, he would have a foot in the nobility. Helpless, Robb had to accept all the demands. After successfully crossing the Trident River, they launched a surprise attack on multiple Lannister camps and raided the family's main camp, capturing Cersei's brother. A few days later, they received news of Theon's foster father's death, and all the houses began to support this young leader. Robb became the rightful king in the north and sent a message through scouts, demanding that the king of the 7 kingdoms relinquish control over the north and release his 2 sisters and their father's remains.
I'll give them peace. I will live to the south with Lannister dead.
However, in the subsequent war, Robb quickly fell in love with a battlefield medic. However, a prestigious lord is usually expected to enter into a marriage alliance to expand their advantage, rather than follow their own feelings. Despite being engaged to the Lord of Riverrun's daughter, Robb insisted, and his mother allowed him to break the agreement. The next night, they held their wedding, causing some loyalists to waver. To fulfill the promised commitments, Robb's mother had her unmarried brother replace him in the marriage alliance between the 2 families, combined with secret plots and manipulation from the hostile House Lannister, the Lord of Riverrun, who felt deceived, and some loyalists who didn't support Robb, all came together on the night of his uncle's wedding ceremony. When King Robb gave permission to consummate the marriage, everyone turned the wedding into a bloodbath.
My king has married, and I owe my new queen a wedding gift.
Robb!
Let him go, and I swear that we will forget this. I swear it by the All Gods and you. We will take no vengeance.
You already swore me one oath right here in my castle. You swore by all the gods your son would marry my daughter!
Take me for a hostage!
The brother they had grown up with was murdered, and Robb himself had strayed from the right path due to his lust for power. He was now imprisoned in a dog kennel after Ramsay implanted fear in him. When Theon saw his sister risking her life to save him, he still believed it was a trick by Ramsay.
It's me, Yara.
You can't trick me. Tell him you couldn't trick me.
I'm not tricking you, Theon. I'm saving
Not
you.
Theon. Reek. Here. Reek. My name is Reek.
Before Theon could overcome his fear, Ramsay arrived with his men. The confined space resulted in heavy losses for both sides. After excessively fearing, Theon bit his sister's hand and then retreated back into the cage. Seeing the deadlock, Ramsay released the fierce dogs from the cage, forcing Sansa to reluctantly give up on rescuing Theon.
Make for the ship, now.
Your brother!
My brother's dead.
Later, Theon witnessed Ramsay torturing Sansa, who had been married off from a distant land. Every day thereafter, Sansa would try to persuade Theon. Finally, one day, the past they had shared stirred something deep within Theon's soul, and he could no longer bear it. During one of Ramsay's absences, Theon watched as Ramsay's lover threatened Sansa's life. Overwhelmed by guilt, Theon finally reached his breaking point.
Please.
Oh, should we begin now?
Stop! Open the gate!
He's coming back.
After the noble Sansa escaped the forced marriage, their father began to blame Theon, a bastard, and expressed disappointment that without Sansa, he couldn't have noble-born children, which meant he couldn't secure his position or have an heir. He also desired a son from his wife. To evade Ramsay's pursuit, Theon decided to lure the pursuers away on his own after crossing the river. However, the hounds still managed to pick up Sansa's scent. In their moment of despair, Sansa's mother's former guard appeared just in time to save them. After much remorse, Theon decided to return to his sister's side. Sansa, Theon, and the guard went to the Black Castle to find Jon Snow. Father Bolton was worried that Jon Snow would seek revenge. Ramsay proposed to go and eliminate the threat at the Black Castle, thus dealing with Jon Snow. However, their father knew that killing the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch would result in all the houses turning against them, so he vetoed Ramsay's plan. At that moment, the steward entered and reported that his wife had given birth to a baby boy. This meant that the Bolton family finally had a legitimate heir. Being a bastard, Ramsay no longer relied on his father's inheritance.
You'll always be my firstborn.
I'll leave Winterfell. I'll go back to the Riverlands. He's your brother.
I prefer being an only child.
Since ascending to the position of king in the north, some families who were once opposed to Jon Snow bringing the wildlings to the wall have started aligning themselves with Ramsay. Although they don't openly admit it, they also want to eliminate Jon Snow. Ramsay insists on having House Umber submit to him, but the other side argues that it's just an alliance to fight against Jon Snow together.
Then it appears we're at a bit of an impasse.
Elin. I've got a gift for you.
Rickon is the eldest Stark brother and the youngest son of the family. After their ancestral castle was seized by Theon, he secretly escaped and sought refuge with House Umber, who were part of the alliance. But with Robb's defeat, Rickon and his loyal servant were presented as gifts. His protective direwolf was also beheaded. Seeing the confirmation of the direwolf's head, Ramsay felt like he had a winning card.
Welcome home, Lord Stark.
Sansa found Jon Snow, but Littlefinger couldn't predict who would win between Jon Snow and Ramsay, so he tried to gain Sansa's favor. However, Sansa firmly rejected his request for forgiveness because she believed that Littlefinger knew about Ramsay's true nature and still arranged the marriage for political gain. Sansa herself never showed kindness to Jon Snow because he was their father's illegitimate son, but Jon Snow, being compassionate, never held a grudge and helped dispel her previous guilt and concerns.
You were occasionally awful. If I don't watch over you, Father's ghost will come back and murder me.
Seeing her half-brother's goodwill, Sansa proposed the idea of retaking their ancestral castle and suggested that Jon Snow lead the wildlings into battle. However, Jon Snow was already tired of war.
If we don't take back the North, we'll never be safe. I want you to help me. But I'll do it myself if I have to.
But the next day, Jon Snow received a letter from Ramsay condemning him for allowing the wildlings through the wall. Ramsay also revealed that he had captured Rickon Stark and demanded that Jon Snow surrender Sansa unconditionally. Otherwise, Ramsay would march north with his army to besiege the Night's Watch and all the wildlings. Sansa had heard Ramsay boast about having around 5,000 soldiers from House Bolton, making him capable of besieging the stronghold of the Night's Watch. But upon questioning, Tormund revealed that there were only about 2,000 fighting wildlings. As Jon Snow contemplated whether to attack or defend, Sansa's words pushed him to face the challenge head-on.
You're the son of the last true Warden of the North. Northern families are loyal, they'll fight for you if you ask. A monster has taken our home and our brother. We have to go back to Winterfell and save them both.
Winter is coming, and the army of the dead is approaching. Now, in addition to Ramsay's notorious reputation for flaying people and his disregard for familial bonds, most other houses are unwilling to make enemies by supporting a bastard who enjoys such cruelty. After careful consideration, although nobody supports Jon Snow, however, Sansa still carries the Stark name, and in addition, her uncle Brynden Tully is still alive. So, they plan to use this as leverage to persuade the remaining houses, and so, Jon Snow sets off with a group of capable individuals. Their first stop is the army of the wildlings, as they had promised an alliance against the White Walkers. However, most of the leaders now hold opposing views. Jon Snow states that if he is defeated, all the houses that originally opposed the wildlings will be the next ones targeted.
This isn't your fight. It's not the deal we made. But I need you with me if we're gonna beat them, and we need to beat them if you're gonna survive.
He died for us.
No.
Their second stop is the Mormont family, known for their fierceness in ruling Bear Island.
Welcome to Bear Island.
The current ruler of Bear Island is the young Lyanna Mormont, who is only 10 years old. Sansa breaks the ice by complimenting Lyanna's beauty, using the name of her late aunt, but Lyanna bluntly says that her mother was not beautiful and died fighting for Robb Stark. Jon Snow then praises the previous Lord Commander, Jeor Mormont, as he realizes his approach is not convincing enough.
As far as I understand, you're a Snow, and Lady Sandra is a Bolton. You don't just want my allegiance, you want my fighting men.
What you have to understand, my lady, is that...
I understand that I'm responsible for Bear Island and all who live here. So why should I sacrifice one more Mormont life for someone else's war?
The Onion Knight introduces himself, and before Lyanna can inquire about his background, he shares his perspective.
Being responsible for so many lives at such a young age, I never thought I'd be in my position. I was a crabber's son because Jeor Mormont and Jon Snow both understood that the real war isn't between a few squabbling houses. It's between the living and the dead. And make no mistake, my lady, the dead are coming.
Jon Snow speaks of his own experiences and emphasizes that the fractured North cannot withstand the Night King's onslaught. He argues that they must unite to have any chance of survival.
House Mormont has kept faith with House Stark for 1,000 years. We will not break faith today.
Thank you, my lady. How many fighting men can we expect?
62. We are not a large house, but we're a proud one. And every man from Bear Island fights with the strength of 10 mainlanders.
If they're half as ferocious as their lady, the Boltons are doomed.
Although they gain the support of the Wildlings and Lyanna Mormont, when they reach House Glover and hear that they would have to ally with the Wildlings and face Ramsay, the clan chief firmly refuses Jon Snow.
When we heard of your father's death, when my brother was lord of this castle, he answered Robb's call and hailed him king in the north. And where was King Robb when the Ironborn attacked this castle? When they threw my wife and children in prison and brutalized and killed our subjects?
With the combined forces of the Alliance and the 2,000 Wildlings, they only have a total of 2,300 soldiers. Sansa, always complaining that the numbers are not enough, adds to the tension. As the Wildlings clash with the other houses, Jon Snow becomes increasingly impatient. After arranging the troops, the two bastards have their first encounter. Upon meeting, Ramsay demands that Jon Snow kneel and acknowledge him as the king in the north. He promises to spare his army and forgive the rebellious nobles of the north after they pledge loyalty to him.
You're right. There's no need for a battle. Only one of us. Let's end this the old way.
Facing Ramsay's challenge, Jon Snow outright refuses and states that Ramsay's army can be overwhelmed. He refuses to engage in such a risky proposition.
Will you let your little brother die because you're too proud to surrender?
How do we know you have him?
Seeing that he had caught a hold, Ramsay immediately orders his men to throw out the evidence, confirming the direwolf as belonging to his brother. This further strengthens Sansa's determination for revenge. Later, Ramsay taunts and provokes each person behind Jon Snow one final time.
In the morning, then. Bastard.
Facing the impending battle the next day, the Onion Knight and Tormund make thorough preparations. However, Sansa begins to question Jon Snow's plan. She believes they should gather their forces first, knowing that her brother will die regardless.
Rickon is Ned Stark's true-born son, which makes him a greater threat to Ramsay than you, a bastard, or me, a girl.
We can't give up on our brother.
But for Jon Snow, who values loyalty deeply, there is no hesitation when it comes to saving his brother. Furthermore, the available forces are limited.
If Ramsay wins, I'm not going back there alive. Do you understand me?
In the face of Melisandre, who did not attend the meeting, Jon Snow specifically instructs her not to resurrect him if he is defeated.
I do what he commands.
How do you know what he commands? What kind of god would do something like that?
The one we've got.
Giants, wildlings, warriors, a diverse group with differences in age and training, and 2,000 soldiers who have never fought together tactically form a phalanx formation under the leadership of Jon Snow, the commander of the Night's Watch. They are about to face Ramsay, a well-equipped and strategically positioned bastard who has the support of the majority of the houses and is on the verge of claiming the Northern Throne. Ramsay also has Rickon, the youngest son of Jon Snow's foster father, in his hands. Though Jon Snow knows that Rickon does not share the Stark name, He has always considered his foster siblings as close as true family. Ramsay begins to play psychological games, knowing that Jon Snow's emotions might cloud his judgment. He releases Rickon and instructs him to run towards Jon Snow's forces, promising to let him go if he reaches Jon Snow's side.
Those are the rules.
Jon Snow's anger grows as he witnesses Rickon fall to the ground, struck by an arrow. Ramsay's intention behind this act is to test whether the opposing leader would be swayed by personal emotions. If loyalty is a form of attitude, then to follow regardless of personal life or death is a belief that surpasses that attitude.
Go! Follow your commander!
As the leader charges forward, all tactical considerations are abandoned. Ramsay's archers in the front line shoot Jon Snow off his horse, confirming their effective range once again.
Now,
Cavalry! Charge!
Upon rising to his feet and seeing the cavalry charging ahead, Jon Snow realizes that he has failed in his responsibility as a commander and has let down the trust placed in him by everyone. Although the hastily assembled team led by Jon Snow lacks tactical cohesion, but in this battle for survival, no one retreats, although the cavalry engages in a frontal clash. In order to gain an early advantage, Ramsay starts using long-range attacks to accelerate the pace of the battle, disregarding his own cavalry on the field. As Ramsay continues to inflict long-range damage, both sides' cavalry units are nearly depleted. The central battlefield is now piled up with mountains of corpses, with 2,000 soldiers facing off against 6,000. More than half of the charging cavalry on both sides have lost their fighting capabilities. Looking at the mountains of bodies on the field, Onion Knight, who commands the defense from the rear, takes the lead and draws his sword, charging forward with the remaining men. However, they are unaware that they have fallen into Ramsay's trap. As the giants and infantry charge towards Jon Snow, Ramsay's forces begin to encircle them from both sides. Infantry with shields in the front and spear-wielding infantry behind them, they form a massive encirclement, taking advantage of the several-meter-high wall of corpses. Once again, impulsiveness leads to failure, and now everyone is trapped in the middle. The encirclement with the spears begins to push forward, and the circle with no way out becomes smaller and smaller. A few people try to climb over the wall of corpses to escape, but Ramsay's alliance of houses would never let anyone from Jon Snow's side go free. Helplessly, Onion Knight can only organize another breakout, and in an instant, everyone unleashes their full rage. Although they manage to deal with some of the attackers who rush in, they are like eggs striking against a stone when facing the impenetrable shield wall. The outer circle tightens its grip. Jon Snow's forces keep retreating, and the oppressive feeling of death grows stronger. Some people start to give up resistance and desperately rush towards the wall of corpses, because there might be a glimmer of hope on the other side of the wall. Everyone fights to squeeze through. Jon Snow, nearly suffocated under the weight of the mud, struggles to lift his head above it. The wounded giant, fighting against the odds, also resists with all his might. The Eyrie, the ancestral home of Sansa's aunt's family. It turns out Sansa secretly sent a letter to Littlefinger, stating that if he wants forgiveness, he must unconditionally lend his troops to her. Littlefinger has also calculated the outcome of the battle and realizes he cannot side with the Bolton family. Seeing the well-equipped cavalry in front of him, Ramsay knows his defeat is certain. Even in failure, he must save himself first. Ramsay, skilled in deploying troops, tastes the bitterness of defeat for the first time. After fleeing back to the castle without having time to fortify it, his slaughtered enemies pursue him to the gates. Accompanied by the furious roars of the wounded giant, the wildlings skilled in swordplay instantly seize control of Winterfell. Looking at the giant, heavily injured yet twice breaking down the door for him, the wounds are like a reflection in Jon Snow's heart.
You suggested one-on-one combat, didn't you?
Faced with Sansa's suffering, the innocence of the giant, and the lives of the people who followed him to their deaths just for survival, Jon Snow attributes all the blame and injustice to Ramsay, although it is in the name of a foster father. But Jon Snow still conscientiously arranges the affairs of his deceased brother, and hands Ramsay over to Sansa for judgment.
I'm part of you now.
Your house will disappear. Your name will disappear.
My hounds will never harm me.
You haven't fed them in 7 days, you said it yourself.
Everyone makes mistakes within their own obsessions, and no one's mission goes smoothly. With the end of the War of the Rams, Onion Knight also revealed the truth about Melisandre sacrificing Stannis' daughter, but as a witch with limited magical abilities, Melisandre did indeed commit serious errors.
I loved that girl, like she was my own. She was good, she was kind, and you killed her!
I was wrong.
Do you have anything to say for yourself?
I've been ready to die for many years. You know the Great War is still to come. You know the army of the dead will be upon us soon. And you know I can help you win that war.
Ride south today. If you return to the north, I'll have you hanged as a murderer.
The victory in the Battle of the North was greatly attributed to the ancient knights of the Eyrie. However, most families believed that their assistants had ulterior motives, and with winter approaching, they no longer needed to consider alliances among families. But Snow knew that the real war had not yet arrived, because among the northern families present, none had seen the army of the Night King, leading the army of the undead. So, in the face of the impending long night, the question arose, whether to seek safety by returning home or to elect a leader to fight side by side.
Your son was butchered at the Red Wedding, Lord Manderley, but you refused the call. But in their hour of greatest need, you refused the call. The North remembers. We know no king but the king in the North whose name is Stark. I don't care if he's a bastard. Ned Stark's blood runs through his veins. He's my king, from this day until his last day.
But defending a castle is difficult, and now that he had become the king in the north, the next step was to unite all the families and figure out how to fight the army of the undead. Snow knew that dragonglass could kill the White Walkers, so he ordered everyone to start searching for it. And within his own family, regardless of gender, from ages 10 to 60, everyone had to undergo training.
I might be small, Lord Glover, and I might be a girl, but I am every bit as much a northerner as you.
Indeed you are, my lady. No one is
And I don't
questioning.
need your permission to defend the North.
The Night King, the herald of the arrival of winter, had already created an army of tens of thousands of undead. They began to approach the Great Wall, the last defense for humanity. And Snow, as the king in the north at the foot of the wall, started to intensify the training for everyone when he received a letter from Tyrion, the Hand of the Queen. Facing a relationship that had hostile family ties and was once her husband, Sansa still felt it was too risky to meet. But Onion Knight cautioned that if an alliance with Daenerys was forged, the flames unleashed by the three dragons could better help the North resist the White Walkers. In the midst of Snow's hesitation, Samwell, who was studying at the Citadel, after collecting countless pieces of information, provided evidence that Dragonstone, where Daenerys was located, had a large supply of dragon glass. This solidified Snow's decision to go and meet Daenerys. When everyone, including his own sister Sansa, heard that Daenerys had 3 dragons and was allied with Tyrion, who was once their enemy, they vehemently opposed this meeting.
I remember the Mad King all too well. A Targaryen cannot be trusted, nor can a Lannister.
We need allies. Powerful allies. I know it's a risk, but I have to take it.
Then send an emissary, don't go yourself. You're abandoning your home.
I'm leaving both in good hands.
Whose?
Yours.
When Sansa heard that she could rule the North, no longer showed any excitement and silently consented. And so, Snow, accompanied by Onion Knight, set foot on Dragonstone to meet the long-rumored descendant of House Targaryen.
The dwarf of Casterly Rock, bastard of Winterfell.
After the introductions from both sides, Missandei ordered Snow and everyone else to surrender their weapons, and their small boat was taken away as well. However, due to their previous close friendship, after some reminiscing about past events, Snow and Tyrion quickly let go of their concerns.
I'd say you get used to them.
You stand in the presence of Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, rightful heir to the Iron Throne, rightful Queen of the Andals and the First Men.
This is Jon Snow.
In the awkward introductions, Onion Knight emphasized the importance of the king in the North, but in Daenerys' eyes, regardless of any family, including Snow who no longer carried the Stark name, all should submit to her as a descendant of House Targaryen. The oaths of loyalty made by previous generations also had long-lasting effects.
So I assume, my lord, you're here to bend the knee.
Your father burned my grandfather alive. He burned my uncle alive. He would have burned the Seven Kingdoms.
My father was an evil man. I ask your forgiveness for the crimes he committed against your family.
Seeing this king who was willing to admit mistakes, Snow gained a renewed understanding of the Targaryen family that had once wreaked havoc. However, he still emphasized his unwillingness to bend the knee. This impatience caused Daenerys to ask directly about the purpose of Snow's visit. When Snow mentioned the need for mutual help, Daenerys felt that he was underestimating her.
Did you see 3 dragons flying overhead when you arrived?
Not to defeat Cersei.
But you haven't stormed King's Landing. Why not?
Snow knew that Daenerys was not the Mad King and did not want innocent people to suffer, which was why he had not attacked the Iron Throne. But all of that was not important because there was a more significant enemy at hand.
The dead are the enemy.
The dead.
Facing the talk of the army of the dead, even the knowledgeable Tyrion began to doubt. However, he understood Snow's character and knew that he was not someone who would make excuses for war and personal gain. Snow stated that all the legends were true, and when the Night King's army was about to reach the wall, everyone would surely perish if they didn't unite.
And betrayed, raped, and defiled. Do you know what kept me standing through all those years in exile? Faith in myself. In Daenerys Targaryen.
With Daenerys, a descendant of the powerful Targaryen lineage, who possessed 3 fully grown dragons, and her determination to restore her family's rule over the 7 kingdoms, she sought out Snow as the king in the North, ready to make him swear allegiance to her. However, driven by the responsibility to protect humanity, Jon Snow insists on confronting the army of the undead first. Despite both sides getting to know each other and understanding that they were both rulers who cared for their respective realms, Tyrion still hoped that Snow would submit to Daenerys. They agreed to first join forces to eliminate Cersei, the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms, and then face the legendary army of the dead together.
I mean no offense, Your Grace, but I don't know you. As far as I can tell, your claim to the throne rests entirely on your father's name, and my own father fought to overthrow the Mad King.
That's fair. It's also fair to point out that I'm the rightful queen of the 7 kingdoms. By declaring yourself king of the northernmost kingdom, you are in open rebellion.
At that moment, the Master of Whispers arrived with urgent news, forcing Daenerys to temporarily suspend the negotiations and arrange for their accommodation. Although Snow felt like he was being imprisoned, being in a foreign land with their ship taken away, he had no choice but to obey and follow orders. It turned out that Daenerys' naval allies were attacked, and the fleet that brought snow was destroyed by Cersei's navy, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. Thousands of ships dwindled down to just 3 that managed to escape, with the majority of survivors captured. The Greyjoy siblings, who had pledged their allegiance, found themselves in a dire situation, while the brother was saved by the survivors. The fate of the sister remained unknown. The following day, during a private conversation, Tyrion sensed that Snow had ulterior motives for his visit. After persistent questioning, Tyrion discovered that Snow's secondary plan was to acquire dragonglass. Seeing an opportunity to bridge the divide between the two rulers, Tyrion fervently persuaded Daenerys to grant Snow access to the unused resource. This gesture helped alleviate tensions between them. As they ventured into the dragonglass mine, Daenerys witnessed ancient wall paintings that depicted the Night King's path, revealing the existence of an army of the dead. Confronted with the sight of the approaching army of whites, Daenerys began to believe in Snow's unwavering stance. Unbeknownst to them, while they were reaching a consensus to resist the Night King, Cersei, the queen who had ascended to power by stepping on corpses, had already begun implementing her own plans for rule. If a woman could claim the throne, the staircase leading up to it would undoubtedly be composed of countless corpses. Cersei possessed exquisite features, a slender figure, and fair skin, and she was the eldest daughter of her family. She was naturally haughty, ambitious, and believed herself to possess great governing talents. In her pursuit of strengthening House Lannister, she married Robert Baratheon, the king on the Iron Throne. However, on their wedding night, an intoxicated Robert passionately called out the name of his former love, Lyanna. This deeply angered Cersei, and her relationship with her twin brother, Jaime, became even more entangled when their foster father, who also served as the hand of the king, died under mysterious circumstances. Robert sensed the lurking danger and appointed his brother Ned Stark as the new hand of the king. But when Ned began investigating their foster father's death, he discovered that Cersei's 3 children were not fathered by Robert but by her brother, Jaime Lannister. Realizing that her secret was on the verge of being exposed, Cersei instructed her cousin Lancel to substitute Robert's wine with a highly potent one during his hunting trip, resulting in Robert being mortally wounded by a boar while in a drunken state. Taking immediate action, Cersei orchestrated a coup, placing her 13-year-old son Joffrey Baratheon on the Iron Throne as king and declaring herself the Queen Regent. She also used the pretext of old age and incompetence to dismiss Barris Tanselmy, the commander of the Kingsguard, appointing her brother Jaime as the new commander. Cersei initially planned to frame Ned Stark and have him exiled, offering him a chance for a merciful death if he confessed. However, the impulsive Joffrey, influenced by the manipulations of Littlefinger, impulsively ordered Ned Stark's execution by beheading, leading to a complete rupture between the Stark and Lannister families. Although Cersei had paved the way for Joffrey and positioned Sansa, the eldest daughter of the Stark family, by his side, she found it increasingly difficult to control him.
I had a disgusting lie about Uncle Jaime. And you? Father had other children. Besides me and Tom and Marcella.
What are you asking?
I'm asking if he fucked other women when he grew tired of you. How many bastards does he have running?
As a tiger mother, Cersei orchestrated the ascension of her eldest son, Joffrey, to the throne, hoping to manipulate the real power behind the scenes. However, her son proved to be an uncontrollable force. He not only rejected his mother Cersei's arrangements but also defied her by replacing his designated fiancé and engaging in conflicts with his own family members, including disrespecting his grandfather.
I am the king! I will punish you.
Any man who must say, "I am the king," is no true king. The king is tired. See him to his chambers.
Come along.
As Joffrey became more arrogant and dismissive of those around him, it ultimately led to his demise at his own wedding. Poisoned by his wife's grandmother, Cersei believed that her younger brother, Tyrion, whom she had always held resentment towards, was responsible for the act. Despite Tyrion's previous actions of risking his life in battle to defend their family, Cersei manipulated their father into condemning Tyrion and colluded to change the testimony of all witnesses, determined to sentence her own brother to death.
Do you wish to confess?
Yes, Father. I'm guilty. I'm guilty of being a dwarf.
Have you nothing to say in your defense?
Nothing but this. I did not do it. I did not kill Joffrey, but I wish that I had.
In the end, it was Jaime, her compassionate brother, who secretly released Tyrion. However, during his escape, Tyrion impulsively killed his lover, who had betrayed him, and his father, who had been plotting against him. Realizing the gravity of his actions, Tyrion sought the help of his trusted friend, Varys. Disappointed in Cersei, they had no choice but to join forces and seek refuge with the rising Daenerys. Crossing the sea together, fearful of losing control and haunted by her past mistakes, Cersei placed her youngest son, Tommen, on the throne. However, Queen Margaery, who had previously married Cersei's eldest son, successfully captivated Tommen's heart to secure her own position. Cersei, resentful of losing control over her son, was deeply displeased. Unbeknownst to her, a mysterious rebellious force had already gathered within King's Landing, her seat of power.
Your Grace.
Only faith can surpass power and judge it, and faith is often built upon the common people. Due to the power struggle within the Cersei family, there has been constant warfare and suffering during her reign, leading to a large influx of refugees into King's Landing. People have started placing their hopes in the church. The former King Robert's master of war refuses to accept Cersei's commands. Meanwhile, the family's economy is in crisis. To quell the public anger and establish a cost-free army, Cersei seeks out the leader of the refugees, the High Sparrow. She offers him the authority to reorganize the church and appoints him as the High Septon. Subsequently, she has them imprison Margaery's brother and then Margaery herself, thinking that the High Sparrow would be grateful and easily manipulated to suppress any potential threats. However, Cersei did not anticipate that the High Sparrow, whose followers grow in number, would also taste the power he has gained. Using Cersei's alleged incestuous relationship with her brother Jaime as an excuse, he imprisons her in the Great September of Baelor. After enduring repeated torture, Cersei finally temporarily submits to the High Sparrow, agreeing to undergo a trial by faith. She is accused of defiling the gods and is made to walk through the streets wearing the new attire of an emperor. The journey from the Great September of Baelor to the Red Keep is incredibly challenging for Cersei.
Shame. 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 Shame.
As she has many enemies, and her daughter has been poisoned and killed by a family she was to be married into. Witnessing the death of her daughter and the increasing audacity of the High Sparrow, Jaime decides to rescue Margaery and eliminate the threat of the Faith Militant, but the High Sparrow threatens them with Margaery's brother and manipulates the young King Tommen, brainwashing him to support the church.
I speak for King Tommen of House Baratheon, first of his name.
The gods don't recognize his authority in this matter.
A new age of harmony. A holy alliance between the crown and the faith.
Together, we will restore the Seven Kingdoms to glory.
Driven by the desire for survival and the unforgettable humiliation of being publicly shamed, Cersei walks through the streets wearing the Emperor's new clothes, awaiting her judgment by the bishop whose authority she had granted.
He promised me I could stay in the Red Keep until my trial.
You made no such promises. If you refuse to come of your own free will. Move aside, sir.
I choose violence.
As her dignity is stripped away by the public shaming, even her loyal followers, who used to bow down to her, start to distance themselves. Her only son is also influenced by the church's teachings. As the day of her trial approaches, Cersei, as the mother of the king, cannot escape her fate. This unleashes the inner demon within her, defending her thirst for power. Margaery also knows that the impending trial against the Queen Mother will inevitably lead to unforeseen conflicts. So, using the hidden book pattern of the Highgarden Rose, I inform my grandmother, although I am caught up in this game of power, my heart is forever tied to my family. The day of judgment for the Queen Mother has finally arrived, and everyone awaits solemnly, eager to declare their positions in this clandestine battle of power. They all want to witness the fall of the mighty Queen Mother. However, as Cersei's guards block her son Tommen from leaving, It becomes clear that she had no intention of attending this trial. She wants everyone who opposes her to know that the Lannister family always repays its debts. After the public trial of Marjorie's brother, with Cersei still absent, the High Sparrow sends Lancel, who has already pledged allegiance to him and was once Cersei's cousin, to summon her. But as he steps out, he is led by a prearranged young boy into the catacombs beneath the Great September of Baelor. Confused, Lancel sees the room filled with barrels, and in the darkness, the boy delivers a fatal blow with a dagger. As Lancel lies on the ground, he sees the distant flames and realizes that the gathering for the trial has long been part of Cersei's plot.
Cersei understands the consequences of her absence, and she is absent anyway, which means she does not intend to suffer those consequences. We all need to leave now!
Those who occupy the highest positions always have someone to do their bidding, but they also pay an equal price. The three children also perish in the struggle for family power. After eliminating the church she once nurtured, Cersei finally sits on the coveted Iron Throne. But now, her most threatening enemy is Daenerys Targaryen, the last surviving member of the dragon lineage. She learns that Daenerys has landed on Dragonstone with her 3 dragons and has formed alliances with some of Cersei's enemies. Despite Jaime's insistence that they cannot engage in warfare without sufficient provisions before the onset of winter, Cersei remains ambitious, with aspirations to rule all.
I'm not sure you understand how much danger we're in.
I understand we're in a war for survival. I understand whoever loses dies. I understand whoever wins could launch a dynasty that lasts 1,000 years.
A dynasty for whom? Our children are dead. We're the last of us.
A dynasty for us, then.
Now they're all dead. Whoever killed them is no friend of ours. We need allies.
Facing her brother's doubts, Cersei reveals that she has already secured alliances, including the Greyjoys, who have chosen a new king. She promises to offer herself to them once they defeat Daenerys. With her cunning plan, Euron Greyjoy successfully destroys Daenerys' naval power, disrupting her grand schemes. However, Daenerys is unaware that the most confident move in her plan is about to fall into Cersei's trap. Casterly Rock, the stronghold of House Lannister, has never been conquered. As a member of the Lannister family, Tyrion knows that the castle is well trained in archery, well supplied, and has a garrison of at least 10,000 soldiers, and through the lookout posts, they will know in advance when the enemy is attacking. Facing the impregnable gates and towering walls, casualties are unavoidable, but Tyrion, who personally built the sewer system within the castle, knows that there is a route through the sewers that leads to the watchtower, so he plans to have Grayscale, the leader of the Unsullied, lead an elite squad to break out from within and coordinate with the external forces. While the main army outside the castle diverts the enemy's firepower, the elite squad will strike from the sewers against Daenerys' army of Unsullied. This tactic can be unstoppable.
Give me 10 good men, and I'll impregnate the bitch.
One side fights for freedom, while the other fights for power. Due to their different loyalties, the Unsullied ultimately defeat the Lannister soldiers.
But my sister's armies fight for her out of fear. The Unsullied will be fighting for something greater. They will be fighting for freedom, and the person who gave it to them. They will be fighting for you. And that is why they will triumph.
After Grayscale's team captures Casterly Rock, they discover that the enemy is far fewer than initially predicted, realizing that they fell into Cersei's trap of an empty castle. Meanwhile, Jaime, leading the Lannister army, has already eliminated all of Daenerys' allies one by one. In the face of the complete defeat of the castle's defenders, Marjorie's grandmother calmly faces it all. Under Jaime's reluctant mercy, the Queen of Thorns drinks a glass of wine and reveals the truth about Joffrey's death.
I'd hate to die like your son, clawing at my neck, foam and bile spilling from my mouth, eyes blood red, skin purple. Tell Cersei, I wanted to know it was me.
The gold confiscated by Jaime not only pays off the national debt, but Cersei also paints a picture of ruling the Seven Kingdoms with the wealthy Iron Bank. She successfully allies with the Iron Bank and incorporates it into her own power. Upon hearing that her allies have been wiped out, the enraged Daenerys quickly questions Tyrion's strategy. However, after everyone's persuasion, she suppresses her desire to use her dragons to burn the city. At this moment, Theon, who has regained his life and was once a foster brother, is confronted by Snow for his treacherous actions, but considering that Theon saved Sansa's life, Jon does not hold a grudge. The reason Theon gave up on rescuing his sister was also because he hoped to seek Daenerys' help. However, Snow tells Theon that Daenerys has already taken Drogon, her eldest dragon, to the first stop to plunder gold and food. With gold, provisions, spoils, and the encouragement of the loyal soldiers who defected to their side, Jaime is preparing for battle, but the mercenaries around him feel the tremors of the earth.
Listen.
All the commanders who foresee the danger quickly gather their forces. The shield bearers stand in tight formation, the close combat spear soldiers fill in the gaps, and the archers wait in the rear ready to unleash their arrows. Although Jaime has experienced countless battles, the oppressive feeling of an unseen enemy lowers the morale of everyone present. The mounted horsemen of the Dothraki, unstoppable like a raging tide, have been honing their skills in warfare from the moment they were born. Amidst the war cries of their kinsmen, they charge forward. At this moment, any army from any family on the continent of Westeros would appear extremely vulnerable.
Get back to King's Landing.
I'm not abandoning my army.
You're the commander, not a damn infantryman. Those are about to swamp us.
We can hold them off.
Faced with the unstoppable cavalry of the Dothraki, coupled with a long-lost black dragon leading the charge, the outcome seems predetermined even before the battle begins. As the central shield wall is instantly breached, Jaime stands firm and organizes his troops to resist to the death. However, to his surprise, the enemy archers are also mounted on horseback. The archers' elevated position quickly dismantles the shield walls on both sides once again. From the sky, Daenerys, riding her dragon, targets the rear defenses of Jaime's army. Faced with the aerial firepower, Jaime coordinates his archer squads to resist Daenerys' attack, but as Daenerys turns her dragon around, she inadvertently destroys the flanking defenses as well. Witnessing the carnage before him, Jaime recalls the scorpions developed by Qyburn. He orders the mercenaries to man the scorpions and attempt to shoot down the dragons before the mercenaries can reach the scorpions. However, they are brought down by the enemy leader, whose blow severs their horse legs, causing them to fall. In the face of the game-changing dragon, Bronn, finding himself in the midst of the chaos, can only search for an attempt to use the untested scorpion. He opens the wings, secures it to his forearm, and, with the giant arrow fully drawn, searches for Daenerys in the smoke. Due to the presence of the fire-breathing dragon, the soldiers on the battlefield are powerless to resist. Jaime, witnessing the devastation, knows that the battle is all but lost. Daenerys, riding her dragon over the lake, prepares for a final close-quarters sweep of the battlefield. However, this also allows Bronn, hidden in the smoke, to lock his aim on her. Seeing the appearance of a highly threatening weapon on the battlefield, Daenerys becomes more alert and swiftly targets the scorpion. When Daenerys, under attack for the first time in the air, becomes enraged, she turns Drogon around and begins a direct assault on the scorpion. The arrow from Bronn's right arm causes Drogon to lose balance instantly, and in the process, he crashes towards the direction of the scorpion. Just when everyone thinks the tide is about to turn, Drogon, after faking a fall, once again proves the might of dragons. Seeing Daenerys removing the arrow and landing on the ground, Tyrion, who is watching the battle unfold, understands his brother's intentions.
Come on, boy. Come on.
After Bronn saves Jaime, witnessing the devastation caused by just a single dragon, he understands why Daenerys, who could have easily ruled, did not bring all 3 dragons with her and instead chose to destroy the ancestral legacy of his own family. Nobody wants to see a burning war or use corpses as stepping stones, but often, people find themselves trapped on an inevitable path. Seeing the soldiers fighting for Cersei before her, Daenerys clearly asserts her sovereignty of either prosperity for those who submit or death for those who resist. Initially, some soldiers harbor stubbornness, but witnessing the overwhelming force displayed by Drogon, they involuntarily kneel and submit. However, recently captured and still holding his identity as a knight and member of House Tarly, Samwell Tarly's father refuses to bow down to Daenerys, a foreigner. He vows never to submit and certainly not to obey her command to be sent to the wall.
You are not my queen.
You will have to kill me too.
Step back and shut your mouth.
Who are you?
I'm Dickon Tarly, son of Randall Tarly.
This war has already wiped one great house from the world. Don't let it happen again. Bend the knee.
I will not.
Dracarys.
Drogon, the newborn dragon, though victorious in his first battle, remained highly vigilant upon returning to Dragonstone with Daenerys. Snow, seeing the magnificent beast approach, instinctively removed his gloves and walked towards it. It wasn't until Drogon sensed Jon's awe that he relaxed and allowed Daenerys to dismount. Daenerys, addressing Jon's surprise at their quick return, mentioned that power was the fastest way to solve problems. Albeit a fearsome one, their conversation was interrupted by a Dothraki leader, announcing the arrival of a man claiming to be Daenerys' friend.
Your Grace.
Mormont's return undoubtedly bolstered Daenerys. He had contracted grayscale, believed incurable, and had sought treatment to no avail, resigning himself to aiding scholars. However, meeting Tarly, who was eager to learn, they worked together to find a cure, ultimately succeeding. A letter from Jon's home, Winterfell, disrupted everyone's plans, revealing that 2 Stark children were alive and warning of the Night King's army approaching the wall. Facing a potential counterattack from Cersei, Tyrion suggested capturing a White to convince Cersei of the threat, volunteering to risk the accusation of patricide to persuade Jaime and Cersei to agree to a truce.
With the Queen's permission, I'll go north and take one. You asked me to find a cure so I could serve you. Allow me to serve you.
You're not in the Night's Watch anymore. You're king in the North.
I'm the only one here who's fought them. I'm the only one here who knows them.
I haven't given you permission to leave.
With respect, Your Grace, I don't need your permission. I am a king.
Daenerys, moved by Tyrion's selflessness, agreed to the uncertain plan and allowed Jon to take the mind dragonglass with him. As Jon departed, everyone knew the risk involved, capturing a White from the vast army of the dead to prove the existence of White Walkers and unite humanity against the common enemy. Even Tormund, the wildling leader, was astounded by the daunting task.
You really want to go out there? Again? You're not the only ones.
The Night's Watch, patrolling the wall, encountered a group also heading north. The Hound Clegane, a former knight tired of the power struggles. Beric Dondarrion, a fierce warrior who had been resurrected 6 times and possessed fire attributes. And Thuras of Myr, a fellow red priest and warrior.
At the edge of the world, at the same moment, heading in the same direction for the same reason.
Are we coming with you or not?
Don't you want to know what we're doing? Is it worse than sitting in a freezing cell waiting to die?
We're all on the same side. How can we be?
We're all breathing.
These 6 brave men, including Robert's bastard son Gendry, set out beyond the wall to accomplish the seemingly impossible mission. After a grueling journey across mountains, they finally neared the peak guided by the Lord of Light. As they neared the mountain's base, a blizzard intensified, reducing visibility to less than 100 meters. Wildling leader Tormund was the first to spot a giant bear in the distance, but by the time everyone realized, they found the bear's eyes glowing blue, indicating it was a white. As the scout disappeared into the mist, everyone quickly formed a circle facing outward. Clegane, a battle-hardened man, was frozen in fear at the sight of this legendary creature. The undead bear was finally subdued by Yora's dragonglass, collapsing without further reaction. Clegane, who had never been saved before, was taken aback by the man who risked his life to save him, because strong liquor was needed to alleviate the severe pain of the burn wounds. Not knowing how to help, but fearing fire, he could only turn away and escape. The zombie bear, more fearsome than a regular one, was eventually overpowered by the team, but the Red Priest Thuras sustained severe injuries in the fight. Luckily, they soon discovered a small scouting party of whites. To avoid alerting the larger White Walker forces, they set a trap in the canyon, simulating human activity. When a White Walker lieutenant and his whites came to investigate, the group quickly surrounded them, underestimating the whites' combat strength. They were caught in a standoff until Snow, with his Valyrian steel sword, eliminated the lieutenant, causing the whites to collapse. One white, not turned by this lieutenant, remained intact. As they prepared to capture the white, it let out a piercing scream, alerting others over great distances and causing the valley to tremble.
Run back to Eastwood, get a raven to Daenerys, tell her what's happened.
With an injured member and the whites slowing them down, they had to send one person back quickly for help while the rest headed for the nearest high ground.
Stop!
Realizing the high ground was a lake's center, they ran towards a large rock, with the massive white army closing in from both sides. The ice, unable to bear the weight of the dense army, started to collapse. Forming a massive ring around the six in the middle, giving them a momentary respite. Gendry, sent to deliver the message, finally reached the wall by nightfall. While Snow's team waited for rescue, they all knew they carried the heavy responsibility of uniting the world and had to return with the White to warn humanity, to allow the two current rulers to set aside their grudges and focus all their efforts. But the Night King would not let them succeed easily.
Where are the others? Raven. We need to send a Raven. Get the Maester. Now!
The most important person in the world had to fly to the most dangerous place. Initially, Tyrion thought this decision was non-negotiable. However, if Daenerys, with her 3 dragons, did not go, who else could rescue them from the Night King's hands?
If you die, we're all lost. Everyone, everything.
You told me to do nothing before and I listened to you. I'm not doing nothing again.
After being besieged by the Night King all night, everyone, suffering from hunger and cold, began to weaken. Seeing Thuras die from his wounds in the dark of night, Beric knew there was no one left to resurrect him. After mourning their fallen comrade and to prevent his body from being turned into a white by the Night King, they burned his body. Facing the freezing weather and the lake's ice, Yora suggested making a last stand by targeting the white lieutenants, theorizing that the rest of the whites might collapse, potentially giving them a chance to win. But Snow insisted that their main mission was to return with the sample, and their only chance now was to wait for Daenerys. Meanwhile, the bored Clegane started venting his emotions by throwing stones at the whites on the opposite shore of the lake. When one of the stones revealed that the ice was strong enough to bear weight, the White Army began to advance towards the center, and the team readied for battle. Enraged, Clegane was the first to charge out, trying to break the ice again to slow down the Whites. His actions threw the Whites into a frenzy. To protect the White sample, everyone fought valiantly. As the number of incoming Whites increased, the defensive circle was forced to shrink to the top of the large rock. Tormund, the wildling leader, was struck on the head and surrounded by Whites, with more emerging from the water to grasp his legs. Just as he was about to be dragged into the lake, an enraged Clegane rushed in to avert the crisis. To protect the White sample, the group kept moving towards the high ground, but their escape route was running out. Facing the siege of thousands of Whites, the team fought desperately to buy time for rescue. With no more room to retreat, Snow watched as the last of his followers were overwhelmed by Whites. His hope fading, he began to doubt his initial decision to agree to this plan and question the rightness of his leadership direction. But seeing those around him who fully trusted him and were sworn to defend the last line of survival, Snow once again decided to bear this heavy responsibility until the last minute of his life. With Daenerys' timely arrival, her 3 dragons created a defensive line of fire across the lake, melting all the nearby Whites. Hesitant at first, Snow decided to let the others evacuate first while he cleared the remaining Whites. However, they were unaware that the Night King, watching from the mountaintop, had aimed an ice-enchanted spear at Daenerys' dragon Viserion in mid-air. Witnessing Viserion, who had accompanied her throughout her journey, plunge into the lake, Daenerys' heart sank with him, plunging Snow into deep guilt. But seeing the Night King preparing another spear, Snow snapped out of his fear. Watching the spot where Snow disappeared into the lake, Daenerys had to restrain her grief and return with the others. Meanwhile, the Night King, feeling triumphant, began to retreat with his army, driven by a strong will to survive. Snow struggled out of the lake, but the White Army hadn't gone far. Alone and exhausted, Snow still raised his sword, ready for a final stand. Benjen Stark, Eddard Stark's brother, a chief ranger of the Night's Watch who had ventured into the north and survived alone, pushed Snow onto a horse and charged into the Whites himself. In the Battle of Ice and Fire, the outcome often hinged on the strength of magic. Though Daenerys managed to rescue 4 people with Drogon amidst the onslaught, Viserion was struck down by the Night King's ice spear and sank into the lake. As the siege ended, the Night King, who could resurrect anything, had the Whites drag the dragon onto the ice, planning to turn the ancient beast to his own use. Snow barely made it back to the wall alive. Seeing Snow's deep guilt upon awakening, a heartbroken Daenerys decided to set aside the quest for the throne to join forces against the Night King, who had a vast army and had taken down Viserion. Snow, in turn, was willing to set aside his title as king in the north and swear fealty to Daenerys. After regrouping, they took the captured White sample and prepared a foolproof strategy, heading to the Lannisters' castle to negotiate with Cersei, who sat on the Iron Throne of the Seven Kingdoms.
If anything goes wrong, kill the silver-haired first. Then our brother. Then the bastard who calls himself king. The rest of them you can kill in any order you see fit. Come, Sir Gregor.
In a tense atmosphere, all the enemies gathered. Clegane saw his brother, who had once held him over a brazier, instilling a lifelong fear of fire.
What they do to you doesn't matter. It's not how it ends for you, brother. You know who's coming for you. You've always known.
As Clegane went to fetch the white sample and Cersei questioned Daenerys' absence, the roar of Drogon from the sky interrupted everyone. The arrival of Daenerys and her dragon instantly diminished Cersei's team's presence. To regain control, Joffrey's uncle made threatening remarks, followed by derogatory comments about Daenerys' hand. Tyrion. Cersei finally put an end to the drama for the sake of appearances. When Clegane returned with the box, everyone's attention returned to the main topic, began to focus on the reason for this truce. The Whites, only heard of in legends, to see what they actually looked like. As everyone stood up on guard at the sight of the rampaging Whites, Craster pulled the Whites back with iron chains and separated them into two groups. Witnessing the severed Whites still able to move, instantly triggered the deepest fears of every member of House Lannister present. The learned maesters, who had seen much in their lives, were astonished by the unprecedented scene before their eyes as they looked at the severed arm they had picked up. At that moment, Snow took the severed arm and stated that there were only two ways to kill the Whites. One was to burn them with fire, and the other was to use ancient dragonglass to stab them in the body. If humanity did not unite to fight against the army of the undead, then everyone present would meet the same fate.
There is only one war that matters. The Great War.
Cersei's allied families watched the scene unfold before them. Upon learning that Whites cannot swim and realizing the futility of forming an alliance, Cersei openly declared her intention to withdraw her troops and return to the Iron Islands, urging Daenerys to go back to Dragonstone as well. In this way, the people on the islands would be the only survivors once winter is over. Seeing everyone's fear, Cersei agreed to a temporary truce, but her condition was that Snow must prolong the ceasefire, refrain from attacking House Lannister, and not choose any side in the conflict.
I cannot serve two queens. And I've already pledged myself to Queen Daenerys of House Targaryen.
Then there is nothing left to discuss. The dead will come north first. Enjoy dealing with them. We will deal with whatever is left of you.
As Cersei left the negotiating table after the failed talks, Daenerys expressed gratitude for Snow's loyalty but believed that he should not stubbornly reject the proposal for a ceasefire at this time. According to her, sacrificing her own Viserion would be meaningless in that case. Tyrion, on the side, complained about why they couldn't occasionally lie, even just once, for the greater good.
That is indeed a problem. The more immediate problem is that we're...
Any ideas as to how we might change that state of affairs?
Helplessly, Tyrion had to face Cersei's wrath alone and attempt to persuade her once again.
I've thought about killing you more times than I can count. Do it! Say the word.
Through Tyrion's eloquence and with Cersei also considering her unborn child, she eventually agreed to the ceasefire and pledged to send troops to support the North in the fight against the Whites. But little did everyone know that this woman's plan had only just begun.
And when the Great War is over, perhaps you'll remember I chose to help. With no promises or assurances from any of you. Call our banners. All of them.
No one can shake the demons of power, facing a sample of 100,000 undead soldiers. Although Cersei promised to send troops during the negotiations, she revealed her true plan to her ministers after her brother Jaime had finished negotiating strategies with them. She expressed that she would never join forces with Daenerys and Snow, nor would she trust Tyrion, who killed their father, despite Jaime's desperate attempts to dissuade her. Cersei, determined to keep the Iron Throne, refused to listen.
Burn.
This isn't about noble houses. This is about the living and the dead.
Then I intend to stay amongst the living.
I faced them in the field. We can't beat them. We can't beat their dragons.
How many dragons did you see at the pit?
2.
What happened to the third?
For all we know, it's guarding her fleet.
Having not seen Daenerys' 3 dragons appear together, Cersei guessed that something was wrong with the dragons. Furthermore, she had come to acquire gold through plundering and hired the strongest army in the Narrow Sea, the Golden Company. The defection during the ceasefire negotiations was just a ruse. Upon hearing these plans, Jaime was instantly stunned and felt deeply disappointed in his sister, whom he had once loved, and was completely unaware of the scheme she had plotted behind his back. Jaime expressed his commitment to lead the troops. As a knight, he would definitely honor his promise.
I intend to honor that pledge.
And that would be treason.
Treason?
Disobeying your queen's command, fighting with her enemies, what would you call it?
I'm the only one you have left. Our children are gone. Our father is gone. It's just me and you now.
There's one more yet to come.
Give the order then.
With Jaime's solitary knight's pledge, the Dark Winter officially descended upon the continent of Westeros. The last line of defense for humanity, the Wall, was about to face its first attack in thousands of years. As the army of whites emerged from the trees, the guards on top of the wall sounded the alarm, just as Tormund, overwhelmed by fear, wondered why the army of whites had stopped. The piercing scream of a dragon in the sky startled everyone who looked up. Facing the Night King riding an ice dragon, Tormund could only signal the guards to prioritize their own survival. But after being scorched by the ice dragon's intense flames, the base of the wall began to rapidly crumble. With the destruction of the ancient wall that had stood for millennia, the massive army of death officially approached the human lands, and the Night King's target was only one person, the one with the most threat to his undead army and the ability to perceive all human civilization: Bran Stark, the greatest threat to the army of the undead, a child sitting in a wheelchair, as the second son of House Stark. After his father was betrayed and his family fell apart, Bran started hiding and evading with his servant Hodder and his younger brother Rickon Stark. Accompanying them were their direwolves, Summer and Rickon's direwolf, Shaggy Dog. Bran often had dreams where he saw a mysterious boy with a third eye on his forehead. While passing through an ancient forest, Hodder and Rickon went out to find food, and the handmaiden and Summer sensed danger, but when the handmaiden chased after them to investigate, Bran saw the person emerging from the thick fog, the same mysterious boy he had seen in his dreams.
Not another step, boy. Unless you want to drown in your own blood.
I'm unarmed.
That was poor planning.
My sister carries the weapon. You must be Summer. I'm Jojen Reed.
Jojen Reed, the only son of House Reed, who once pledged loyalty to House Stark. During Jojen Reed's childhood, when he was weak and dying from illness, he was saved by a three-eyed crow with prophetic magic. As a gift, he was granted the ability of the Green Seer, which allowed him to have prophetic dreams. However, he did not possess the ability to warg, which would enable him to freely enter the minds of living beings. Therefore, he couldn't control dreams as freely as the Green Seer, nor could he communicate with the weirwood trees that were scattered throughout Westeros. Because Jojen Reed had seen in his dreams that Bran possessed the warging ability but was trapped, he sought permission from his father and found the fugitive Bran, promising to help him unlock his warging abilities and assist him in fully embracing the role of the Three-Eyed Raven, a prophetic seer. At the same time, Bran also wanted to unravel the mysteries of his own dreams. During an encounter with wildlings, in order to stop the anxious Hodder from shouting, Bran accidentally broke through his limits and entered Hodder's body. Since then, he could also freely enter Summer's body. However, with this greater responsibility for his abilities, Bran decided to complete the transfer of the three-eyed raven and sent Rickon to find the allies of their father's house. Bran, accompanied by Hodder and the Reed siblings, ventured deep into the north, where the weirwood trees were scattered across the continent of Westeros. The weirwood trees were deciduous trees with pale, bone-like bark and deep red leaves resembling blood-stained hands. Many weirwood trunks were carved with faces, which were carved by the children of the forest, the ancient inhabitants of the forests before the arrival of humans. Sometimes, people would dye their eyes red with the leaves of the trees, making it appear as if the tree gods were weeping blood when the leaves fell. Due to Bran's ability to warg, he could perceive the past and present through the roots of the weirwood trees, which had lived for thousands of years and spread throughout the world. However, with Bran's current abilities, he couldn't freely control the memories he entered. Guided by Jojen, who had prophetic abilities as a green seer, the group faced arduous challenges as they journeyed north of the Desperate Wall. Despite enduring hunger and cold, they finally arrived at the location of the magical heart tree. However, when everyone prepared to enter the cave at the base of the tree, the sound they made activated the Night King's curse from beneath the ground.
Hold on! No! Hold on to me!
Hodor!
Help them!
Hodor!
Hold on!
Hodder became surrounded by whites, and in that moment, Bran activated his warging ability and took control of Hodder's mind. With Bran's control, Hodder, who already possessed giant's blood, went into a berserk mode.
Save yourself! Now!
Jojen, who had known about his imminent fate due to his brief prophetic abilities, accepted his sister's request to end his suffering. As the scattered skeletal soldiers lay on the ground, a young girl explained that the magical seal of the Green Seer's power caused the White's magic to fail in that location. Guided through a long passage, Bran finally encountered the Three-Eyed Raven, also known as the Last Green Seer, who possessed the ability to traverse the realm of memories and had lived within the roots of the weirwood tree for centuries.
He led us to you, and now
He knew what would happen. From the moment he left, he knew, and he went anyway.
How do you know?
I've been watching you. All of you. All of your lives. With 1,000 eyes and one.
Through training and guidance from the Three-Eyed Raven, Bran was able to use the memories stored within the ancient weirwood to travel back to the childhood of his father and even witness his Aunt Lyanna Stark, whom he had only seen in statues.
Willis, come here.
Hodor?
Benjen always lifts his chin when he's about to charge.
And lowers it when he's going to dodge my lady. Hodor talks.
The little lords, Willis. Come along now. It's no place for you. Oh, Nan, look at the size of him.
As Hodder from his childhood departed and the Three-Eyed Raven pulled Bran back to reality, he advised Bran to learn patience in controlling time, warning him that he could drown in the depths of temporal memories.
I wasn't drowning. I was home.
During Bran's second journey into the realm of memories, he discovered the true identity of the Night King. The children of the forest, possessing supernatural powers and adept at magic, had inhabited the land long before the arrival of humans. As wars broke out with the arrival of humans, they began burning weirwood trees and destroying the forests. With dwindling numbers, they resorted to capturing humans and plunging dragon glass infused with magic into their hearts, intending to transform them into their own kind.
It was you.
In response to Bran's questioning through the realm of memories, the children of the forest explained that they created the Night King and his icy magic as a means to defend against human plundering. However, as the Night King gradually lost control, driven by the desire for power, he planned to wage war and seize control of the world. This led to the creation of an immensely powerful army of the undead. Bran's curiosity was piqued, as he sought to uncover the Night King's weaknesses, while the Three-Eyed Raven slept. Driven by curiosity, Bran, whose powers were still limited, ventured into the realm of time and memories on his own. This time, he found himself in the early stages of the formation of the Army of the Dead. Seeing the tightly packed but motionless troops, Bran realized that his presence in the realm of time and memories was akin to being invisible. However, as he prepared to approach the Night King for a closer observation, he discovered that there were others who possessed abilities beyond his own, including the Night King and the Green Seers created by the Children of the Forest.
He saw me! The Night King! He saw me!
He touched you.
They too had the power to enter the realm of time and memories. Bran also learned that during the Night King's siege on Snow's team, the Night King knew that Daenerys had been notified, so he waited motionless for the arrival of the three dragons, which would come to their rescue. This revelation left a mark on Bran in the realm of memories, exposing the three-eyed raven's location, which allowed the Night King to find them when he pursued the mark. With the Night King closing in, the three-eyed raven could only guide Bran one last time. Bran entered the realm of space without the need to touch any object and became the true last Green Seer, possessing the memories of the world. Meanwhile, the Night King had surrounded the Heart Tree with his army of the dead. The true king does not need to speak, as power is the best representation. With the Night King's infusion of ice magic, the cave where the Heart Tree was exposed to the cold air instantly shattered. The magical shield created by the Children of the Forest also dissipated, and the early infused flame weapons had limited effect. The Children of the Forest could only ignite the defensive line around the entrance, but it was no match for the Night King's ice magic. The undead army, lacking the ability to control fire, bypassed the flames and entered through the cracks at the bottom. Meanwhile, Bran was undergoing the final guidance in the realm of memories, which required him to let go of personal emotions. Only when he became internally strong and free from attachments could he freely choose when to enter and exit the realm of memories.
You have to wake up! We need Hodor!
Hodor!
Bran, we need Hodor!
As the army of whites poured in through the cracks, Bran could also hear Mira's cries from the real world, with Hodor being the only one capable of carrying Bran, but deeply consumed by fear.
Walk into Hodor now! Now!
Listen to your friend, Brandon.
Hodor!
The direwolf Summer, who never retreated, charged at the whites, giving his life meaning until the end. Although they managed to delay the army for a brief moment, the remaining rampaging whites relentlessly pursued them. By now, the Night King had reached the center of the cave and found the three-eyed raven, who could predict his every move.
Leave me.
As the Children of the Forest made their final stand, the passage became even more frenzied with the invading whites. Hodor used all his strength to break open the gate and dragged Bran out, handing him over to Mira. Hodor then turned back to face the rampaging whites, using his body to hold them off.
Hold the door!
In that moment, the young Hodor, influenced by the two different time portals, witnessed Bran breaking through his abilities and saw the adult Hodor's consciousness branching off. With a familiar gaze and the echoing cry of "Hold the door" from the portal, the consciousness of the young Hodor merged with the body of the adult Hodor. Bran also remembered the three-eyed raven's teachings. While they could influence the past, their influence could not change what was already destined in history.
Hold the door! What's that? Hold the door!
Hold the door! Hold the door! Hold the door! Hold the door! Hold the door! Hold the door! Hold Hodor! Hodor!
After being besieged by the massive army of whites, the forest child created by the Green Prophet was completely eradicated. The three-eyed raven, who could predict the Night King's movements, also disappeared, leaving only Bran, whose abilities of memory travel were insufficient, protected, although Bran was trying to break through his limitations during their escape.
Where's my sister?
He and Mira, who was dragging him along, were slow in their movements and were eventually caught up by the rampaging whites.
I'm so sorry.
Come with me, now!
Watching the Black Cloak men shatter the whites and come to a stop, they had no time to think and had to follow them on horseback. When they finally stopped to rest in safety, Bran recognized the black-cloaked man who had taken off his hood.
Uncle Benjen.
It was Benjen Stark, Bran's own uncle, who had died in the north while trying to save Snow. Looking at Bran's puzzled face, Benjen, pale and bloodless, explained that he had been stabbed in the abdomen by the whites with an ice spear when he went deep into the north, and he was saved by the forest child at the moment of his death. He had used dragon glass to pierce his own heart, the same method that dispersed the Night King's magic control over him.
The same way they made the walkers in the first place. You saw it yourself.
A shard of dragon glass plunged into your heart.
You must learn to control it.
Although he had his own consciousness, he was ultimately just a lifeless white, faced with the powerful magic beneath the foundations of the wall. His current body was unable to pass through. That's why the Night King only advanced on humanity after resurrecting the giant dragon.
While it stands, the dead cannot pass. I cannot pass.
Where will you go?
The Great War is coming, and I still fight for the living. I'll do what I can, as long as I can.
Thank you, Uncle Benjen.
I wish you both good fortune.
After his uncle left, Bran looked at the weirwood beside him and decided to attempt to enter the memory space alone once again. He tried to erase his personal emotions in order to avoid being trapped. This time, Bran saw his father, the last person to see his Aunt Lyanna alive. At that time, everyone was rising up against the Targaryen dragon family, but the Mad King's son, Rhaegar Targaryen, took Aunt Lyanna away, and in the end, she bore the only son of the Targaryen family. In fear of Robert, who was destined to sit on the Iron Throne, killing every Targaryen, Lyanna entrusted the boy to her brother, Eddard Stark. Bran's father adopted him as a foster son and named him Snow.
Promise me, Ned. Promise me.
After experiencing countless lives' preparations, Bran finally returned to his birthplace, Winterfell, and he met his sister Sansa, who had been waiting for Snow's return. But as the truly three-eyed raven, devoid of emotions, he saw through his memories the actions Sansa had taken against their father.
Hello, Sansa.
Facing his elder sister whom he had not seen in 10 years, Bran felt as if she were laid bare before him, but no emotions stirred within him. As the Green Prophet who could erase emotions and travel through memory and time, Bran began his first conversation with his sister, which was about the issue of family inheritance. Sansa tentatively expressed that as the only male heir of the family, Bran was willing to give up the position of Duke of Winterfell. However, as the three-eyed raven with his current prophetic abilities, he claimed that he would not become a player in this game of power, and he carried the heavy responsibility of observing the Night King's movements. As Sansa persistently questioned him, Bran vividly depicted the scene where she was once married to Ramsay, as if he were present himself. This made Sansa, with many secrets in his heart, instantly panicked and made excuses to leave, because their father's confession and subsequent execution were entirely based on trusting Sansa. At night, when Littlefinger, who served as Sansa's advisor, visited, Bran, who could see the memories, remained calm, because the Valyrian steel dagger that Littlefinger brought as a gift was the very weapon that instigated conflicts throughout the Seven Kingdoms and attempted to kill Bran. As the second son of the Stark family who hadn't seen him for years, Littlefinger, with ulterior motives, wanted to test how much Bran knew about the events that had unfolded. He pretended to care about Bran's deceased mother and claimed that he would protect the Stark siblings in the future.
Anything I can do for you, Brandon. I need only ask.
looking at the dagger that had caused the downfall of his family. Bran, who had already explored his memories, inquired about the dagger's owner. Clever as he was, Littlefinger claimed that it was not easy to identify the current owner of the dagger in this chaotic world, but he did not know that Bran had become the three-eyed raven, capable of seeing everything, and Bran was well aware that Littlefinger was the owner of the dagger.
To go through all of that and make your way home again only to find such chaos in the world. I can only imagine.
Chaos is a ladder.
Seeing Bran utter the same words he had spoken in the past, Littlefinger, taken aback, was interrupted by Mira, who had let him in. Before leaving, he couldn't resist testing Bran by addressing him as Lord Stark. For safety reasons, Bran refused the title, implying that he had not returned for power. Mira, who sensed that it was time to leave, came to bid farewell to Bran, and he calmly responded with just 2 words.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For helping me.
My brother died for you. Hodor and Summer died for you. I almost died for you. Bran.
I'm not really. Not anymore.
You died in that cave.
Watching Mira depart with her wounded heart, the flesh and blood Bran could only suppress his emotions, because he had a greater responsibility on his shoulders, and he also sensed the arrival of another person. It was Arya Stark, his sister, who had gone through countless hardships and ultimately became a faceless assassin, as the first female student in the history of the House of Black and White to complete her training. She could cut off the faces of the dead and use them as disguises. Arya, who preferred the sword over the needle since childhood, was the second daughter of the Stark family. She witnessed the entire process of their father's betrayal and execution, and afterward, she disguised herself as a boy, hiding her identity by cutting her hair. She planned to go to the wall to find her brother Snow, but unfortunately, she got separated from all her siblings. During their departure, the petite Arya became the target of bullying by others.
Drink. He's got a sword, this one.
What's a gutter rat like you doing with a sword?
Oh, you want it? I'll give it to you. I already killed one fat boy. I bet you never killed anyone. I bet you're a liar, but I'm not.
Gendry, the illegitimate son of the deceased King Robert, was also planning to go to the wall to avoid the pursuit of the Lannister family. However, they were caught by the guards of House Lannister when the main group took a rest midway. Following the order to kill 100 rather than let Gendry escape, they massacred Arya's father's friend and those who resisted. Witnessing the imminent death of the 3 prisoners locked in a cage, the kind-hearted Arya handed them an axe to facilitate their escape. After a fierce pursuit and search, everyone was captured and taken to the nearest castle for interrogation.
He was my son. My sister was 3 days ago.
Watching people being taken away every day for torture, knowing they would never return, Arya, suffering from hunger and cold, could only alleviate her fear by repeating her revenge list, because she had already secretly made up her mind to personally eliminate everyone who had harmed her family. Faced with the squad leader who selected one person each day for interrogation, Hot Pie, who observed carefully, came up with a plan to deal with the selection.
He told me he stares at him every day. That's why he doesn't get picked.
You.
Seeing the same frightened gaze from her fellow prisoners being taken away, Hot Pie was also terrified. Because the methods of interrogation were unforgettable, the guards would catch a rat and put it in a wooden barrel, then undo the prisoner's clothes and tie them around the chest, and finally use high heat to force the rat to dig into the chest.
I didn't see anyone help him. Take it off! Take it off!
Who helped him?
Gaines, the butcher, and his son.
That's better. You've been very helpful.
No, stop, please!
Watching the inevitable torture where death was certain whether one answered or not, Arya felt despair engulf her entire body. The next day at dawn, her friend Gendry was selected again. Seeing the barrel with the rat ready to be tied to his chest, Tywin, who was Cersei's father, returned from the battlefield. Seeing mostly young prisoners before him, he expressed his belief that resources should not be wasted during war. After some questioning, Tywin learned that Gendry was a blacksmith and ordered him to forge weapons for the army. Then, he saw through Arya's disguise as a boy and asked her to be his personal cupbearer. Seeing this arrangement by Tywin, who was the father of her father's enemy Cersei, Arya's heart rose to her throat once again, but Tywin, who was currently at war with Arya's brother Robb, had never seen the second daughter of the Stark family.
Girl, where are you from?
Maidenpool, my lord.
And who are the lords of Maidenpool? Remind me.
House Mooton, my lord.
You're a northerner, aren't you? And what do they say of Robb Stark in the north?
They call him the Young Wolf. They say he can turn into a wolf himself when he wants. They say he can't be killed.
Do you believe them?
No, my lord.
Although she had to deny her brother Robb in front of the hostile family, the Stark blood flowing through her veins had never changed. Arya, who thought her identity was perfectly concealed, was recognized by the imprisoned criminals she had once saved and who had been conscripted. However, Jaqen assured her that he would not mention it to anyone else and, as a token of gratitude for saving himself and 2 of his companions from a fire, promised to give Arya 3 lives. As long as she spoke the names, Jaqen would eliminate them.
3 lives I will give you. No more, no less. And we're done.
I can name anyone, and you'll kill him.
A man has said.
They call him the Tickler.
That is enough.
The next day, amid the screams of the crowd, Arya saw the executioner known as the Tickler fall from a building. This was Jaqen fulfilling his promise by eliminating the first name. Afterward, serving as a cupbearer, Arya gradually learned about the increasing plans of House Lannister. When she intended to secretly pass the information to her brother Robb, she was discovered by a commander in her hasty state. Although the commander couldn't read, he still intended to capture her and confront Tywin. Although Arya managed to break free when he was off guard and hid herself, the key to Arya's survival at the moment was the plan book she had stolen from the commander.
Amory Lodge!
A girl has named a second name. A man will do what must be done.
Now!
A girl cannot tell a man when exactly he must do a thing. A man cannot make a thing happen before it's time.
But he's going to tell Tywin he's getting away. It has to be now!
In this era of weaponry, where killing someone silently within 5 minutes was crucial, only a long-range throwing dart could accomplish that. Facing such a threat with such methods in the city, Tywin ordered the hanging of all the captured prisoners who had been conscripted. He would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let the assassin escape. He also ordered the burning of nearby villages and farms as a warning, and began to suspect Arya, who was serving as his cupbearer.
Eat.
I'll eat in the kitchen later.
It's bad manners to refuse a lord's offer. Sit. Eat.
Realizing she was in grave danger, Arya sought out Jaqen, who had promised her 3 lives. She asked him to help her and her friends escape from the castle. Although Jaqen initially claimed he had only 1 life left, Arya convinced him with her persuasive words and he agreed to her request. Under the cover of darkness, they nervously made their way past the gates that had already been dealt with. Jaqen managed to separate from the Lannister army, and he offered to teach Arya his skills if she wished to go with him.
I want to. But I can't.
However, driven by the seed of vengeance rooted deep within her, Arya chose to stay and find her family to join forces against Cersei. Seeing the determined girl before him, Jaqen left her with a coin and told her that if she ever needed help, she could find him across the sea.
If the day comes when you must find me again, just give that coin to any man from Bravos and say these words to him. Vala Morghulis.
Vala Morghulis.
Good.
Vala Morghulis.
After Jaqen left, the 3 companions, lost and with nowhere to go, they encountered the remnants of their foster father's man, who had died due to being framed by Cersei, the remaining followers of Robert and Ned. These men had formed the Brotherhood without banners, refusing to pledge loyalty to any house and instead acting as knights-errant, seeking justice across the Westeros continent. This was also why the Lannisters had been relentlessly pursuing them.
3 young ones on the run, carrying castle-forged swords. You escaped from Harrenhal?
Who are you?
Thoros of Myr. And the fella here with the bow is Anguy.
No, who do you fight for?
The Brotherhood without banners.
Thuras, a red priest, saw the swords in the hands of the 3 companions, which were clearly from the castle, and sensed their strong aversion during a conversation with Hot Pie. He knew that a soft approach wouldn't work and had to resort to a more forceful one. A true marksman could calculate the flight time of an arrow.
When I'm done talking, that arrow's falling down on your fat head.
Impressed by the display of such skill, the three astonished children had no choice but to comply. As the leader of this brotherhood, Thuras fulfilled his promise without malice. He allowed Arya and her friends to have a satisfying meal before continuing their journey, without asking too many questions about their future plans. Just as the three were about to leave, they passed by Craster, who had fled from Cersei's forces due to his weariness of the power struggle and happened to be caught by the Brotherhood. He recognized Arya, and as members of the Brotherhood who had once been loyal to the Stark name, they were obligated to protect Arya forcibly and took Craster back to their base to be dealt with by their leader. Hot Pie, who was devoted to the culinary arts, chose to stay behind and learn the craft as a squire in a tavern.
I made you something.
What is it?
It's wolf.
Goodbye, Hot Pie.
Goodbye, Harry.
Hey, Hot Pie! It's really good!
After bidding farewell, the Brotherhood safely returned to their secret base. As a free organization without a house during times of war, they had to be extremely cautious to ensure their safety. They also encountered Beric, a former great warrior and the current leader of the Brotherhood.
In a war, you're running from it.
Last I heard, you were King Joffrey's guard dog. But here you are 1,000 miles from home. Which of us is running?
Untie these ropes and we'll find out.
You murdered Micah! The butcher's boy. My friend.
Despite Craster's attempts to explain his change of heart and redemption from the Lannister family, he failed to convince everyone present, facing accusations of killing children, which went against his faith in the Lord of Light. Beric suggested a trial by combat. Craster, who had always been afraid of fire, reluctantly raised his shield to fight. With his knightly background and his physical strength, Craster quickly shattered Beric's shield, but as Beric's sword pressed against him with flames, a terrified Craster gradually lost his fighting spirit.
He will. But not today.
The Death Count is the servant of the Flame Lord, who has been resurrected multiple times. After being struck in the chest by Clegane during the trial, he is revived by his subordinate, Thuras of Myr, through a spell. This resurrection convinces Arya, who witnesses the event, that myths and legends truly exist. In order to fulfill their promise before the trial, the Death Count is forced to release Clegane. Witnessing the resurrected figure for the 6th time, Arya reconsiders the meaning of mortality and begins to learn archery from a skilled marksman. However, they encounter a witch loyal to Stannis, the brother of Robert Baratheon, who also hails from the Shadowlands like Thuras.
Valar Morghulis.
Valadohairis.
Upon an exchange in the incomprehensible Valyrian language, they learn that the witch has come for Gendry. She believes that her magic combined with the blood of Robert's bastard can help Stannis win the Iron Throne. As a result, she buys Gendry from the cash-strapped Brotherhood without banners.
Doing it for gold.
We're doing it for both, girl. We can't defend the people without weapons and horses and food.
You're a witch. You're going to hurt him.
I see a darkness in you. And in that darkness, eyes staring back at me.
Although Arya doesn't understand what the Red Witch says, she harbors resentment toward the Brotherhood for selling Gendry. Additionally, with the change in their original plan to reunite with her family, Arya becomes angry and chooses to escape from the Brotherhood. However, as Arya hasn't gotten far in the woods, she is intercepted by Clegane, who didn't leave after being released. This presents her with an opportunity to personally eliminate Clegane.
I'll give you one try, girl. Kill me and you're free. But if I live, I'll break both your hands.
Afterward, Clegane informs Arya that he won't sell or hand her over to Cersei, but intends to send her to her brother Robb. Despite disliking this arrangement, Arya, with no other options, reluctantly agrees. When they pass through disguised into the city, Arya witnesses the bloody wedding massacre of her entire family. Helpless, Clegane knocks Arya unconscious to protect her. While leaving the city, they encounter Arya's brother's severed head, a victim of betrayal. This fuels the hate-filled list of an 11-year-old girl, as she adds the entire family responsible for her brother and mother's demise. They can only seek refuge with Arya's distant aunt, thousands of miles away. However, while on the journey, as they prepare to eat at a farmhouse, two individuals emerge who were previously robbed by Lannister soldiers. Arya sees her farewell gift from Jon Snow, the sword Needle, in their possession.
Needle.
Needle. Of course you named your sword.
Lots of people name their swords.
Oh, you... Get back.
My brother gave me that sword.
Get back here.
He killed my friend.
I don't care if he ate your friend. We're not going in there.
In order to retrieve her stolen sword, they reluctantly enter the house. Just as they sit down, the leader of the group recognizes Clegane, who was once an undefeated warrior, and extends an offer for them to join him. They spend their days indulging in debauchery and looting without anyone daring to stop them, as they are part of a king's army.
The king. Paid for it.
You got money?
Not a penny. I'll still take that chicken.
The boss was furious. He said that if the little girl kept everyone company, they could have a big feast. Seeing Clegane's contemptuous and slightly insulting refusal, the squad leader once again emphasized the disparity in numbers between the two sides.
You don't seem to understand the situation.
I understand that if any more words come pouring out your mouth...
You're gonna die for some chickens.
Someone is.
Clegane, with his blood pressure rising, instantly enters a berserk mode. In front of the former royal knight, the swords in everyone's hands became useless. Although the space was cramped and the squad was outnumbered, they fought desperately one after another, but ultimately couldn't defeat Clegane, with Arya joining the battle and revealing what the squad leader said when he tried to steal the sword. The Lannister guardsman finally recognized the girl. Arya, who retrieved her sword, also re-evaluated Clegane, whom she had deeply despised.
On your way where?
Why do you care?
7 blessings to you.
What do you want?
What do I want? This is my land.
If I'm standing on it, it's my land.
And Sally here makes rabbit stew just like her mom used to do.
With the warm invitation from the farmer, they, who had experienced countless hardships in this cruel world, felt the warmth of home once again. The farmer even wanted Clegane to stay and offered to pay for his labor, but the next day, Clegane took the money and continued on their journey.
He's weak. He can't protect himself. They'll both be dead come winter. Dead men don't need silver. I just understand the way things are. How many stars they got to behead before you figure it out?
Arya, who didn't fully understand the cruel nature of the world, felt both angry and helpless. She began practicing diligently with the sword she had reclaimed, but listening to Clegane's mocking remarks and taunts, her existing hatred for him was further fueled. She started looking for an opportunity to deal with this annoying man.
You have a sword. Let's see what he taught you. Go on, do it for your provosive friend. Dead like all the rest of your friends.
Facing an enemy 100 times stronger than herself, even with overflowing confidence, she ultimately received a harsh reality check.
The strong Tadama and a big sword.
Arya, feeling both angry and helpless, silently added Clegane to her revenge list. Yet this unyielding man still stood patiently behind her, and time again, he taught her how to confront the cruelty of the world. At the same time, he let down his guard against Arya and revealed the reason why he feared fire for many years. It turned out that when Clegane was young and playful, he once took his brother's toy by accident. His brother Rhaegar, mistaking Clegane for a thief, pressed his face against a glowing hot iron stove, and even their father sided with his brother, which left Clegane using coldness as a shield to hide his loneliness.
My father, who protected him, told everyone my bedding caught fire. You think you're on your own?
Listening to these stories, Arya, disregarding past grievances, helped Clegane tend to his wounds once again, but upon finally arriving at Arya's aunt's castle, they learned that her aunt had passed away 3 days prior. Thinking about the countless hardships they had endured only to reach a dead end, Arya, feeling helpless in the face of the world of power, burst into laughter. Just as they were about to embark on aimless wandering, they encountered Brienne, Arya's mother's former guard. Passing by a tavern, Brienne learned from Hot Pie that Arya was still alive and joined forces with the Hound to hurry to her aunt's castle. The four individuals who had never met before finally met in the mountains. One side committed to loyalty to the Stark family, and the other only sought self-preservation in the cruel world.
Her Auntie Neri's dead. Her mother's dead. Her father's dead. Her brother's dead. Winterfell is a pile of rubble. There is no safety, you dumb. You don't know that by now. You're the wrong one to watch over her.
And that's what you're doing? Watching over her?
Aye, that's what I'm doing.
Both sides, lacking trust in each other, began to fight for their respective duties. Although Brienne was never knighted, her tall stature showed no fear in the face of the man before her, and the seasoned Clegane, realizing that he had underestimated the formidable woman before him, began to feel the effects of his exhaustion. Having never had a full meal since his days as a wanderer, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage.
I have no wish to kill you, sir.
He was completely defeated, unable to retaliate. Not knowing this fierce woman, Arya hid herself, biding her time. When she descended to the foot of the mountain, she saw Clegane lying there, severely injured from the fall. Though he had been defeated by a woman, Clegane, who refused to accept defeat, hoped that Arya would end his suffering so that he wouldn't have to endure the torment that would follow.
I cut down your butcher's boy. The ginger. Laid all over my horse. Shadow stunk of butcher's boy for weeks.
Despite Clegane's attempts to provoke Arya with his cruel words, she couldn't find a reason to convince herself otherwise. She stood up, took Clegane's purse of money, and left on her own.
Kill me. Kill me!
When she arrived at the harbor and expressed her intention to pay for passage to the wall, she learned that the ship was bound for Bravos. It reminded her of the promise Jaqen had made to her. When the captain saw the distinctive silver coin, his expression instantly turned serious and respectful. Arya, finally free of any attachments, headed towards the Titan city, where she was determined to learn her skills. Following the origin of the silver coin, the captain eventually brought Arya to a solitary building.
Fala Morghulis. Jaqen Hagar gave me this.
No one here by that name.
Please. I crossed the narrow sea. I have nowhere else to go.
You have everywhere else to go.
But wait!
Standing outside the door, Arya, who had been rejected, had no direction. In this unfamiliar land with nowhere to go, she could only sit by the door and repeat her revenge list over and over again. In countless moments of desperation and escape, revenge had been her sole driving force. But even the strongest will can be overshadowed by hunger. Looking at the silver coin in her hand, devoid of any promise, she understood that ultimately, a person must rely on themselves. With her solid foundation, solving the problem of sustenance was not a difficult task. However, unfamiliar faces in a foreign land would inevitably bring trouble. Seeing that the old man had come for her, Arya calmly followed him back. Under her persistent questioning, the old man threw the coin back to her.
Well, who are you then?
No one. And that is who a girl must become.
Possessing the power to alter the appearance of the dead, the ancient and mysterious House of Black and White is a guild of assassins that instills fear in everyone. Although she had received a personal invitation from the Dean, Jaqen, to join the house, she found herself doing menial tasks once inside, and every day, a stranger would come in, utter a single phrase, and drink from the pool before kneeling before a statue and dying. Feeling frustrated that she wasn't learning anything, Arya became impatient. When she demanded to be taught the true skills, Jaqen informed her that she wasn't ready yet. At present, Arya only desired revenge and was eager to achieve it. She also sought to serve herself once accomplished. If you want to learn, you must first serve the many-faced god.
Which one's the many-faced god? I see the stranger. I see the drowned god. I see the wayward face.
There is only one God, and all men know his gift.
The god of death, the chief among the gods, was the only belief Arya never changed on the continent of Westeros. This is also why Jaqen chose her. As she watched the recently deceased being carried into another door, her senior sister ignored her inquiries as if she hadn't heard. But that night, her senior sister left Arya puzzled.
Who are you?
What?
You, who walk in here with a coin you never earned, whose value you do not respect.
No one. Ow! Do that again!
What are you doing?
We were only playing the game of faces.
The girl is not ready.
Clearly not.
I am ready.
For what?
For whatever you want. To be a faceless man. To be no one.
Looking at the determined Arya and the sword on the bed, Jaqen said that if she wanted to become a faceless man, she had to first learn to become a nobody. She had to give up her name, her family, and all her past. Looking at needle in her hand, the only thing that connected her to her family and had accompanied her all the way, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to part with it. In the end, she hid the sword away. The next day, driven by curiosity, Arya prepared to explore on her own but was stopped by Jaqen, who gestured for him to lead the way. As they passed through a dim underground passage, Arya was left behind. With a gesture from her senior sister's eyes, she quickly stepped forward to assist, marking her first step away from sweeping the floors. But her senior sister, faced with a multitude of questions from her fellow apprentices, still didn't answer any of them, because compared to them, Arya had it too easy coming in. As the cleaning of the bodies became more and more proficient, Arya also faced her first test.
Who are you? Who are you?
I'm the youngest daughter of a great lord. Had to kill a stable boy. Drove my sword through his back.
Lie.
No matter how she tried to tell the truth, she would be hit and told that she was lying. If she mixed truth and lies, the beatings would be even harsher.
That's...
Although she didn't ultimately receive a test result, it didn't shake her determination to become a faceless assassin. At this time, a man came to the hall carrying his sick daughter, saying that despite spending all his savings on treatments, they had been unsuccessful. He hoped to end his daughter's suffering and receive the service of the servants of the many-faced god. Seeing the impatient father and the suffering little girl, Arya, who still had a kind heart, followed the previous teachings. She patiently guided the little girl to drink from the pool and ended her life. In fact, Jaqen witnessed the entire process, because as long as a life was sacrificed, any mortal could receive the service of the House of Black and White. Afterward, Jaqen opened the other door. Arya continued to follow through deeper tunnels and finally stepped into the core area of the House of Black and White, the hall where countless faces were collected, serving the many-faced god.
Is the girl ready? To give up her ears, her nose, her tongue?
The first stage of training for a faceless man is to learn how to change faces. From then on, Jaqen increased the training speed, and Arya, who could change identities without changing her expression, became proficient. She also received her first assignment from the house, which was to disguise herself as a peasant girl selling oysters. Every day, she observed the daily routines of Frank, the dock's financial officer, because Frank was involved in the underground black market. Whenever a ship set sail and the captain returned safely, Frank would pay the wages as agreed, but if the captain unfortunately perished and didn't return, Frank would give money to their family for a proper burial. However, he had never fulfilled this promise. Regardless of whether the captain returned or not, he would find excuses to keep the money for himself.
A destitute woman and her small child. What can they do to such a man if he keeps their money for himself? To whom can they turn for recourse?
The many-faced god.
A girl named Lana will return to the docks. She will watch the gambler. She will come to know as much about him as she knows about herself.
And then what?
A gift. For the thin man.
Seeing Arya assigned to her first task, her senior sister, filled with jealousy, knew that their master was prioritizing her training. But when Arya arrived at the docks with poison in hand, she saw Meryn Trant, the Kingsguard who had once pursued her. Filled with hatred, Arya forgot about her mission and secretly followed him, eventually ending up at a brothel.
The sleekest little minx and brothels.
You buying?
Oh, I'm buying. But I never was good at sharing. Too old. Too old. Good. You'll have a fresh one for me tomorrow.
Of course.
Seeing the man acting so lecherously, Arya decided to infiltrate the Happy Camp the next day, because the man was the first name on her revenge list. Upon returning to the House of Black and White, she faced questioning from her mentor. Arya lied, claiming that her previous mission had changed, but her mentor saw through her deception. The next day, when their enemy Meryn was in class, the two girls trembled in fear as they held the canes in their hands. As the thick whip struck their bodies, the disheveled girl felt no pain, which only further piqued the man's interest. He dismissed the other two girls and intensified her advances. However, when the girl, still on her knees, removed her mask, the man's pores instantly widened.
You're the first person on my list, you know. Do you know who I am? I'm Arya Stark. You're no one. You're nothing.
Having completed her first target on her revenge list, Arya discreetly returned the borrowed face and felt a sense of pride in her vengeance. Unbeknownst to her, her mentor Jaqen was waiting for her and revealed that Arya had taken a life that she should not have taken. She also stole something from the many-faced god, breaking the rules of the faceless men.
Only death can pay for life.
Don't die! No, you don't die!
Why are you crying?
He was no one.
Who's this?
No one at all. Just as a girl should have been before she took a face from the hole. You are still someone.
I can't see!
As punishment for breaking the rules, Jaqen took away Arya's sight and banished her from the house. Alone in a foreign land, she had to rely on begging to survive. However, hearing passers-by discuss the enemy she had personally dealt with brought her some consolation. But then, her fellow apprentice, armed with a weapon, came to taunt and threw a stick at Arya, forcing her into a fight. Blinded and furious, she could only swing the stick blindly and endure the beating until her mouth bled. The apprentice informed her that they would continue the next day.
See you tomorrow.
Eyes can see power, but eyes can also see hatred. To uphold the contract of the faceless man, someone must pay with their life for the target to survive. After her mentor used his own life to settle the debt, Arya was punished by having her vision taken away and being exiled. On the first day of her blindness, she was forced into combat by her fellow apprentice, and on the second day, before her old wounds could heal, the apprentice approached her with more questions.
If a girl says her name, the man will let her sleep under a roof tonight.
A girl has no name.
2 days of sudden blindness made Arya realize the advantages and disadvantages of having sight. Upon returning to the House of Black and White, she began to adapt to the darkness and used the pain from each training session as motivation. Together, they worked hard to learn how to perceive things with their senses. This burst of sensory resistance gradually strengthened Arya, and she regained the approval and rewards of her mentor, Jaqen. But after receiving the water from the pool of death, Arya hesitated briefly.
If a girl is truly no one, she has nothing to fear. Who are you?
No one.
Although her vision was restored, her skills were still lacking, and she continued to be defeated in training with her fellow apprentice. Seeing the mockery after dropping her weapon again, Arya's emotions fluctuated, and she was once again knocked down.
You'll never be one of us, Lady Stark.
She has a point.
Although her mentor Jacqueline pretended not to approve, he gave Arya a second chance, warning her that there would not be a third, and regardless of success or failure, the many-faced god would receive a face. The target was a theater actress in the city. However, when Arya infiltrated the theater and saw the woman, she discovered that she was kind and reminded her of her own mother.
She's a good actress.
So a man has heard.
She seems like a decent woman.
A girl must decide if she wants to serve the many-faced god.
A girl has decided.
A servant does not ask questions.
Despite her mentor's cryptic response, Arya returned to the theater with her mission, but to her surprise, she saw the woman portraying Cersei with kindness, which stirred a sense of empathy in Arya. After a brief hesitation in the dressing room, she ultimately poured the poison from the vial into the woman's regular drink. Having poisoned the woman herself, Arya couldn't bring herself to end her life and instead pointed out the potential danger around her. As a servant of the many-faced god, Arya had now abandoned her mission twice. Fully aware of the severity of the consequences, deciding to escape from the House of Black and White, Arya hid her sword in the cellar for future use.
As I expected.
Shame.
You promised me.
Don't let her suffer.
She then found a local captain and used all her gold coins to secure a ticket for a ship back home. While she lamented leaving the city, an old man approached her quietly.
Sweet girl.
Her disguised fellow apprentice evaded the man's strike and Arya could only jump into the river to escape. Despite enduring great pain, she swam stealthily to the other side of the bank, walking through the streets with her wounds. She couldn't distinguish between the true and false faces around her. Overcoming her fear, she sought the aid of a kind actress. After receiving basic treatment, Arya's injuries were temporarily alleviated.
I don't want any.
If my soup didn't kill you, nothing will.
However, the following day, she was awakened by a commotion and discovered that the actress had been killed. The arriving fellow apprentice reiterated that the faceless men must complete their missions once they received them. Knowing she couldn't defeat her fellow apprentice, Arya had no choice but to jump out of the window and escape. Unfamiliar with the city's layout, she was repeatedly cornered by her fellow apprentice who took shortcuts. Finally, in her panic, Arya slipped and fell down the stairs, limiting her mobility due to her reopened wound. Exhausted, she managed to navigate through narrow alleys and led her fellow apprentice into the cellar where she had hidden her sword beforehand.
On your knees or on your feet?
Thanks to her training in blindness, Arya had the advantage in the darkness. Although she had given her fellow apprentices face to the many-faced god, Arya knew that the pursuit from the House of Black and White would never end.
You told her to kill me.
A servant does not ask questions.
Jaqen Hagar, the most powerful servant of the many-faced god in the House of Black and White, was the sole remaining member of a nameless lineage. Following this principle, resentment grew between the apprentices. Arya's arrival as a new apprentice made the position of the only apprentice of the faceless men more competitive. The fellow apprentice began to torment her at every opportunity and intensified the pressure during training, but in the eyes of her mentor, he did not intervene too much. He knew that the rivalry between the apprentices was not necessarily a bad thing. Both sides harbored deep hatred, but Arya was fixated on avenging her family, and often this impulsive hatred could cost her life. On the other hand, her fellow apprentice harbored a hatred for power, which was a great taboo for becoming a faceless man. Jaqen, their mentor, wanted them to clash and balance each other out. Due to Arya's tragic background, he couldn't bring himself to train her harshly. Instead, her fellow apprentice was a better candidate for that role, and eventually, both of them became equally skilled. Jaqen assigned Arya a final task. However, the target turned out to be a kind-hearted woman, and Arya, with her compassionate nature, ultimately chose to abandon the mission. But the many-faced god required a life to be given, regardless of success or failure. So Jaqen agreed to let her fellow apprentice, who was now after Arya, carry out the task. He knew that the person who returned was not her fellow apprentice, and that Arya was on the verge of becoming a faceless man.
You told her to kill me.
But here you are, and there she is. Finally, a girl is no one.
A girl is Arya Stark of Winterfell, and I'm going home.
Not being driven by titles was the final test, while also avoiding being driven by power. Acting without relying on her eyes, conducting clean and precise actions, referring to herself as a nobody, and sealing her true identity within her heart were all necessary to become a faceless man. Jaqen smiled with satisfaction as he watched Arya leave the House of Black and White. Now that she had successfully completed her training as a faceless man, her primary mission was naturally revenge. Her first target was Walder Frey, the Lord of the Crossing, who had orchestrated the Red Wedding that resulted in the massacre of her brother and mother. She then took on the face of the leader, gathered all the generals of House Frey, and distributed specially prepared red wine to each of them.
Stand together! Not you. I'm not wasting good wine on a damn woman. You're my family. The men who helped me slaughter the Starks at the Red Wedding. Yes. Brave men. You didn't slaughter every one of the Starks. No. That was your mistake. You should have ripped them all out, root and stem.
Arya had transformed significantly from her days of wandering after losing her parents to her training at the House of Black and White. The driving force that pushed her to repeatedly cheat death was her hatred, but as she embarked on her journey to seek ultimate vengeance against Cersei, she learned in a tavern from her friend Hot Pie that her brother, Snow, had reclaimed their ancestral castle, Winterfell, and had been acclaimed as the king in the north. Upon hearing this news, she immediately set aside her food and bid farewell to Hot Pie.
Friends don't pay.
Take care of yourself, Hot Pie.
As Arya stood at the entrance of the tavern, contemplating the path of revenge leading to Winterfell, she hesitated briefly before ultimately choosing family over action. She turned around and decisively chose reunion over vengeance. However, the weather in the wilds of the north was exceptionally cold, and the dire wolves, struggling to find food, began to attack humans. Nymeria, the direwolf that Arya had once adopted, had bitten King Joffrey in her defense, and as a result, Arya had to send her away. During the pursuit, young Arya's strength failed her, and she urged her direwolf, Nymeria, to escape on her own. Unfortunately, Cersei executed Sansa's direwolf. When Arya called out her name, Nymeria recognized her former owner.
I'm heading north, girl. Come with me. Come with me.
After a long time living in the wild as the leader of a wolf pack, Nymeria couldn't return to her previous life. However, the wild nature and responsibilities as the pack leader prevented Nymeria from reuniting with Arya. Arya also learned that time could change the dynamics of past relationships. When she finally arrived at Winterfell, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity that overshadowed her previous attachments.
Where are you going?
In there. I live here.
Littlefinger, knowing what Sansa desired, manipulated and isolated her with sweet words to gain control. He attempted to sow discord between Sansa and Snow, unaware that Arya, who had trained as an assassin for years and had returned to Winterfell, was just outside the city. Although Arya declared herself as Arya Stark, the guards who had never seen her before refused her entry into the city.
For the last time, off.
If I'm not who I say I am, I won't last long. But if I am, and Sansa finds out you turned me away.
While they were debating who should deliver the news, Arya disappeared without a trace. After the guards nervously reported the incident, Sansa, who understood her sister, met Arya in the crypts in front of their father's statue.
How did you get back to Winterfell?
It's a long story. I imagine yours is too.
Yes.
But our stories aren't over yet.
No, they're not.
Since Snow was negotiating with Cersei outside the city, Sansa introduced Arya to their brother Bran, whose character had drastically changed. After years of separation and enduring hardships, the three siblings were finally reunited.
You saw me.
I thought you might go to King's Landing.
So did I.
Why would you go back there?
Cersei's on her list of names.
Who else is on your list?
Most of them are dead already.
Sansa knew that Bran could see the past but had no knowledge of Arya's transformation.
Littlefinger gave it to me. It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
I don't want it.
Observing Bran present Arya with the rare Valyrian steel dagger, Sansa chose to remain silent because, just as Bran could see the past, she didn't know what Arya had become. Littlefinger, who was also unaware of Arya's true abilities, secretly observed the situation. However, during another encounter with Sansa's protector, Brienne, Arya revealed her formidable skills to everyone, intensifying Sansa's jealous feelings.
Do that?
No one.
Meanwhile, faced with Arya's piercing gaze, Littlefinger began to evade her. During a meeting where all the lords accused Snow of allying with Daenerys, a Targaryen descendant, as the acting queen in the north, Sansa remained silent. This deeply displeased Arya.
Are you angry with me?
They were insulting Jon.
Does 2,000 offend them and Jon loses his army?
Not if they lose their heads first.
Heads is very satisfying, but that's not the way you get people to work together.
And if Jon doesn't come back, you'll need their support. So you can work together to give you what you really want.
How can you even think such a horrible thing?
You're thinking it right now. You don't want to be. But the thought just won't go away.
When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. The younger sister accuses the older sister of seeking power, while the older sister rebuts, claiming the younger sister doesn't understand the bigger picture. After years of separation, their reunion leads to mutual rejection, which prompts the cunning and scheming advisor, Littlefinger, to begin manipulating and maneuvering for power. He starts by gathering information from servants, privately consulting with ministers and generals, and finally arranging for guards to acquire what he desires. Arya, who carefully tracks and observes everything, secretly enters the room after Littlefinger leaves. She searches every corner in hopes of finding the secrets on the paper, and finally detects something unusual within the mattress. It turns out to be a letter written by their father, falsely confessing treason, manipulated by Queen Cersei to coerce Sansa into persuading their elder brother, Robb, to surrender. This leads Arya to believe that their brother's death is connected to their sister. As Arya comes out with the letter and restores the door lock, thinking that she has everything under control, she remains unaware that the entire sequence of events was part of Littlefinger's plan within a plan. When Arya confronts Sansa with the letter, who now holds the position of acting ruler of the North, Sansa becomes increasingly nervous. She claims that she was unaware that it was a trap.
They forced me to do it.
Did they? Did they put you on a rack and stretch you until your bones started to pop?
You don't know what it was like. I was a child.
What would little Lyanna Mormont say? She's younger than you were when you wrote this. Are you going to say, but I was just a child?
You're angry. Sometimes anger makes people do unfortunate things.
Sometimes fear makes them do unfortunate things. I'll go with anger.
Listening to her sister's strong accusations, Sansa's fear starts to spread, as she does not understand Arya's motives. Seeing the impending clash between the two sisters, Littlefinger begins executing his own plan. He first manipulates Sansa, convincing her to send away Brienne, who swore to protect the sisters at all costs. He also instructs her to find a way to retrieve the letter from Arya's room.
Not what you're looking for.
I have hundreds of men here at Winterfell, all loyal to me. What are these?
My faces, while I was training to be a faceless man. Back in Bravos, before I got my first face, there was a game I used to play. The game of faces. It's simple. I ask you a question about yourself, and you try to make lies sound like the truth. If you fool me, you win. If I catch a lie, you lose.
Ignoring Sansa's refusal, Arya openly expresses her desire for power, as Sansa had never supported their brother Snow's decisions.
You wanted to be a queen, to sit next to a handsome young king on the Iron Throne. Neither of us got to be the other person, did we? The world doesn't just let girls decide what they're going to be. I can become someone else. I could even become you. All I'd need to find out is your face.
Sansa, with her heart pounding, becomes completely terrified of her unfamiliar sister. The next day, she receives a letter from Snow, stating that he has formed an alliance with Daenerys, the mother of dragons. Seeing Sansa's fear of losing her position, Littlefinger further fuels the flames of his ultimate plan.
Together they'd be difficult to defeat. He was named King in the North. He can be unnamed.
The most effective method of collecting the highest intellectual tax is not through persuasive language, but by tapping into deep-rooted fears. Faced with Arya's cutting words that address her evasions, Sansa, fearing the loss of power, begins questioning her advisor.
I assume the worst. What's the worst reason they could possibly have for saying what they say and doing what they do?
She could want me dead.
Why did you come to Winterfell?
To kill me.
After she murders you, what does she become?
Lady of Winterfell.
After a series of manipulations, Sansa succumbs to fear and orders the guards to bring Arya to the Great Hall. Observing the situation, Arya remains unfazed. She sees the fully armed soldiers surrounding them and the disdainful expression on Littlefinger's face. As top assassin, Arya once again confirms with Sansa.
Are you sure you want to do this?
It's not what I want. It's what honor demands.
All right then, get on with it.
You stand accused of murder. You stand accused of treason. How do you answer these charges, Lord Baelish?
My sister asked you a question.
Lady Sansa, forgive me.
Confronting Littlefinger, who appears innocent and clueless, Sansa reveals that she pushed their aunt mercilessly through the moon door in order to gain control of the Eyrie. Littlefinger, under the pretext of love, manipulated their aunt to poison her own husband, Jon Arryn, who was the foster father of Ned Stark and the King Robert. He then wrote a letter to Sansa's father, Ned, falsely accusing the Lannister family of the crime.
Do you deny it?
I deny it.
You held a knife to his throat. You said, I did warn you not to trust me.
You told our mother this knife belonged to Tyrion Lannister. But that was another one of your lies.
Littlefinger's plan has always been successful, but he is unaware that his younger brother, Bran, has become a green seer, able to see into the past. Bran sees through all of Littlefinger's seamless plans, and Littlefinger begins to struggle.
Sansa, I beg you. I loved you.
When you brought me back to Winterfell, you told me there's no justice in the world, not unless we make it. Thank you for all your many lessons, Lord Baelish.
As Littlefinger meets his end, Winterfell returns to a state of calm and welcomes a new arrival, Samwell, who had left his studies at the Citadel to fulfill his vow of assisting his brother Snow. During a conversation with Bran at night, Samwell corrects Bran's memories of Snow's parentage. Bran had believed that their Aunt Lyanna was forcibly taken by Rhaegar, the eldest son of the Targaryen family.
He's not.
Dornish bastards are named San.
At the Citadel, I transcribed a High Septon's diary. He annulled Rhaegar's marriage to Alyr. Is this something you can see?
But Samwell reveals that Lyanna and Rhaegar were officially married, making Snow a legitimate Targaryen. According to tradition, Jon should be called a Targaryen and address Daenerys as his aunt. However, the most pressing matter is the need for everyone to unite against the Night King and his army of the dead. Power-hungry women clash when they meet, but Daenerys, with her two fully grown dragons, impresses everyone, and Sansa willingly gives up Winterfell. As the polite conversation continues, Bran, the Green Seer, informs them that the army of the dead has breached the wall, and the Night King has resurrected Daenerys' dragon Viserion to use for his own purposes. The immediate task is to plan a defense strategy, but the northern houses begin to resist Daenerys due to her Targaryen lineage.
How are we meant to feed the greatest army the world has ever seen? While I ensured our stores would last through winter, I didn't account for Dothraki, Unsullied, and 2 full-grown dragons. What do dragons eat, anyway?
whatever they want.
Sansa, driven by her desire for power, fails to see the bigger picture. However, Snow, her brother, consistently tries to comfort Daenerys. At night, Daenerys approaches Samwell to thank him for saving Yora's life, but Samwell is shocked to learn that Daenerys executed his father and brother. In Samwell's grief, Bran suggests that he should be the one to tell Snow the truth about his parentage.
She executed my father and brother. I'm so sorry. Would you have done it?
I've executed men who disobeyed me.
You've also spared men. Thousands of wildlings when they refused to kneel.
I wasn't a king. I gave up my crown, Sam. I bent the knee. I'm not king in the north anymore.
I'm not talking about the king in the north. I'm talking about the king of the bloody Seven Kingdoms. It was Lyanna Stark. And your father, your real father, was Rhaegar Targaryen.
My father was the most honorable man I ever met. You said he lied to me all my life. Daenerys is our queen.
She shouldn't be.
That's treason.
It's the truth. You gave up your crown to save your people. Would she do the same?
The Iron Throne represents the highest symbol of power, but there is someone who does not seek power: Jaime Lannister, the man who was once Daenerys' father's killer. Jaime arrives alone to join the battle, revealing that Cersei has no intention of sending troops. She also took advantage of the soft-hearted Tyrion once again. Facing the animosity of everyone, Brienne, who was once a friend, stands up to vouch for Jaime in the face of the impending war for the survival of humanity. Theon, who had also rescued his sister, earned Sansa's forgiveness once again.
I want to fight for Winterfell, Lady Sansa. If you'll have me.
Men distributed weapons, while women took refuge in the crypt. With the retreat of the Night's Watch after the breach of the wall, considering the marching pace of the army of the dead, this would be everyone's final night.
How long do we have? Before the sun comes up tomorrow.
As a top assassin serving the many-faced god, even their footsteps were silent.
You used to be taller.
How did you sneak up on me?
How did you survive a knife through the heart?
One who had been resurrected from a fatal wound and another who had been transformed through rigorous training, the long-lost siblings were reunited. Though their surnames were different, their unyielding bond remained unbroken. Facing the imminent onslaught of the army of the dead, Arya also began forging a handy weapon made of dragon glass. However, her long-lost blacksmith friend, Gendry, suggested that women should stay in the crypts to save their lives, especially someone as physically vulnerable as Arya.
I know death. My weapon.
I'll get right on it.
Weapons made of dragon glass and the scarce Valyrian steel were the most effective against killing and shattering wights, but due to the overwhelming numbers of the army of the dead, the chances of a direct confrontation were extremely slim. Therefore, the key was to find a way to directly target the Night King, the source of their control.
Yes, he will.
Why? What does he want?
And I am its memory.
That's what death is, isn't it?
How will he find you?
Bran, who had already been marked by the Night King in his time-space memories and possessed the ability to traverse dimensions, could see what the Night King was thinking and planning. He also knew the origin of the Night King and the means to defeat the icy magic. To deal with such a formidable enemy, the Night King, who planned to eradicate humanity, Bran suggested using himself as bait. The Night King would surely come to personally eliminate the threat.
I took this castle from you. Let me defend you now.
We're all going to die. But at least we died together.
As the battle of inevitable death approached, all unfinished wishes and aspirations, as well as the bonds forged through life and death, became immensely precious. Similarly, the grudges that were once thought to be carried for a lifetime appeared meaningless on this night. Instead, for the two brothers who were far from their families in a foreign land, everything seemed to hold great significance. In this battle of death, the leadership position represented responsibility, but many others participated with the mission of protecting humanity. On the final night, everyone wished to leave no regrets, and each person's past dreams were rekindled.
Sir Brienne of Tarth defeated the Hound
Pardon me, Lady Brienne.
She's not a sir. You're not the knight.
Women can't be knights.
Why not?
Tradition.
You don't need a king. Kneel, Lady Brienne. Do you want to be a knight or not? In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. In the name of the father, in the name of the mother, I charge you to defend the innocent. Arise, Brienne of Tarth, a knight of the Seven Kingdoms.
Sir Brienne of Tarth!
House Mormont, the honorable family known for its men, women, and children, entrusted their legacy to Yora at Samwell's request, hoping to lend a helping hand in the upcoming Battle of Death. In a similar vein, Snow, facing the possibility of not surviving the night, revealed to Daenerys his true identity as a supposed bastard of House Stark.
My name, my real name, is Aegon Targaryen.
Who told you this?
Bronn.
If it were true, it would make you the last male heir of House Targaryen.
Daenerys, who had longed for the Iron Throne her whole life, began to weigh her emotions, but at that moment, the Horn of the Whites sounded, signaling the arrival of tens of thousands of Whites outside Winterfell's walls. Despite the infinite determination they had before the battle, fear began to spread uncontrollably as the Whites closed in. As Daenerys' strongest elite soldiers, the Unsullied formed the second line of defense. The first to face the onslaught were the fierce horse tribes, renowned for their battle-hardened cavalry, along with infantry camps stationed on both sides as reserve forces. The Dragon's duty was to protect Bran, so they couldn't stray too far. In the face of the pitch-black darkness devoid of any light, a figure emerged from the flank of the army. The Red Priestess, who had sided with Daenerys and been banished by Snow, appeared just as the battle was about to commence.
Do you speak their tongue? Tell them to lift their swords. Ao sonios ilon miskas. Aexio sonio. Ilon misas. Zobria isas es signo tuledus.
The sight of her reignited everyone's fighting spirit, and the horse tribes charged into the darkness with roaring fury. Although the Dothraki cavalry had been victorious in countless battles on this continent, they had never encountered the might of the White Army before. As a result, their cavalry, acting as the vanguard, gradually got overwhelmed and swallowed up. This experience of facing the Whites made everyone who had never seen them before deeply understand the unprecedented sense of oppression. Fortunately, the horse tribes didn't suffer a complete annihilation, but less than half of them returned.
The Night King is coming.
The dead are already here.
Death itself was not terrifying. What was truly fearsome was the darkness that loomed above death. And within that darkness, a white army charged relentlessly. They had no specific numbers, no tactics or formations, only mindless undead charging forth. This made everyone even more fearful of this resistance. Daenerys didn't want to witness her people perish in the face of such a vast power discrepancy, so she took Drogon and swept the rear ranks of the White Army with searing dragonfire. Snow, who was determined to protect Bran, also provided cover from the outer perimeter with Rhaegal. As they watched the massive and frenzied White Army, those who had previously hesitated began to understand that the war before them was truly a matter of life and death. Daenerys and Snow simultaneously noticed the White Commander in the rear, but just as Snow was preparing to mount his dragon and launch an attack, A thick fog rose from the forest, instantly engulfing him and his dragon, Daenerys. Using Drogon's last burst of power, successfully created a boundary to protect herself. As the situation gradually spiraled out of control, Arya handed Sansa a weapon and told her to seek shelter. It was only when Sansa found herself in the crypt with others who were incapable of fighting that she realized power meant nothing in the face of death. At that moment, the Night King reactivated the dense fog on the ground, with the impending sense of suffocation about to blind them and the dragons losing their advantage on the battlefield. The situation grew dire. Everyone knew that the true ruler was about to arrive, with visibility decreasing and their stamina running out. The White Army gradually gained the upper hand on the battlefield. At the same time, the two dragons, hindered by disrupted flight paths, couldn't discern their direction clearly and couldn't distinguish between friend and foe or the direction of the castle. The survivors had no choice but to retreat. Even though they were at a disadvantage, they couldn't afford to sacrifice themselves in vain. As they watched the massive evacuation taking place, Grayscale ordered the Unsullied to hold their ground and protect everyone until the retreat was complete. In this battle of death without reinforcements, the only thing everyone could do in the early stages was to defend and resist. Since they had become separated in the air, Snow could only return alone to the Godswood to continue protecting Bran, as the Unsullied sacrificed their lives to hold back the army of the dead and were forced to gradually retreat. It was apparent that they were fighting a losing battle.
Light the trench! Light the trench!
The reason for the fear is not the opponent's strength, but the fact that they cannot be killed and feel no pain. As Grey Worm watched the unstoppable army of whites, he could only order the last line of defense to be ignited. However, Daenerys, riding her dragon in the thick fog, couldn't see the ground torch signals. At the same time, faced with comrades who had not yet evacuated, Grey Worm had to prioritize the overall situation. He raised the drawbridge, completely isolating the allies from the whites.
Can't see us! Light the trenches!
Due to the strong winds and the obstruction caused by the whites, the torches could not ignite the trees in the defense line. Grey Worm lost his sense of direction for a moment. Meanwhile, Tormund, Yora, and 4 others started clearing the gate. An Unsullied squad reorganized outside the castle, forming an impenetrable defensive alley. The Red Priestess attempted to ignite the defense line by sacrificing more of her divine power. Despite the serious backlash she had already suffered from extensive spellcasting before the battle. Daenerys, who saw the direction in the fog, returned to the battlefield. The overwhelming sense of death temporarily slowed down, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As the ground gradually quieted down, each person in the crypt, who had once played a crucial role in turning the tide, seemed so insignificant at this moment. However, Sansa's desire for power remained unshaken.
It wouldn't work between us.
Why not?
The Dragon Queen.
Yes. Without the Dragon Queen, there'd be no problem at all. We'd all be dead already.
They lit the trench.
Not everyone cares about power, as redemption can also be found when one separates themselves from power.
Bran, I just want you to know the things I did.
Everything you did brought you where you are now. Where you belong. Home.
Bran warged into a crow. Although he couldn't influence the entire battle, he wanted to keep an eye on the Night King's actions. He also witnessed the Night King riding a dragon in the sky, strengthening his control over the army of whites. The whites at the edge of the flaming defense line began self-immolating, paving the way with their own kind. Faced with tens of thousands of whites about to attack the castle, everyone could only retreat to the top of the walls for the final defense.
Man the wall! Man the wall! Come on!
The two opposing forces in the air were preparing for a clash of three dragons. The massive army of whites was about to breach the castle, and the simplest and most brutal method was to create a human ladder. Although everyone on the castle wall possessed unwavering spirit, fear dominated their minds when faced with the endless sea of whites. As the army of whites grew larger and larger, the human ladder reached heights surpassing the castle wall. Meanwhile, the relentless assault in the relatively unharmed mode began to gradually break down the defenses at the top of the wall. They couldn't stop the swift influx of whites into the castle, and a sense of impending death enveloped everyone. At that moment, the castle gate was smashed by a white giant, and Lyanna was thrown away after striking down the guards and obstacles. Using her last ounce of strength, Lyanna killed the strongest presence among the whites at the highest cost. As the last heir of House Mormont, she showcased the glorious sacrifice of her entire family. Facing the seemingly hopeless resistance, the skilled warrior Clegane began to succumb to fear. At the same time, Arya, who was facing the whites for the first time, grew weaker after enduring a prolonged resistance.
Again, we need you! Can't give up on us! We can't beat them! Tell her that!
Arya, who had taken refuge indoors, still found herself without an escape route. The confined space made it difficult for her to evade the pursuing whites, who refused to leave. As Arya closed the door, thinking she could catch her breath, the whites eventually broke through the door, flooding the room. Arya ran tirelessly, her stamina wearing thin, but the fast-moving whites caught up to her. Luckily, Clegane and Beric arrived just in time to rescue Arya from the clutches of the whites. However, Beric suffered a severe leg injury while making their escape.
Run! Go! Come on!
The Lord brought him back for a purpose.
Now that purpose has been served.
You said we'd meet again.
And here we are.
You said I'd shut many eyes forever.
And blue eyes. What do we say to the god of death?
Not today.
With the selfless sacrifice of Beric, the Lord of Light's prophecy came true. Arya decided to ambush the Night King by Bran's side, as Bran was the ultimate target of the Night King. However, before the Night King could reach Bran, he needed to get past the two guarding dragons. True kings don't lead from the front lines, they manipulate the situation from behind the scenes. When the Night King spotted snow atop the castle, he chose not to descend and engage in combat. Instead, he rode his ice dragon and soared into the skies. As Daenerys and Snow rode their dragons in pursuit, they lost track of the Night King's flight path. Just as they were puzzled, the blue-flamed ice dragon suddenly emerged from below. After a relentless chase filled with fire and ice, the Night King abruptly turned around and plummeted toward the ground. By the time they regained their composure, realizing they had been tricked, they immediately descended through the clouds to defend Winterfell. The Night King had already launched his assault on Winterfell, and the castle walls were crumbling under the Ice Dragon's flames. Just as the Night King prepared to turn back, Snow and Regal appeared from the flank. Amid the chaos of the three dragons clashing, with Daenerys joining the fray, the inexperienced Night King lost his balance and fell. Furthermore, Drogon bit through the Ice Dragon's neck, causing it to lose balance and wriggle through snow off its back. With lowered altitude, Daenerys finally locked onto the Night King. The sluggish Night King could only await his judgment.
Dracarys.
Ice magic proved superior to fire magic, as the Night King remained unaffected by dragonfire. He even nearly killed Daenerys with an ice spear. Seeing an opportunity to get close, Snow drew his Valyrian steel sword, ready to make a desperate move. But just as he was within 100 meters of reaching the Night King's gaze halted Snow in his tracks, once again instilling despair in humanity. The living fought for the Night King, and the dead fought for the Night King. All the lives lost were now under the control of ice magic. The army of whites doubled in size, and despair filled every living person within the castle. With 10,000 living people against 100,000 whites, they fought with all their might, hoping for a glimmer of hope. However, the Night King once again used his ice magic to resurrect all the dead within the battlefield, further tipping the scales. As they watched their fallen comrades rise again as enemies, the surviving humans lost hope in their eyes. At the same time, the skeletons buried in the underground chambers for thousands of years were also awakened by the ice magic summons. Death's aura engulfed the entire crypt. And as the army of whites was resurrected once again, they started converging toward the central area. Theon did his best to delay them, ensuring that Bran could lure the Night King to this location. They hoped that Snow's Valyrian steel sword would prove effective against the Night King, but little did they know that he was already surrounded by whites resurrected by the Night King. Although Daenerys cleared a path for Snow with dragonfire, the landing of the dragons drove the whites into a frenzy. Whites from all directions lunged at Drogon simultaneously. Faced with the overwhelming army of whites, Drogon gradually lost control. Seeing the whites climbing onto Drogon's back, Daenerys had no choice but to jump to the ground and take cover. The fallen whites also spotted Daenerys, but Yora arrived just in time to protect her. However, there was no safe place to be found, and Yora could only shield Daenerys with his own body, forming a protective circle. No one knew if they would survive the night, and no one knew how to end it all. But those who were still alive persevered, not just in the process and outcome, not just in hope and expectation, but in their refusal to give up on survival and their unwillingness to compromise easily. As everyone's strength dwindled to the limit, the Night King arrived before Bran, accompanied by the whites. He intended to end the memory of humanity with his own hands, for without memory, humans would be the same as the dead whites. The Night King's goal was to erase human memory, enslaving it all as his puppets. As the life-taker, the Night King, leading the royal whites, breached the human defenses. He finally reached the core area and surrounded his target, because there was someone here who could see through him, who knew his weakness as the human memory seer, Bran. He had been observing the movements in the astral plane and was now fully focused on capturing the Night King's vulnerabilities. In this difficult struggle between the living and the undead, it resembled a ruthless battle with life itself. As everyone faced this war with an unknown outcome, they chose to persist, driven by their individual meanings. Some persisted out of loyalty to love, some out of responsibility, some out of the burden of duty, and others to prove themselves. Theon, who was once a foster brother loyal to his family, made many mistakes out of fear of death. But after desperately defending Bran, Theon finally received forgiveness from his younger brother.
Theon, you're a good man. Thank you.
Theon, who no longer feared death, ultimately exchanged his life for redemption. Meanwhile, Snow, trapped by the rampaging dragon, was unable to reach Bran's side to protect him. It seemed that this was the unjust fate that everyone was determined to defy. As the Night King looked at the last prophet who could predict his moves and discern his weaknesses, the three-eyed raven, he finally had the opportunity to rewrite history and plunge human civilization into eternal darkness. Just as the Night King was about to raise his dagger, Arya, disguised among the whites, leaped through the air and struck at the one thing she had never feared: death. Since all the whites were under the control of the Night King, the army of whites collapsed as soon as the Night King lost his control over them. In this battle against the god of death, everyone fought with unwavering determination, but they also paid a heavy price. Simultaneously, the Red Priestess, Melisandre, succumbed to the excessive consumption of her magic, causing her body to age rapidly until she turned into dust. Melisandre was a complex character, loved and hated, a devoted follower of her own mission. One reason for the hate was that she used her own name to burn Stannis Baratheon's daughter during the War of the Five Kings after the death of King Robert. She also used magic to birth a shadow that assassinated Stannis' brother, Renly. However, these actions did not lead to Stannis' success in claiming the North, and ultimately, all three Baratheon brothers fell victim to the pursuit of power. Being a priestess of the Lord of Light, Melisandre's lifelong mission was to aid the Lord of Light in finding a vessel to defeat the Night King. Later, Melisandre saw in the flames that Snow was the prince prophesied, but during that time, Snow was killed by the mutineers of the Night's Watch, causing her faith to waver. It was only when Snow was unexpectedly resurrected that she regained her belief and embraced her destiny once again. In the final battle against the Whites, although she knelt before the trench and tried to ignite the fire with her incantation, the flames did not ignite immediately. As the Whites approached, she began to panic, her eyes flickering. In that moment, Melisandre did not know if the Lord of Light would grant her the power she needed. Ultimately, she once again succeeded in aiding humanity's defense. In reality, regardless of whether she fulfilled her destiny or not, this would be the end for her. For Melisandre, devoted to her mission, the ultimate goal was the final battle between ice and fire. Her life was filled with faith, doubt, and eventually acceptance in her doubts. But for Jorah Mormont of House Mormont, his entire faith in life was devoted to love. As someone who received noble education for many years but was forced to sell slaves to repay his debts after marrying a spendthrift wife, he fled to another continent. It was only when he encountered Daenerys that he found a new purpose in life. With his final words, "My queen," unspoken, he proved that he might not have been an honorable and just knight, but he was a knight who loved and was devoted. Although everyone barely achieved victory in the battle against the Whites, an even more cruel battle for power was looming. Cersei, the Iron Queen and self-proclaimed ruler, had already hired mercenaries at great expense to besiege the remaining survivors. Each person desired to wear the crown of glory on their own head. With the Night King, the greatest threat to humanity, eradicated, every participant played an indispensable role. However, Daenerys, who came to the north as a supporter, appeared particularly out of place when everyone rallied behind Snow. But regardless of others' support, the Iron Throne, representing the position of ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, remained Daenerys' ultimate goal. Now, to her dismay, she discovered that Snow was her nephew and could pose a threat to her claim on the Iron Throne.
You are my queen, and they are my family.
I've just told you how.
Half of the Unsullied army, along with the soldiers from the north, suffered heavy losses. The losses also included the mounted cavalry and various major houses. Meanwhile, Cersei's the Gold Cloaks had already arrived in King's Landing. Simultaneously, naval forces were also prepared, leaving both sides evenly matched in strength. As Daenerys insisted on launching a full-scale dragon assault on King's Landing, her advisors Varys and Tyrion hoped to avoid the use of force. They suggested surrounding the city while keeping their true strength concealed. By cutting off water and supplies, the starving populace would eventually urge Cersei to surrender, losing the support of the people. At this moment, Snow noted that regardless of whether the attack was from the air or the ground, their side had the advantage. This would make it clear to all the soldiers that Cersei was their sole target. Seeing everyone in agreement, Daenerys had no choice but to compromise. However, Sansa believed that regrouping their forces should be the top priority.
Now that the time has come to reciprocate, you want to postpone.
It's not just our people, it's yours. You want to throw them into a war they're not ready to fight.
The longer I leave my enemies alone, the stronger they become.
The northern forces will honor their promises and their allegiance to the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms.
Under their rightful queen.
I is the one that killed the Night King.
Her men gave their lives defending Winterfell.
And we will never forget them. That doesn't mean that I want to kneel to someone.
I swore myself and the North to her cause.
As unconditional supporters of Daenerys, they engaged in endless debates. Snow then had Bran, who could see through memories, reveal the truth about his and Daenerys' lineage to them, despite Sansa swearing to keep the secret. She never liked Daenerys, who had more power than her. In the end, she confided the secret to Tyrion. On their way back to Dragonstone, Tyrion disclosed Snow's true identity to Varys, the Master of Whisperers.
You know our queen better than I do. Do you think she wants to share the throne? I worry about her state of mind.
We are advisors to the queen. Worrying about her state of mind is our job.
Because Daenerys was Snow's aunt, they could not form a marriage alliance. The northern allies who had fought side by side with Snow began to harbor doubts and reservations, but while these concerns arose, a new danger quietly approached. After the hellish battle of life and death, both dragons were injured to varying degrees. However, the green dragon, Regal, was like the stronger child, striving to prove itself to Daenerys. But just as the plan to encircle and attack King's Landing from Dragonstone was being made, Cersei's ambush at sea forever deprived Daenerys of Regal. Daenerys suppressed her grief of losing another child. Although she knew Drogon would be unwavering, Daenerys could not afford to lose her last dragon. Watching the main target move out of range of the Scorpions, Euron aimed his firepower at Daenerys' fleet carrying soldiers. Not a single ship survived, and her army, without naval capabilities, suffered another major loss, and Missandei, who followed Daenerys, disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, Cersei claimed to provide shelter for the people within the castle, under the pretext of defending against foreign invasion. This way, she had countless lives as bargaining chips, and she held the advantage of having the most powerful hostage.
We will storm the city, my queen. We will kill your enemies.
This is a mistake.
If there's a chance to avoid the coming slaughter, we should make the effort.
Speaking to Cersei will not prevent a slaughter. But perhaps it's good the people see that Daenerys Stormborn made every effort to avoid bloodshed, and Cersei Lannister refused. They should know whom to blame when the sky falls down upon them.
Seeing that their attempts to persuade Daenerys to refrain from entering the city were futile, Varys and Tyrion grew anxious, having witnessed too many tyrants in his lifetime, including these rulers before they were consumed by power and emotions. Varys leaned towards revealing the truth and letting Snow, who acted with the people's interests in mind, handle the situation.
He doesn't want the throne. That's why he bent the knee.
Have you considered the best ruler might be someone who doesn't want to rule?
We're discussing treason.
After their persistent struggle, Varys ultimately decided to write a letter to inform the world of Snow's lineage. At the same time, Jaime learned that his sister Cersei had provoked Daenerys. Despite his growing affection for Brienne, he couldn't let go of the various bonds he had with his sister. After much inner conflict, he ultimately decided to return to King's Landing.
Stay here. Stay. Please.
You think I'm a good man for Cersei?
strangled my cousin with my own hands just to get back to Cersei. She's hateful, and so am I.
The next day, before Snow and the majority of the forces arrived, Daenerys, accompanied by the remaining unsullied troops and her dragon, made the decision to engage in a final negotiation and rescue Missandei. With one fully grown dragon and 100 elite soldiers, this was the entirety of Daenerys' forces before the main army arrived. Because Missandei was captured while acting as her translator, Daenerys had no choice but to negotiate with the Iron Queen Cersei, following the principle of not harming envoys during inter-country conflicts. The hand of the king from both sides would initially communicate, as Tyrion demanded surrender and the release of Missandei. Cersei's Maester Qyburn responded in kind. If Daenerys did not surrender, they would immediately execute Missandei. He also mentioned that Daenerys was down to her last dragon, and her army was exhausted. Furthermore, Cersei had hired the gold cloaks at a high price and was not afraid of any threats to the Iron Throne. As the deadlock continued with no resolution in sight, Tyrion boldly walked towards his sister Cersei, who stood atop the high walls. As blood relatives, Cersei couldn't bring herself to shoot Tyrion in front of her. At the same time, she wanted her brother to change his mind. Feeling isolated and helpless,
They hate you, and you hate them. You're not a monster. I know this. I know this because I've seen it. You've always loved your children, more than yourself. I beg you, your reign is over. But that doesn't mean your life has to end. Doesn't mean your baby has to die.
Listening to her brother ultimately bowing down to Daenerys, Cersei channeled all the injustice she had experienced and the pain of betrayal into anger, preparing to make Daenerys experience the pain of losing someone important.
If you have any last words, now is the time.
Faced with Missandei, who had been with her all the way, being beheaded, Daenerys, who lost her dragon and exhausted soldiers, was instantly consumed by hatred, because everything happening now was like a cycle tearing at the bottom line of her character. This also made Varys more worried about Daenerys' state of mind, because he didn't want to see innocent people trapped in a crisis due to the conflict between the two kings, so he decided to reveal Snow's true identity, and assigned his most trusted little girl to poison Daenerys. But now, with the loss of Missandei, Daenerys refuses to eat or drink, which makes Varys, who fears the outbreak of war, even more anxious. He privately tried to persuade Snow to publicly reveal his identity and lead the army, but Snow still insisted on his own judgment, believing in Daenerys. Tyrion also truthfully reported Varys' plot.
There's something you need to know.
As Daenerys' chief intelligence officer, Varys is not a perfect person. Because of his humble upbringing, he has encountered numerous nobles throughout his life, so he sometimes considers issues based on his own likes and dislikes. Although he has always wanted peace in the world and wanted to faithfully assist a wise ruler, he has never differentiated between troubled times and prosperous times in his heart. Daenerys is suitable for traversing troubled times, while Snow is more suitable for survival in a time of peace. And he knows the power of the people and the masses. Throughout history, those who win the hearts of the people win the world, which is why he wants everyone to know Snow's true identity. No matter how impulsive he is, Snow would never vent his anger on the people, but this kind of betrayal can only make the already emotionally unstable Daenerys even more volatile.
I hope I deserve this. Truly I do. Goodbye, old friend.
Lord Varys, I, Daenerys of House Targaryen, first of my name, breaker of chains and mother of dragons, sentence you to die.
Faced with Varys' sudden betrayal and Missandei's death in a foreign land, Snow naturally bears some of the reasons, but Daenerys still hopes that Snow can stand with her at this moment. But he, who grew up in the north, simply cannot convince himself to continue a romantic relationship with his aunt. Tyrion knows that Daenerys wants to launch an immediate attack on King's Landing, and he insists that she refrain from widespread slaughter, because there are too many innocent people in King's Landing, and he also hopes to give Cersei a chance to surrender.
If the city surrenders, they will ring the bells and raise the gates. Please, if you hear them ringing the bells, call off the attack.
In the end, Daenerys listens to Tyrion once again, as she also hopes to gain the support of the people.
Your brother was stopped trying to get past our
It
lines.
seems he hasn't abandoned your sister after all. The next time you fail me will be the last time you fail me.
After all, he was his own brother. As the hand of the king, Tyrion ordered the guards to withdraw. He then frees Jaime using a stolen key and tells him to persuade his sister Cersei to ring the bells and surrender, so they can escape through the underground passage. This way, they can save the child in her womb and prevent innocent people from suffering.
Tens of thousands of innocent lives. One not particularly innocent dwarf. It seems like a fair trade. If it weren't for you, I never would have survived my childhood. You would have. You were the only one who didn't treat me like a monster. You were all I had.
In the early hours of the next day, all the forces in King's Landing are ready to go. The gold cloaks, the hired army, were arranged in dense formation outside the city as the vanguard, and all the ships at sea were equipped with scorpions. Captain Euron, who had previously hunted dragons, was naturally confident in resisting Daenerys' last remaining dragon. Meanwhile, Arya and Clegane had already infiltrated the city, mingling with the common people. The only thing that could cause harm to the dragon was the scorpions. Although they had succeeded once in killing a dragon, Captain Euron did not know its weak points. On the other hand, Daenerys had found tactical advantages in the previous ambush that favored her. Facing Drogon soaring through the sky and descending vertically, the target became smaller, and the scorpions were slow to adjust their aim. With Daenerys' multiple turns and charges, the cumbersome scorpions became completely ineffective, and the guards on the seaside walls were instantly engulfed in flames. The vanguard force of the gold cloaks in front of the castle gate had no knowledge of the presence of a dragon in this battle. They thought they were simply defending against infantry invasion. When they heard the continuous bombardment of artillery, the Legion commander realized that they were actually in a defensive position. Before they even engaged in direct combat, the gold cloaks were instantly obliterated by the black dragon Drogon. After breaching King's Landing, all the infantry poured into the city. Cersei's soldiers, who were forced to participate in the resistance, gradually lost their confidence under the attacks of the dragon and the Unsullied. The forces resisting them were burned to ashes like ants. Seeing Daenerys and her dragons circling above her castle, Cersei still hoped for a miracle.
The gates have been breached. The Golden Compass.
Our men will fight harder than sellswords ever could. They will defend their queen to the last man.
Yes, Your Grace.
The Red Keeper's never fallen. It won't fall today.
Grey Worm, leading the Allied forces, had already reached the core area and surrounded the remaining soldiers of King's Landing, looking into the eyes of everyone who still had a murderous intent, and seeing the dragon's combat power continuing to rise in the sky. Cersei's loyal troops finally chose to surrender. No one wanted to lose their lives in this power struggle, and they all wanted the current carnage to end as soon as possible. When two queens clash, there will inevitably be casualties, as both have experienced hell on earth and are unwilling to submit in front of others. But faced with the imminent defeat and the desire of the city's people to surrender, Cersei's thoughts began to turn extreme. If she was going to be defeated, she would rather drag these people who had once despised her and had never truly supported her down with her. Regarding Daenerys' experiences, she believes that during the conquest of castles, the people always willingly abandoned their kings, forcing the rulers to surrender and capitulate. However, she failed to recognize that the castles she had reclaimed were all inhabited by oppressed people. Those who gave them hope naturally rallied to them, but the people in King's Landing were different. They belonged to the middle class and didn't have to become slaves for a meal. And Cersei had always instilled in them the belief that Daenerys was a plunderer, leading everyone to believe that Daenerys would bring disaster, coupled with the ferocity of the Black Dragon Drogon during the siege. The people could not accept the descendant of a former tyrant so quickly. Without realizing this, Daenerys fell into self-consciousness. She attributed all her losses since coming to Westeros to these people who didn't understand her. After someone was forced to ring the bells as a sign of surrender, Daenerys, trapped in her self-consciousness, began to release all the grievances she had buried her entire life. Why is it that I give everything for everyone, but I can't get the same in return? The people couldn't see Daenerys' story, and they didn't have the opportunity to understand her character, because most people can only see what is in front of them. They could only see Daenerys wreaking havoc with her dragon. Some people acted out of hatred, some out of survival, some out of power, and some out of evil. If you can't empathize and think from the perspective of others, you can never achieve equality for all, nor can you observe from the perspective of others, and your understanding will be limited to the present moment. Because of her desire for ultimate power, 2 generations of legacies were destroyed. Watching Daenerys ride her dragon and turn kings landing into a sea of fire, Cersei finally understood that power held no sway in the face of ancient dragons. But there was always one person who cared about Cersei, her younger brother Jaime, who was planning to enter the castle through the secret tunnels. However, at the entrance, Jaime encountered Captain Euron, who had survived the destruction. Seeing this man who had once brought an end to a generation of kings, Euron provoked Jaime with words about his relationship with Cersei. Angered, Jaime stopped in his tracks and engaged in a duel with Euron. Even though his right hand was replaced with a prosthetic, though both desired victory, their motivations differed. Jaime draws strength from his longing for Cersei. Despite being gravely injured and in a disadvantageous position, he continues to fight. Ultimately, driven by his fierce will to survive, he managed to defeat Euron.
I'm not looking for you. But I got you.
I'm the man who killed Jaime Lannister.
As Daenerys grew increasingly volatile in the sky and the unsullied army captured the castle gates, Cersei, unable to believe she had to abandon the castle, finally snapped out of her self-obsession. As someone born into a noble family, she had spent her entire life trying to prove herself as the future of her family. In this power struggle resembling a living hell, she had not only lost 3 children but also her father, who had been her pillar of support, and the image she had in the eyes of the public. But after enduring the brutal journey and finally ascending the Iron Throne, she found herself alone in this chaotic world, witnessing the devastation before her. She began to accept reality and abandoned the proud Red Keep to seek refuge underground. At the same time, Clegane and Arya also reached the castle. Seeing the crumbling ruins and imminent danger all around, Clegane insisted that Arya should go back the way they came. He was convinced that Cersei, in such circumstances, would never leave alive. Arya, determined to exact revenge, was stopped by Clegane, because in this place, they could lose their lives at any moment. Although they had both been on a path of vengeance their entire lives, Arya still had family to reunite with, so she shouldn't sacrifice herself here, and Clegane's target of vengeance was his only family. His brother was born cruel and obsessed with power, committing countless atrocities and scarring his face. So, in life, Clegane had no other motivation. His sole purpose was to prevent his brother from further tarnishing their family's name. Similarly, in times of chaos like the present, family is the greatest motivation to stay alive.
Sandor, thank you.
Your Grace. Hello, big brother.
When brothers turn against each other, the resentment will bind them for a lifetime. When Clegane was young, he played with a night puppet that belonged to his brother and was caught by his brother, the Mountain, cruelly pressing his face against the furnace. The Mountain scarred Clegane, leaving him with a lifelong fear of fire. Meanwhile, in his quest for ultimate power, Clegane's brother, the Mountain, fought in Tyrion's trial by combat to champion Queen Cersei. Though he emerged victorious, he sustained grievous injuries. To bring him under her command, Cersei employed the dark arts of Qyburn to heal him. While the Mountain's strength surged after his resurrection, the side effects left him permanently mute. Seeing his brother's relentless pursuit, the Mountain's rage consumed him.
Sir Gregor, stay by my side. Sir Gregor, I command you.
Obey your queen, Sir Gregor.
Witnessing the Mountain, consumed by hatred, and Clegane refusing to relent, Cersei realized that the two brothers had to confront each other. A lifetime of hatred transformed into fury, but Clegane knew he was no match for his brother. Seeing the Mountain's appearance after his healing, Clegane couldn't help but bitterly laugh at his fate, realizing that the shadows of his life were inescapable. After enduring the Mountain's merciless onslaught, Clegane, trapped against a wall, drew a dagger and began to pierce his brother's body at close range. As the Mountain raised him, ready to crush his skull, a desperate Clegane struck at his vulnerable points. Watching his lifeblood flow relentlessly, the Mountain prepared to draw his sword, but a weary Clegane chose to embrace death's embrace. With the cataclysmic explosion of wildfire in the cellar and the continuous dragon fire from Drogon in the sky, Snow had no choice but to order the evacuation of all. Helpless on the surface, Cersei encountered Jaime, who risked his life to reach her. Seeing her only brother who genuinely cared about her, Cersei's psychological defenses crumbled completely. In this moment, facing everything with acceptance, she returned to being the caring sister who prioritized her family.
You're bleeding.
As the collapsing castle surrounded them, Jaime led her to escape through the cellar, only to find the passage blocked by rubble. Cersei, who had meticulously planned her entire life, felt the true meaning of helplessness and despair, but she also understood that beyond power, there was only one person who truly loved her unconditionally, her conjoined twin brother, Jaime.
I want our baby to live. Don't let me die, Jaime. Please don't let me die.
Don't look at me. Just look at me. Nothing else matters.
War is like a double-edged sword, and the ones closest to its blade are often the common people. In this concluding battle for power, the divisions of social classes became more apparent, and it brought about the downfall of the once glorious Lannister family. Tyrion, gazing at his brother and sister amidst the dust, knew that he had not only made the wrong bet but also carried the shadow of betraying his friend Varys. Standing amidst the tens of thousands of corpses and ruins, Daenerys had not only achieved her dream of becoming the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms but also secured the unquestionable status of her family's heir.
Shabka Regis Anhan, Regis Sandali. Shabka Regis Anhan, Regis Sandali.
Daenerys, with her dragons and army, was no longer the same as before. She was no longer the false-faced queen who had fought for survival. She not only appointed Grey Worm as the commander-in-chief of the entire army but also inspired everyone to continue the campaign with King's Landing as the center. However, for Tyrion, this kind of war felt like being amidst a pack of bloodthirsty lions. The disregard for the lives of the common people made him, who indirectly lost his own family, decide to leave Daenerys.
You freed your brother. You committed treason.
I freed my brother. You slaughtered a city.
At this moment, Daenerys, in her position of power, had nothing to say to others, because anyone who didn't submit was seen as a traitor. Similarly, Arya, who witnessed everything, noticed the change in Snow, who still had the blood of House Targaryen. Now, the only ones who could threaten the Iron Throne were Sansa and Snow, because once someone develops a sense of rejection, it first manifests in their eyes. Looking at Tyrion imprisoned in the dungeon, Snow felt both reluctance and regret, but Tyrion stated that the war wasn't over because in the subsequent campaigns, anyone who didn't bend the knee to Daenerys would still be executed. He had faithfully served and advised Daenerys, believing that she would finally become a benevolent ruler for the people. However, the massacre in King's Landing awakened him from his illusions, and he had to stop Daenerys from once again unleashing her wrath on innocent civilians, because once ordinary people have tasted power, they become like lions that have tasted human flesh, and nothing else satisfies them.
That's her decision. She is the queen.
And your sisters? Do you see them bending the knee?
My sisters will be loyal to the throne.
Why do you think Sansa told me the truth about you? Because she doesn't want Dany to be queen.
She doesn't get to choose.
No, but you do.
Drogon, the Black Dragon, the most powerful ancient creature on the continent of Valyria, remained by Daenerys' side as her only living heir to the Iron Throne. Sensing its elevated position within the group, Drogon became wary of anyone who approached Daenerys. Recognizing that Snow had no hostile intentions, Drogon lowered its guard and allowed him into the castle. Even though King's Landing had become a ruin by now, the Iron Throne, symbolizing honor, still fascinated Daenerys, because she was born in a foreign land and had wandered for so long. From a very young age, she had dreamed of returning to her birthplace and reclaiming her family's glory. After enduring the treacherous power struggles, she could finally have the Iron Throne, symbol of the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, etched back into the history of House Targaryen.
So many fallen enemies, you could only see the soles of Aegon's feet.
I saw them executing Lannister prisoners in the street. They said they were acting on your orders.
It was necessary.
Necessary? Have you been down there? Have you seen?
I tried to make peace with Cersei. She used their innocence as a weapon against me. She thought it would cripple me.
And Tyrion?
Betrayal, in the eyes of past kings, was seen as disloyalty, and Daenerys began questioning Snow about the punishment he had meted out to the Night's Watch traitors. But he argued that Tyrion, in the end, was driven by kindness, so he hoped Daenerys would spare his life. However, Daenerys treated all acts of disloyalty equally, as she believed that only the mercy she bestowed was the true goal in the world she aimed to create, because in the future, a better world had to be created by her own hands. But Snow argued that his personal vision of what is good does not necessarily represent the collective expectation of the world. Seeing Daenerys clinging to her belief in love and hoping that Snow would join her in shattering the wheel of power in the current chaotic world, he realized that she was oblivious to the fact that she had become the most terrifying wheel in the eyes of the people.
What about everyone else?
They don't get to choose. Build the new world with me. This is our reason.
You are my queen. Now and always.
Daenerys couldn't believe this sudden betrayal, and Snow also awakened from this act that went against his original intentions. He wanted to stop Daenerys, to persuade her, but regretted that he had never been a patient person. At that moment, Drogon also sensed that Daenerys had stopped breathing, having been raised by her since birth. She had nurtured them and watched them grow. Looking at his mother lying lifeless on the ground, Drogon felt a deep sense of betrayal and disgust towards the power struggles of humans. Though dragons cannot speak, they can discern right from wrong better than humans. Seeing his mother, who had been terminated, and Snow, the instigator and a fellow descendant of dragons, Drogon began to resent the consequences brought about by the power struggles of mankind. As the flames of the dragon began to form, Snow calmly faced the consequences he deserved. But as an ancient and superior creature, Drogon knew that all of this was the result of power. Since Snow also carried the blood of the true dragon lineage, Drogon, originating from the dragons, could only vent his anger on the Iron Throne, thinking about how he had followed Daenerys all the way, losing 2 brothers and suffering severe injuries, but ultimately failing to protect the one who raised him. Drogon exerted all his strength to melt the Iron Throne, because on the path of climbing power, everyone loses too much. Gently lifting Daenerys, Drogon, who did not belong here, flew with his mother to the Shadowlands of Valyria. With Daenerys gone, the leader Grey Worm naturally detained Snow and Tyrion, although Theon's sister spoke in favor of Daenerys at the public assembly, suggesting that Snow should be handed over to the Unsullied for execution. The Stark family's power was now dominant.
Cersei is gone because of her, and Jon Snow put a knife in her heart. Let the Unsullied give him what he deserves.
Say another word about killing my brother and I'll cut your throat.
Friends, please.
Despite Onion Knight's repeated attempts at persuasion, Grey Worm insisted on judging Snow.
We do not need payment.
There always needs to be someone to oversee the big picture, someone to make decisions from the peak of power. Tyrion suggested that a suitable candidate could be chosen from among those present, but for the position of ruling the 7 kingdoms, none dared to take a peek. Until all the families failed to nominate anyone, Tyrion stepped forward and proposed the most suitable candidate, Bran Stark, who had become the three-eyed raven and had the ability to perceive memories, because no one could be cunning and treacherous in front of Bran.
I know you don't want it. I know you don't care about power. But I ask you now, if we choose you, will you wear the crown? Will you lead the 7 kingdoms to the best of your abilities from this day until your last day?
Why do you think I came all this way?
The Brandon of House Stark. I say aye.
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 Seeing everyone in agreement, Sansa also proclaimed herself the Queen in the North, finally fulfilling her lifelong dream. To avoid discontent from the Unsullied and others, Bran used a neutral approach and reassigned Snow to the Night's Watch. Tyrion was once again appointed as the head of the kingdom, and Arya fulfilled her wish to travel the world as a faceless man. The Game of Thrones came to an end. Although some may feel regretful, this is the way the world works. No one is a permanent protagonist. We all face obstacles and injustices, but the reality of survival is like a game. Not Daenerys' game, not Cersei's game, but the game of the world. Each of us is just a participant. Only by maintaining a macro perspective can we achieve long-term stability.